Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Saint Zild's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at him. That damned smile again. A hypocritical, mocking smile, as if he didn't even take God himself seriously. It was this smile that made Saint Zild-sama look down on Darren. What annoyed him the most was that he couldn't see the familiar fear in Darren's eyes. The fear that the lowly, despicable commoners should have for the noble of the world made his heart fill with endless rage. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the world government for what you've done? Do you think you can get away with it? Saint Zild's panted heavily, letting out a low growl like a beast. Retaliation? Darren laughed. Who would know it was me who did it? Not to mention. He pointed at the mountains of gold and silver treasure piled up in the cabin. At least in the eyes of everyone on Basha Island, I, a scum of the North Blue Marines, was flattering the great Saint Zild-sama by giving him a large sum of money. Who would have thought that a Marine would dare to lay a hand on his celestial dragons? Upon hearing Darren's words, Saint Zild's pupils constricted. He gritted his teeth as he fought against the dizziness caused by the heavy blood loss. Darren, I don't understand, why did you lay your hands on me? Suddenly, as if he had realized something, it was that little girl? From Darren's silence, Saint Zild's got a definite answer. Just because of a civilian? His face was full of disbelief. A lowly civilian. Why did you have to go to such lengths? Darren quietly looked at the grim-faced celestial dragons in front of him, the blood on the floor having spread under his military boots. That wasn't just a civilian, he said suddenly, that was a civilian under my jurisdiction. Saint Zild's roared, what business is it of yours whether a civilian lives or dies? Besides, don't think I don't know. What kind of a good person do you think you are? Who in the entire North Blue doesn't know that you have amassed your wealth by supporting the mafia and exploiting the lowly commoners? In the final analysis, you are no better than me. Darren suddenly laughed. He snapped his fingers. The steel that was wrapped around Saint Zild's right arm suddenly strangled and constricted with great force. Pop. A bloody severed arm rose into the air. Ah! Saint Zild's writhed in pain, and yellow urine gradually seeped from the crotch of his luxurious silk robe. You're right. I'm not a good person. That's exactly why I'm here, Darren said flatly. If I were, I probably wouldn't have had the guts to show up. Of course. I didn't really want to come either. I sure as hell don't want to deal with disgusting celestial dragons like you. I just want to live a quiet life and build up the North Blue Fleet. But I took money from that father and daughter. T took money. Saint Zild's gasped in pain, eyes bulging as he writhed. How much did she pay you? I'm a celestial dragon, I have more money than you can imagine. Just let me go, and you can name your price. Not just money, anything you want. Women? Not just humans, I can get you women from other races too. Power? I can get you promoted to Vice Admiral right away. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Darren suddenly let out a sigh. You can give me anything I want? The celestial dragon wheezed, his face lighting up with hope. He nodded with a smile. Yes, just say the word. Anything. Typical celestial dragon. There is something I do want. Darren looked at Saint Zild's, tilted his head, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. I want to kill you. Saint Zild's froze. But in the next second, he burst out laughing maniacally. Kill me. And you'll die too. Darren, you didn't see this coming, did you? All world government ships are equipped with hidden surveillance Dendenmushi. Right now, the world government is watching everything happening here. You're dead. Ha 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 ha. His crazed eyes locked onto Darren, desperate to find panic or fear in his expression. But he saw none. Just a smile. That same irritating, calm smile remained on the Marine captain's face. A wave of dread surged in Saint Zild's mind, making his heart pound wildly. Saint Zild's, compared to the rest of the celestial dragons, you're supposed to be the smart one, Darren said with interest. I'll give you a chance. Without making a single move, the steel restraints binding Saint Zild suddenly released. The celestial dragon slumped to the ground like a sack of rotting flesh, panting heavily. Darren pulled out a military Dendenmushi and casually tossed it over. Try it. If you can get a signal, go ahead. Faced with the Marine captain's half-smiling, half-threatening gaze, Saint Zild's felt a chill run through his heart. He gritted his teeth and stubbornly tried to dial the Dendenmushi. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The military Dendenmushi remained silent. No response. The color drained from Saint Zild's face, leaving it ghostly pale. The signal had been blocked. Impossible. He murmured, eyes vacant. In that moment, it felt as if his soul had been ripped from his body. He stood there, dazed and empty. The Dendenmushi's signal. Completely jammed. How could this be? If the signal was blocked, then whatever happened on this official ship, no one in the world would ever know. Saint Zild's began to tremble. Despair finally surged in his eyes. Darren watched him in silence, phantom marks of electricity flickering between his fingers. He wasn't some hot-headed fool who acted on impulse. From the moment Saint Zild's refused to show him any respect and insisted on taking the little girl away, he had already decided, this repulsive pig had to die. So during the arrest, he secretly slipped his Vivre card into the girl's hand. That way, he could trace Saint Zild's route. And through the handover of the security assignment, he had also obtained intel on the Cypherpol agents involved in the escort mission. That left only one last problem in eliminating Saint Zild's: surveillance. World government ships typically had surveillance Dendenmushi installed to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. But against his ability, that meant nothing. With the level of mastery he had over the magnet fruit model, magnetism human devil fruit, he could generate a magnetic field with a radius of about 100 meters, centered on himself. Within that field, Dendenmushi's signals were completely blocked. That range was enough to cover the entire ship. He had gotten the idea from Doflamingo's birdcage. And this was the greatest reason Darren dared to lay a hand on a celestial dragon. No. Why? If you knew I was stalling for time, why didn't you just kill me? Saint Zild suddenly looked up at Darren, screaming in rage. He didn't understand. This man clearly had the strength to kill him easily, and had already seen through his plan, so why didn't he just do it? Darren narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Because killing you quickly would be letting you off too easy. As he spoke, the desperate expressions of that father and daughter on Basha Island flashed through his mind. At the very least, before you die, I want you to feel what true despair tastes like. With that, Darren slowly pulled out his pistol. In the celestial dragon's hopeless, lifeless gaze, the muzzle of the gun gently pressed against his forehead. No. Terror unlike anything he had ever known filled Saint Zild's eyes as he shrieked, I'm a celestial dragon. If you kill me, bang. The shot rang out. Darren didn't hesitate. The bullet pierced straight through his forehead and exited out the back, blowing a gaping hole through his skull. A fan-shaped spray of blood and brain matter splattered across the cabin wall. Saint Zild's body gave a final twitch as the light in his eyes faded. Damn it. Took the money. Just for a pariah. He collapsed slowly to the ground. His face froze in a grotesque mixture of confusion, disbelief, horror, and fear, a surreal, tragic portrait of the end. He was dead. Darren stood over the corpse of the celestial dragon, looking down with a calm voice. You took the money, so you do the job. That's the rule in the North Blue. Chapter 36, Daring You. Killed him. The naked, bruised woman stared in horror at the celestial dragon lying in a pool of blood. Her body trembled as she looked at the blood spreading across the floor, her face pale with shock. Everything before her felt unreal, like a dream. You killed a celestial dragon. She repeated again and again under her breath, reaching out to touch the blood seeping toward her, feeling its warm texture. A small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. You killed him. The smile twisted into something manic. Ha 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 ha. You killed him. He is finally dead. Ha 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 ha. She burst into wild laughter, even as blood-tinged tears welled up in her eyes. He is finally dead. Sob. Her voice broke. Then came the flood of sobs. Darren looked at the woman, laughing, crying, her expression crazed and distorted, and lowered his gaze. You're free, he said. Free? A bitter smile crept across her face. She slowly turned her body, revealing her bare back to Darren. Branded into her skin was the glaring red mark of the hoof of the soaring dragon. For someone like me, where in this world is there freedom? She raised her head and smiled at Darren. There was a calm in her smile, perhaps even a sense of release. Thank you, Marine-sama. She struggled to her feet, then dropped to her knees and bowed her head deeply to Darren. I have no reason left to live. Everyone I ever cared about was killed by him. Please. Go do what you must. Darren stared at her. In her eyes, he saw an unwavering resolve to die. He didn't know what she had endured, or how long she had suffered under St. Zild's. But he had always lived by one rule: if you haven't experienced someone's pain yourself, don't judge their life. I understand. Then, farewell. With those words, Darren turned and walked out of the cabin without hesitation. The woman remained kneeling, watching the Marine captain's figure disappear into the distance. She wiped the tears from her face. Her eyes were no longer vacant or numb. A soft, radiant smile slowly bloomed on her blood-stained face, like a flower blooming tenaciously on the edge of a cliff. Thank you. Truly. Marine-sama. If I were to survive, it would only trouble you further. She smiled faintly. Then, slowly picked up the golden pistol from the ground. Bang. Bang. Gritting her teeth, she fired 2 shots into the corpse of the celestial dragon. Father, mother. I'm coming to join you. Her smile was gentle, almost peaceful. She raised the barrel to her temple. The final bullet was meant for herself. Bang. A gunshot rang out behind him, followed by the thud of a body hitting the floor, but Darren didn't slow his pace. He wasn't a saint. He couldn't force someone who had chosen death to find the will to live. Before, she had no choice. Now, at least, she had the freedom to choose death. Suppressing the churn of emotion inside, Darren strode toward the cabin of the official ship where the slaves were held. The locked cabin door blasted off its hinges. No one stood in his way as he stepped inside. The air was thick with a stench of rot and damp. A dim yellow oil lamp flickered in the murky atmosphere. Curled up in the corner of a cage, Leah flinched at the noise. Panic flashed across her small face, but the moment she saw who it was, fear gave way to joy. Darren waved his hand. The steel cage instantly collapsed, twisting and crumpling in on itself. The shackles on the little girl's body snapped and fell away. Marine brother. The gag slipped from her mouth as she cried out, stumbling forward and throwing herself into Darren's leg, clinging tightly. Darren ruffled her hair with a smile. Let's go. I'll take you home. Leah nodded hard, her eyes red. Hand in hand, they walked out of the cabin. But when Leah stepped onto the deck and saw the bodies strung up in steel, her face went deathly pale. She instinctively turned toward the cabin. The grotesque, monstrous celestial dragon lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Leah released Darren's hand and took 2 terrified steps back. Then suddenly, she gritted her teeth and flung herself toward the mast. Darren reached out and caught her by the collar, lifting her up like a kitten. What are you doing? He asked with a frown. The little girl's voice quivered through her tears. I'm not allowed to live, am I? If I do, I'll bring a lot of trouble for Marine brother. Darren froze for a second, then let out a quiet sigh. He remembered how her father had tried to smash his head against the wall earlier. The resemblance between them was undeniable. He scooped her up and said firmly, You survived. That means you live. Your father's waiting for you to come home. I took your money. That means it's my duty to protect you. The little girl blinked, a little embarrassed. But the money I gave you. It wasn't much. Darren smiled. It's enough. A metal hoverboard drifted toward them. He stepped onto it and began to rise into the sky. Hovering high above, Darren cradled the grimy little girl in one arm. He looked down at the blood-soaked world government ship below. Raising his hand, he spread his fingers and made a distant grabbing motion. Rumble. Clang, crackle. Drawn by the metal hull of the ship, the entire vessel began to compress, crumple, and twist under a strange magnetic force. With a thunderous boom, the ship's gunpowder and cannons exploded. A massive fireball erupted skyward, engulfing the ship in flames. The blast's heat and shockwaves surged upward. Instinctively, Leah buried her face in the Marine captain's chest, like it was the safest place in the world. The ship slowly sank, and the world government's flag, symbol of supreme power, was reduced to ashes in the blaze. Black smoke curled toward the heavens. From the heavy clouds above came flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. A long brewing storm was finally arriving. In the flickering, distorted firelight, Darren saw faces, faint, shifting, like a dream. He saw Giant on the street, eyes vacant, clutching a rose. He saw Tokakake slamming his fists into a wall. He saw the man kneeling before him, offering a pile of coins in desperate plea. He saw the woman, smiling as she lifted the golden pistol to end her life. He saw the twisted, grinning face of the celestial dragon. One face after another. One memory after another. Surfacing in the roaring blaze. Darren exhaled a long breath. The suffocating frustration in his chest finally dissipated. And in its place, a surge of emotion and strength welled up within him, too powerful to hold back. Crack. A blinding white bolt of lightning split the dark sky, illuminating the entire world. Then came the storm, fierce and unrelenting. Wind howled. Clouds surged. Suspended in the air, the marine captain's aura rose higher and higher. His wide cloak billowed behind him like a rampaging dragon. A tremendous, domineering force exploded from his body, echoing the storm around him. The world trembled. At that moment, in Darren's awareness, a new item quietly appeared. Conqueror's Haki, 20 The Aura of a King. Awakened. Chapter 37, World Destroyer at the same time. On the blood-red cliffs, the towering red line rose like a blade into the sky. Holy Land Mary Jo eyes. Blue-roofed, white-walled buildings lined the immaculate streets. Vegetation, artificial hills, fountains, and sculpted gardens surrounded grand and ancient structures nestled on flower-covered hills, like something out of a dream. This was the realm of the gods, the sacred and noble sanctuary where the celestial dragons resided. Suddenly, a terrified scream shattered the peace of the gods' domain. This. How is this possible? Inside a lavishly adorned hall, an official responsible for overseeing the daily lives of the world nobles collapsed to the floor in shock. His face turned pale as he trembled uncontrollably. His cry quickly drew the attention of nearby officials. When they rushed into the main hall, they were stunned speechless. Their eyes locked on a vivre card slowly burning into ash. Breath caught in their throats. Their minds went blank. Saint Zildsama. That's Saint Zildsama's vivre card. According to the latest intel, wasn't he just in the North Blue, having recently boarded the return voyage? This. How could this happen? The officials on duty exchanged panicked glances. Their throats tightened, each unconsciously swallowing hard, their mouths dry as sand. Saint Zilds, a celestial dragon, was dead. Quick. Report to the 5 elders immediately. The leading official jolted to his senses. Clenching his teeth, he forced his weak legs to stand and shouted with all his strength. The news spread like wildfire. Panic swept through Mary Jo eyes. Cypher Paul agents in suits started through the streets like shadows. Holy Land guards galloped down pristine roads, startling civilians into hiding. Officials turned fearfully toward the celestial stairway, their hearts pounding. A celestial dragon, sacred and supreme, was dead. This was the first time since the God Valley incident 8 years ago that a god had fallen in these seas. North Blue, somewhere on the open sea. The sky churned with darkness. Black clouds roiled like the crumbling walls of a fortress, threatening to collapse at any moment. A torrential downpour drenched the world, and the warship pitched violently on the raging waves, as if tossed again and again by some invisible giant. Boom. A barrage of cannon fire erupted from the ship's gun ports. Muzzles flashed one after another, the barrels glowing red from heat. Explosions lit up the distant sea, sending towering pillars of water skyward as shells thundered into the ocean. Burned world. You won't escape. On the warship's bow, Sengoku, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a tightly braided black beard, planted one foot forward and roared toward the pirate ship in the heart of the bombardment. Rain poured down in sheets, bouncing off the deck and shrouding the warship in mist. Marines worked swiftly amid the storm, reloading the heavy cannons. Each blast sent a tremor through the vessel. Bro. Sengoku, you're a long way from being able to catch me. On the pirate ship, a towering figure stood confidently at the bow, arms crossed, grinning with savage delight. He wore a blood-red captain's coat and a horned helmet. His gray-green beard quivered with his laughter, radiating a deep and overwhelming presence. The World Destroyer burned world. Captain of the World Pirates. Bounty, 200 million belly. A legendary pirate, a man who stood shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and Roger. Explosions burst around his ship, sending waves and smoke into the air. But Burned World paid them no mind. His eyes locked onto the warship with a vicious glint, and a cruel smile slowly curled across his face. When it comes to firepower, I've never lost to anyone. Burned World's figure vanished like a ghost. Through the torrential rain, a shadow darted across the downpour at such speed that it carved a brief vacuum tunnel through the sheets of water. In the next instant, he reappeared on the far side of the deck, both hands gripping a cannon. "All right, boys. Adjust our heading. Let those world government lapdogs see what the ward pirates are really made of," he shouted loudly. Roar. The crew of the ward pirates erupted with fanatic energy, raising their fists and shouting in unison. Amid the crashing waves, one pirate gritted his teeth and forcefully turned the ship's wheel. Hard to starboard. The moment the words left his mouth, the ship groaned and tilted sharply under the pressure of wind, waves, and cannon fire. The deck slanted dangerously, and pirates clung to the slick rails to keep from being flung overboard. Rain pelted down in sheets, splashing violently against the wood. Burnt-eye World clamped down on the cannon like an iron vice. As the ship shifted, the barrel slowly pivoted, aligning with the massive warship in the distance. All this fuss just for sinking one celestial dragon's pig boat. "And you've been chasing me for a whole day and night?" He scoffed, then let out a crazed laugh through the storm. "Come on, Sengoku. Let me show you the power to destroy the world." He yanked the cannon's fuse. Boom. A black cannonball exploded from the barrel, cutting a blazing path through the rain. More 50-fold cannon. With Burnt-eye World's sharp call, an invisible force surged outward. White shockwaves burst from the shell as it whistled through the air. Then, something unbelievable happened. The cannonball suddenly swelled, its size multiplying in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it expanded dozens of times over. The black projectile, now over 20 meters in diameter, also rocketed forward with even greater velocity. At the peak of its arc, it plummeted straight toward the warship where Sengoku stood. Its speed, weight, and sheer scale tore through the air, generating blazing red shockwaves. From a distance, it looked like a meteor tearing through the clouds, descending from the heavens. This was Burnt-eye World's ability. The more fruit model, Amplify Human Devil Fruit, capable of amplifying both the speed and size of objects. And with that amplification, the destructive force of anything it enhanced rose exponentially. Without exaggeration, if that cannonball landed, the resulting explosion could easily flatten an entire town. A crimson glow spread overhead. A massive shadow blanketed the warship's crew. The pressure from the descending shockwave crushed down from above. The entire vessel groaned under the strain, and the deck let out a sharp cracking noise. "Damn it!" Sengoku roared, eyes bloodshot. If that cannonball hit, everyone aboard the warship, himself included, would be swallowed by the fury of the sea. His boots slammed against the deck as he launched himself into the air like a missile. A brilliant golden light burst across the sky. The Marines watched in awe as their admiral transformed in an instant into a towering golden Buddha, hurling a massive palm strike at the incoming shell. Impact wave. Boom. A colossal golden shockwave slammed into the cannonball. After a brief moment of eerie silence, a thunderous explosion erupted in the sky. A fireball over 100 meters wide blossomed above them, and countless fragments of the shell rained down like a storm of fire. In midair, Sengoku returned to his human form, his expression tightening as he shouted, "Borsalino." "Roger that." A lazy voice drifted through the rain, followed by a flash of golden light streaking into the sky. "Yasukani no Magatama." A torrent of glittering energy bullets rained upward, striking and disintegrating the falling fragments midair. The sky blazed with light, driving back the darkness. Through the billowing smoke, Sengoku landed steadily on the deck. The wind blew the haze away. His eyes locked on the pirate ship vanishing into the distance, slipping into the storm. He clenched his jaw, about to give the order to pursue, but a raspy voice cut in behind him. "Stand down. We've got a situation." Sengoku turned with a frown. A Cypher Pol Zero agent in a mask marked with strange patterns stepped quickly out of the cabin. This operation against Burnt-eye World was a joint effort between the Marines and CP. Most of the intel had come from the Cypher Pol division. "Retreat? We've cornered Burnt-eye World. He's got nowhere left to run, especially not in these chaotic waters. In this weather, he won't get far." Sengoku snapped. But the Cypher Pol Zero agent shook his head. Burnt-eye World no longer matters. He pulled out a military dendenmushi and handed it to Sengoku. From the receiver came a cold, aged voice. "Sengoku. Withdraw immediately." Sengoku stiffened. "Elder. The mission is nearly complete. Burnt-eye World has walked straight into our trap. Just give me a little more time." He was abruptly cut off. "We order you to retreat. Now." Sengoku gritted his teeth. "Why, my lord? The government and Marines have invested tremendous resources in this operation. Saint Zild's is dead. In the North Blue." The voice from the five elders froze Sengoku in place. "A celestial dragon? Dead? How was that even possible?" Sengoku. As the Marine headquarters' only active admiral, Your top priority is to investigate the death of Saint Seals. Do you understand? All other matters are irrelevant. The voice of the five elders left no room for argument. On deck, soaked by the relentless rain, Sengoku drew a long breath. The fire in his chest was smothered by the cold downpour. I understand, he muttered through clenched teeth. The Cypher Pol Zero agent nodded, put away the Den Mushi, and disappeared back into the cabin. Just then, golden particles began to converge beside Sengoku, gradually forming a humanoid shape. A tall man in a yellow and white pinstripe suit, with exaggerated toad-shaped sunglasses and a thick beard. Rear Admiral. A rising monster of the new generation. Borsalino. Shall I go after them, Admiral Sengoku? Borsalino asked casually, eyeing Sengoku's darkened expression. Sengoku glared at the distant pirate ship, now just a shadow in the storm, and suddenly slammed his fist into the railing, shattering it. No. We're heading back, he growled, face like stone. Borsalino was strong, far beyond a typical vice admiral. But against someone like Burnt-Eye World, a pirate who once rivaled Whitebeard and Roger, he still wasn't quite there. Sending him alone was a risk the Marines couldn't afford. A future admiral, someone with monstrous potential, couldn't be thrown away so carelessly. What stung Sengoku the most was how close they'd come. So many resources, so much planning, just one step away from capturing Burnt-Eye World. And now, it was all for nothing. He hated it. But he knew, he couldn't defy the world government. A celestial dragon had died. In the same sea. And he was the only admiral left at Marine headquarters. No matter how he felt, he had to let everything else go and find out the truth. Still. In the North Blue. Who would dare lay a hand on a celestial dragon? Sengoku stood in the rain, water streaming down his pale face. His expression darkened. He fell silent, lost in thought. Chapter 38, Kong and the Five Elders. Late that night, Fleet Admiral Kong was abruptly awakened by his personal aide. Suppressing the irritation of being pulled from sleep, he boarded his flagship and made a night voyage to the Holy Land of Mary Joais. Upon reaching the inner river atop the Red Line, he transferred to an official world government vessel, then switched to a carriage along the way. After 3 grueling hours of travel, the weary Fleet Admiral finally arrived at the inner sanctum of the Holy Land, Pangaea Castle. Despite being nearly 80 years old, Fleet Admiral Kong showed no signs of frailty or decline. His spirit was sharp, his gaze piercing. With a mohawk of steel-gray hair standing upright like needles, and a face etched with cold determination, he cut an imposing figure. His burly frame, bared chest chiseled with muscular definition, and bronze skin gave him a rough, violent beauty. He radiated the towering majesty and overwhelming strength of a mountain. The marshal's cloak, adorned with golden wheat epaulets, billowed in the wind, adding to his commanding presence. Caked in dust from travel, Kong looked up at the snow-white stairs before him, as if they led to the realm of the gods. Under the watchful gaze of countless hidden, ghostly white figures lurking in the shadows, he stood tall, chest out and back straight. True to his title of marshal, he began his ascent up the sacred celestial stairway. Before long, he completed the climb. Passing through a serene garden filled with birdsong and blooming flowers, he arrived before a small western-style villa nestled among the blossoms. The villa's walls were a pristine white, with ivy clinging to the corners. Time had left speckled marks across the surface, and the pointed dome rose sharply like a giant sword. Fleet Admiral Marshal Kong. 2 attendants in black suits and white gloves stood by the entrance, bowing slightly in greeting. Kong gave them a nod, drew a deep breath, and pushed open the villa door. Inside was a modest but elegantly furnished meeting hall. On an intricately carved coffee table, a pot of tea had already come to a boil. 5 elderly men stood or sat, each radiating an aura of unapproachable authority. These were the highest powers in the world government. The 5 elders. Fleet Admiral Kong, reporting to the 5 elders. Kong stepped forward with steady composure, his tone firm and respectful, yet neither humble nor arrogant. He glanced at the elder seated furthest to the left, a bald man in a tailored black suit, sporting a drooping mustache and a striking scar across his face. Congratulations, Saint Topman Warcurry, on your landslide election to the highest seat of power. The newly appointed 5 elder, Saint Topman Warcurry, waved his hand and said hoarsely, "Spare me the formalities, Kong. You should know very well why we've summoned you here this time." Kong replied in a low voice, "Of course I do. But before that, there's something I need to ask." He paused, his gaze turning sharp. "Why did you bypass me, the Fleet Admiral, and issue a direct order to Admiral Sengoku to retreat?" The operation to capture Burnt-Eye World had been in the works for a long time and was finally on the verge of success. If we let this chance slip by, it could spell endless trouble in the future. "Kong, are you questioning the government's decision?" Saint Topman Warcurry frowned, his tone turning cold. According to protocol, any offense against the celestial dragons must be punished by a marine admiral. Saint Zild's died in the North Blue, and we haven't even held your marines accountable for their failure yet. Or are you saying that the life of a world noble is less important than some arrest mission? At those words, the other 5 elders turned their cold gazes on Kong, and the pressure hit like a tidal wave. Facing the highest authority of the world government, Kong felt a chill run down his spine, but he didn't bow. The safety of the celestial dragons is, of course, important. But capturing Bandai World is just as urgent. He is dangerously ambitious and terrifyingly powerful. He holds the power to destroy the world. Let's not forget, it was Bandai World's attack that led to Saint Zild-sama's shipwreck in the first place. As long as Bandai World remains at large, this sea will never know peace. Besides, I can assign someone else from Marine Headquarters to investigate the cause of Saint Zild-sama's death. Who could you possibly send? The blonde 5 elder cut him off coldly. A mocking sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. There are only 3 admirals in Marine Headquarters. Zephyr has stepped down, and Garp has refused promotion time and time again. What now? You plan to send Garp to investigate a celestial dragon's death? Or are you going to the North Blue yourself? Hearing the relentless questioning, Kong opened his mouth but had no response. Frustration welled up inside him. Though he appeared to hold immense authority as Fleet Admiral, in truth, there were very few he could truly command. Take Zephyr for example, after the tragedy he endured, he had long since stepped away from frontline duties. If Kong hadn't personally pleaded with him, and if not for the bond they shared as teacher and student, Zephyr would have already left the Marines altogether. Though he still held the rank of Admiral, Zephyr had all but withdrawn from active service, devoting himself entirely to training new officers. Even Kong, as Fleet Admiral, couldn't go against his personal will. And as for that bastard Garp, send him to investigate the death of a celestial dragon? What a joke. That bastard would probably celebrate the news with donuts in hand, laughing and saying, serves them right. Given all this, Sengoku really was the only viable option. Realizing this, Kong gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The danger level of the world destroyer Bandai World was rated extremely high by Marine Headquarters, so much so that he even surpassed Roger and Whitebeard. Roger and Whitebeard may have been stronger in terms of power and influence, but they didn't typically attack civilians or towns without reason. Roger, though known for following his impulses, usually didn't target non-combatants. He even cooperated with the Marines during the God Valley incident. Whitebeard had little ambition. He roamed the New World, recruiting new crewmates and building his so-called family. But Bandai World was a different kind of madman. His motto was eliminate everything in my way. His methods were brutal, and he wouldn't hesitate to destroy towns, harm civilians, or even strike Marine bases to achieve his goals. He harbored a massive ambition to overthrow the world government, and with the terrifying destructive power of the more fruit model, amplify human devil fruit, the threat he posed to world peace far exceeded that of Whitebeard or Roger. And they had been so close to capturing him. Saint Topman Warcurry looked at Kong's unsettled expression and said slowly, Kong, Cypher Paul agent has already infiltrated the world pirates. Bandai World has nowhere left to run. Kong was momentarily stunned. CP had already gotten to Bandai World's crew? The bald elder, dressed in training robes and calmly polishing his katana, said flatly, this matter ends here. We're not wasting any more words on it. The death of a celestial dragon is tied to the reputation of the world government. The truth must be thoroughly uncovered, and the Marines must fully cooperate to give us an explanation. And beyond that, lock down all information. This incident is to be kept strictly confidential. Understood. Kong knew that at this point, continuing to argue was pointless. Not all celestial dragons were arrogant, spoiled fools, dripping snot and barking orders. But being born into unimaginable power, granted immense privilege from birth, was a breeding ground for idiots, monsters, narcissists, and lunatics. Even so, among them existed a small number of elites who possessed real talent, intellect, and strength. They received the finest education from the best tutors across every field, rigorously trained and selected until, upon adulthood, they gradually moved into the core leadership of the world government. If every celestial dragon were a deranged pig, the world government would have collapsed long ago. There's no way it could have lasted for 800 years. The 5 elders standing before him, wielders of the world government's supreme authority, were the elite among elites. Their lineage naturally aligned them with defending the rule and status of the celestial dragons. That was inevitable. To them, the celestial dragons were supreme, gods of the sea. That was their bottom line. Their iron law. Unbreakable. Non-negotiable. Yet, from the 5 elders' final words, Kong sensed something else. Keep it under wraps. Chapter 39, serves him right. North Blue. Area where a world government official ship sank. The vast sea stretched endlessly under a gray sky, where snowflakes as big as goose feathers continued to fall. Yes, Marshal Kong. According to the route provided by the Cipher Pol Department, I've arrived at the scene. Aboard the warship, Sengoku held a military dendenmushi in his hand, reporting with a grim expression. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and quickly scanned the surface of the sea. There aren't many clear traces at the scene. Understood. He hung up the dendenmushi and let out a long, heavy sigh. The diving team has already been dispatched. The higher-ups are taking this incident very seriously. A ghostly figure draped in a silk robe and wearing a mask with strange patterns appeared beside Sengoku. A hoarse voice echoed dearly from beneath the mask. Sengoku gave a nod, though inwardly, he was unimpressed. The sea churned violently. Only a few pieces of wreckage floated atop the water, with the occasional scorched, rotting limb, completely unidentifiable. According to the Holy Land Marijois, the exact time of the incident was determined by the moment Saint Zildji's Vivre card burned to ash. And from that moment to Sengoku's arrival at the scene, 3 full hours had passed. 3 hours, enough for the raging sea to swallow up any remaining traces or evidence. At this point, what good would sending a diving team even do? All this effort over a dead celestial dragon. They'd even let Bandai World slip away in the process. Sengoku couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. Still, no matter how absurd it seemed, this was a direct order from the world government. No matter his discontent or misgivings, Sengoku would carry out the task to the best of his ability. The government had already issued a gag order. If word of this incident got out, it would tarnish the government's authority and damage its image. And this case involved a celestial dragon, sensitive and complicated. It was a real headache. Sengoku subconsciously glanced toward a nearby section of the deck, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. While he, the fleet admiral, was running himself ragged, his adjutant Borsellino. That bastard was lounging on a beach chair sipping watermelon juice like none of this had anything to do with him. Borsellino. Sengoku gritted his teeth and roared. We're in the middle of a mission. Hearing Sengoku's shout, Borsellino raised both hands in mock surrender and grinned. I'm coming, I'm coming. He slowly set down the juice, got up from the chair, and walked over. What did you find? Sengoku snapped impatiently. Let me take a look. Borsellino stroked the stubble on his chin with one hand, pushed up his sunglasses, and stared intently at the crime scene. 2 seconds later, his mouth opened slightly as if he'd stumbled upon something amusing. He said in an exaggerated tone, spooky stuff. The celestial dragon died so cleanly. Not even a scrap of flesh left behind. The air turned cold. The deck fell into an eerie silence. Caw. Caw. A few crows flapped across the sky. Sengoku. Cipher Pol 0 Agent. Marines. Borsellino, Sengoku. Feeling the killing intent rise from the Cipher Pol 0 agent beside him, Sengoku's eye twitched violently. He fought the overwhelming urge to slam that yellow monkey into the ground, gritting his teeth as he growled, Borsellino, you damn brat. Get the hell out of my sight. Borsellino raised his hands again, face full of innocence. All right. He walked back with a look of regret, muttering, you were the one who asked me to help, you know. Then he laid back down on the beach chair and leisurely picked up his watermelon juice. Nothing I can do about it. Hearing Borsellino's mutter, Sengoku's face turned pale, then white. His expression twitched as his fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself across the face. If only he'd made Sakazuki his adjutant instead. The two of them had graduated from the Naval Academy together at the top of their class, both hailed as monsters. At least that gloomy brat Sakazuki wasn't so infuriating. How did I ever choose Borsellino, that damn bastard? Sengoku groaned and held his forehead. But there was no use regretting it now. Sakazuki was far too extreme, paranoid, ruthless toward pirates, and prone to disobeying orders. That was something Sengoku absolutely couldn't tolerate. Even if Borsellino often drove him mad, at least he followed orders. Sengoku let out a deep sigh. Facing the cold, indifferent face of Cipher Pol 0 agent, he forced a smile and was just about to speak. Buruburu. Buruburu. The sudden ringing of the military dendenmushi cut off Sengoku mid-sentence. He frowned, shot Cipher Pol 0 agent an apologetic glance, and picked up the call. This is Sengoku. A loud, boisterous laugh burst through the line. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku. How's it going on your end? You've taken care of Bandai World, right? I'm all done here. You wouldn't believe it, my iron fists smashed that guy Chinjiao's head in so hard it caved right in. Man, that was one hell of a fight. Ha 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 ha. The dendenmushi cheerfully mimicked a face with flared nostrils laughing hysterically. Sengoku chuckled. Chinjiao the drill, leader of the Happo Navy, world-renowned for that iron head of his. And you actually dented it? He must be grinding his teeth in rage right now, Garp. He gave a tired shake of his head. My mission was a bust. An emergency came up, and Bandai World got away. An emergency? What kind of emergency? Garp scratched his head, then squinted suspiciously. Doesn't add up. Hey. Sengoku, don't tell me you just couldn't beat Bandai World and made up some excuse? Sengoku scowled. Get lost. I'm busy. A celestial dragon died in the North Blue. I'm here on orders from the world government to investigate. The moment the words left his mouth, Sengoku instantly regretted it. Sure enough, Garp's loud laughter exploded from the Den Mushi. Ha 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 ha. A celestial dragon died? Serves him right. Shame I don't know who did it, or I'd shake their hand myself. Ha 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 ha. Beautiful death. With every burst of Garp's laughter, Sengoku's face darkened further. The killing intent radiating from the Cypher Pulse Zero agent beside him grew stronger, thick enough to chill the air. Come on, Sengoku. It's just one celestial dragon. Who cares? They've got loads of them in the Holy Land. Just do a bit of fake investigating to make it look good. Trash like that deserves it anyway. Ha 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 ha. Watching Garp ramble on with growing enthusiasm, Sengoku nervously glanced at the motionless Cypher Pulse Zero agent next to him. Finally, he clenched his jaw and gave a friendly reminder. Garp, you can't talk like that. We're talking about a world noble of the highest status. Please, Sengoku, spare me the act. Don't think I don't know how you really feel, Sengoku jolted, quickly clutching the Den Mushi and bellowing, Garp. The world government's Cypher Pulse Zero agent rep is standing right next to me. The deck fell instantly silent. 1 second later, everything I just said? Doesn't count. I take it all back. The Den Mushi mimicked Garp's face, frantically denying it. Then, Buru, the call cut off abruptly. Sengoku. He stared in stunned silence for a few seconds. Then he blinked, cleared his throat, put the Den Mushi away, and turned to Cypher Pulse Zero agent, who remained dead silent. His expression suddenly shifted to one of extreme seriousness and gravity. In a solemn tone, he declared, right. Let's begin the investigation. Under Cypher Pulse Zero agent's hollow, emotionless gaze, Sengoku raised a clenched fist, righteously declaring, at all costs. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. We will get to the bottom of this. Chapter 40, Kizaru's suspicion. The waves rolled and churned. On the deck of the warship, Sengoku paced back and forth restlessly, hands clasped behind his back, his expression heavy with concern. Snowflakes drifted down from the gray sky, settling on his hair and uniform, but he paid them no mind. Splash. With the sound of waves crashing, heads began to surface from the sea. It was the diving unit returning. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, the official ship has been completely destroyed. Most of the wreckage has been scattered by the currents. We've found no meaningful remnants. But what we can confirm is this: the ship was destroyed in a very short time. The ammunition and gunpowder stored in the main cabin ignited, causing a fire and explosion. One of the divers, dripping wet, quickly climbed aboard, saluted, and gave his report. So it really is like this? Sengoku's heart sank. From the traces left on the surface, he had already suspected as much, but people always hope for some margin of error. Frowning, he turned toward the silent Cypher Pulse Zero agent member nearby. What about the surveillance Den Mushi? If I'm not mistaken, official world government ships are required to carry surveillance Den Mushi to ensure the celestial dragon's safety. Cypher Pulse Zero agent paused for a moment without replying, then silently turned and walked toward the cabin. Sengoku blinked, momentarily stunned, before quickly following behind. Once they were inside and the cabin door was shut, making sure no one else was around, the Cypher Pulse Zero agent member slowly pulled a single image transmitting Den Mushi from within his robes and placed it on the table. There was surveillance equipment on board. Normally, anyone who boards the ship is captured immediately on the recording. His voice was low, the eerie mask with its strange patterns staring blankly at Sengoku. The empty gaze behind it sent an inexplicable chill through Sengoku. This is the footage from that time. Sengoku instinctively reached out to activate the Den Mushi, but the Cypher Pulse Zero agent suddenly stepped forward, pressing down on his hand and saying coldly, "This footage involves the privacy of the world government and the celestial dragons. No matter what you see, it is not to be shared." Sengoku looked at him and replied calmly, "I understand." Only then did the Cypher Pulse Zero agent withdraw his gloved hand. As the image Den Mushi began projecting, a faint white light filled the dim cabin. Multiple surveillance feeds from different angles appeared before Sengoku's eyes. The first image to appear, a harbor shaped like a white crescent moon. It looked unusually quiet due to the clearance operations, once bustling, now desolate. The sky was overcast and gray, snow falling heavily, casting a sorrowful atmosphere over the scene. In one of the feeds, Sengoku saw several Cypher Pol 1 agents in black suits hauling heavy crates into the main cabin. Then, Saint Zilds appeared, wearing his signature glass dome, swaggering arrogantly onto the official ship under Cypher Pol 1 agent escort. The sails snapped in the wind as the ship pulled away from the harbor. From different surveillance angles, Sengoku saw a little girl, eyes swollen from crying, her hands and feet shackled. Cypher Pol agents dragged her roughly into a separate cabin, where she curled up helplessly in a dark corner, trembling in despair. He saw Cypher Pol 1 agents on the deck, smoking and joking without a care. He saw mountains of gold and silver stacked in the main cabin. He saw a celestial dragon whipping a woman to the sound of saxophone music, dancing ecstatically in a frenzy. In just a few short moments, he witnessed both paradise and hell on earth, decadence and brutality, splendor and hopelessness, separated by nothing but a single wall. Such jarring contrasts played out before his eyes, all at once. What he didn't realize was that his fists had clenched tightly at some point. Suddenly, the footage froze, then dissolved into static. Sengoku stared in stunned silence. What about the rest of the surveillance footage? Snapping back to his senses, Sengoku took a deep breath to suppress the discomfort in his chest and asked stiffly. A raspy, cold voice echoed from beneath the Cypher Pol 0 agent's eerie mask. That was all of it. The surveillance Tendenmachi on the official ship only transmitted for an instant before the signal was completely cut off. The footage vanished with it. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. He blurted out, "You're saying the entire ship was sunk, and everyone aboard killed in under a second?" Even as he said it, he found it hard to believe. Given how thoroughly official world government ships were equipped with surveillance Tendenmachi, it should have been impossible for anyone to infiltrate unnoticed. Even if someone dared to attack a celestial dragon, they would have had to deal with the Cypher Pol agents on board. Cypher Pol 1 agent, though primarily tasked with intelligence gathering and analysis, were elite operatives trained through the government's specialized programs. Each of them had combat strength comparable to a Marine headquarters officer at the very least. With them present, even in an ambush, the surveillance should have at least captured the attacker's appearance or silhouette. Yet the footage cut off in an instant. From Sengoku's perspective, there was only one possible explanation. The attacker destroyed the entire ship in a split second, before anyone could react, and from a distance outside the surveillance Tendenmachi's range. The Cypher Pol 0 agent member stayed silent. But silence was answer enough. Sengoku's expression turned grim and intense. Someone capable of that much power. He folded his arms, brows furrowed deeply in thought. To obliterate a ship instantly from afar. There weren't many on the seas who could do that, but the number wasn't zero. By Marine standards, even a vice admiral couldn't pull it off so easily. In a flash, name after name echoed in Sengoku's mind. Each one a terrifying figure known across the world, their faces flashing through his memory. Suddenly, the Cypher Pol 0 agent spoke again. According to the Cypher Pol department's analysis of the remaining wreckage, the attack wasn't carried out with swordsmanship. So they've ruled out a great swordsman? Sengoku blinked, but then shook his head. That doesn't mean much. Long-range slashes could cause that level of destruction, but someone that powerful would typically have multiple methods of attack. Whitebeard and Shiki the Golden Lion are prime examples. As if something had just occurred to him, he pulled out a military Tendenmachi and dialed headquarters. Within 3 seconds, the line connected. Sengoku's face was stern as he spoke. Hey, Tsuru, it's Sengoku. Yes. I'm investigating the attack on the Celestial Dragon. Can you check for me? Have there been any signs of Whitebeard, Roger, or Shiki in the past 3 days? What? None of them have appeared in the North Blue recently? Sengoku fell silent for a moment. Alright, I understand. Thanks, Tsuru. He put the Tendenmachi away and began pacing inside the dim cabin, muttering to himself. So it's not one of those guys. Then based on the scene, the nature of the attack, and the fact that a celestial dragon was the target, the most likely attacker would be... Sengoku's serious expression suddenly twitched into something a little more odd. Burned Eye World. A long-range attack that could destroy an official ship in an instant. Brutal and violent, unafraid to strike at the world government or celestial dragons. And the location just happened to be North Blue. If the timing of the incident hadn't coincided with his pursuit of Burned Eye World, Sengoku would have already pegged the world destroyer as the culprit. Was the trail cold again? Sengoku rubbed his temples. Just then, knock knock knock. The sound of knocking broke the silence. Sengoku paused. Using observation haki, he sensed it was Borsalino at the door. After a brief hesitation, he turned off the image Tendenmachi and called out, "Come in." Borsalino opened the door and stepped inside. "Admiral Sengoku, I think I've figured out who attacked the Celestial Dragon's ship. He strolled leisurely into the cabin. Cypher Pol Zero agent raised an eyebrow. Sengoku's eyes lit up. What do you think? With a wide grin, Borsalino puffed out his chest and said solemnly, Sea Kings. He stood tall and proud, looking smug. Sengoku. Cypher Pol Zero agent. A second later, the sound of Sengoku exploding in rage echoed through the ship, shaking the entire warship. You damn bastard, get the hell out. Chapter 41, A Performance North Blue, Kiev Island. Kiev Island was a small, neutral territory in the North Blue. With only a town of a few thousand residents and no allegiance to any nation, it had slowly become a haven for all kinds of illicit forces due to its lack of governance. Thieves ran rampant. The mafia ruled the streets. Pirate ships docked at the rundown harbor without a care. Gunshots occasionally rang out in the alleys. At the port, Darren and Momonga stood side by side, smoking. Their black hooded coats concealed their figures almost entirely, making them unrecognizable. The dock bustled with crowds. Shouts, bartering, and the scraping of crates against the ground filled the air. The place reeked. Rotting fish, spoiled fruit, expired spices, human waste, even dismembered corpses floated by the shore. The stench was enough to make one believe they'd stumbled into hell itself. Is everything set? Darren squinted at a merchant ship slowly pulling out of port, smoke curling from his lips as he asked. Yeah. I didn't show my face. We passed her off to a mafia group under our control. There's no way it'll trace back to us. She's heading somewhere new. Starting over with a new life. Momonga spoke quietly, expression solemn. His face was calm, but his heart pounded. No need to be so tense. Darren noticed his unease and turned, grinning as he patted his shoulder. Aside from her, no one on that ship made it out alive. Even if they do open an investigation, they won't find a thing. As far as the world knows, that little flower girl went down with the official ship. Momonga took a deep drag from his cigarette and rolled his eyes. Easy for you to say. Even now, his palms were still sweating just thinking about what Darren had pulled off. That was a celestial dragon. A so-called god with absolute power and status. But still, after hearing the operation had succeeded, there was an undeniable sense of satisfaction inside him. He couldn't help but recall the innocent, pure smile on that little girl's face when they said goodbye. Maybe, for a smile like that, the risk had been worth it. Darren, you were right. That celestial dragon really did deserve to die. What about her father? What do we do with him? Momonga exhaled a cloud of smoke, voice low. Darren paused to think. Won't be long before someone gets sent to investigate Basha Island. We can't tell her father the truth yet. We'll need him to play along, put on a show. Momonga's pupils narrowed slightly. An investigation? I thought you said they wouldn't find anything. Darren sneered. They won't. He had used his magnet fruit model, magnetism human devil fruit powers to completely block the surveillance Tendenmushi's signal. Even if the government went through the footage afterward, all they'd see was a sudden signal loss. And from that, they'd conclude that the ship was destroyed in an instant. That would naturally shift the investigation toward high-level threats, those with terrifying power. He was just a mere captain in the eyes of headquarters. No one would suspect him. But either way, the investigation team has to at least put on a show. That's the only way to give the government a proper explanation. Momonga suddenly understood, then frowned. You think the government will keep digging into this? Darren shook his head. Not a chance. They don't have the patience for it. The key point is, this celestial dragon incident is still under wraps. Aside from the investigation team and a few top brass, no one else knows a thing. And with no one aware, there's no real political pressure on the government. This time, the incident involving the celestial dragons was completely different from the Sabati Archipelago incident in the original timeline. Back then, Luffy, the Straw Hat himself, punched a celestial dragon right in public view. Everyone on the island saw it. Word spread fast that a celestial dragon had been attacked, and the world government was forced to respond harshly under mounting political pressure. An admiral was dispatched. Kizaru led a crusade against the Straw Hats, but the mission ultimately failed. In the end, all they could do was haul in 500 unlucky pirates to save face. But this time, things were different. No one knew a celestial dragon had died. The clues and evidence had been sealed off completely. This investigation would only end in a quiet sweep under the rug. Listening to Darren's analysis, Momonga couldn't help but sigh. I honestly don't know how your mind works. You're from the North Blue, yet your insight into the upper ranks is that sharp. But if the investigation digs deep enough, Tokukake and Jian might start piecing things together. Aren't you worried they'll slip? He turned to Darren, a faint trace of concern in his voice. No matter how you looked at it, Tokukake and Jian were still outsiders to the North Blue Marines. And they hadn't exactly had a good impression of Darren from the start. Darren chuckled. Even if they suspect something, they won't speak up. They wouldn't dare. He looked out at the filthy, soot-stained harbor, a calm ease in his demeanor, as if this was where he belonged. They're good people. Better than me. Better than you. Better than most in this world. They're too clean, too pure. That's their greatest strength, and their biggest weakness. I did what they wanted to do but didn't have the guts to. So of course, they would stay silent. And once they made their choice, the captain's eyes turned sharp, with a hint of something deeper. They're already aboard our ship. Momonga felt a jolt in his chest. He took a deep breath, then let out a bitter laugh. So you used them too? You really are a devil. Darren just smiled, unbothered. Momonga, you know something? Life, real life, has never been about good versus evil. It's always been about choosing the greater evil or the lesser one. This world's already upside down. Pure justice has no place to survive. Most Marines either swallow their pride and become watchdogs for the government, or they stand by helplessly, watching crimes unfold with no power to stop them. But me? I refuse to be a dog. And I refuse to be a bystander. He turned, eyes firm, locked onto his longtime adjutant, comrade, and partner. His gaze was defiant and unwavering. One day, all of this will change. But until then, I have to be the devil. He exhaled a plume of smoke like a dragon rising, voice layered with meaning. Because we've already been living in hell for a long time. Momonga stood there, listening in silence, lost in thought. Then, as if shaking off the weight of his words, Darren's expression eased again. He flicked away his cigarette and stretched with a lazy yawn. Come on, let's head back. Time to welcome our Admiral Sengoku, he said with a grin. Basha Island. A massive, battle-worn warship slowly approached the dock. Its bow was shaped like a giant Buddha, and grim-faced Marines stood at attention on the deck, clearly elite forces. Civilians and merchants at the port stood frozen in shock as they stared at the behemoth, its massive cannons and oppressive aura radiating the unmistakable presence of war. Instinctively, they stepped back and scattered, hearts pounding in awe and fear. It was like a floating fortress. Sengoku led a group of Marines down from the deck. Hidden among the crowd, a masked Cypher Pol Zero agent quietly observed. This island. Sengoku frowned as he took in the blue-tiled roofs and white walls that defined Basha Island's architecture. An aide stepped up beside him and whispered a few words in his ear. So that's how it is. Sengoku let out a quiet sigh. Although he was clearly displeased with how Basha Island's city government operated, he could only shake his head helplessly. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the street. Sengoku looked up, and a warm smile quickly spread across his face. Jian and Tokakake were approaching, leading over 100 Marines in tight formation. Admiral Sengoku. The two stopped in front of him and saluted smartly. The surrounding onlookers gasped in disbelief. That plain-looking man with black-rimmed glasses and a strange seagull hat, was actually a Marine headquarters admiral? One of the world government's top fighting forces? Good, very good. Looks like your time in the North Blue has helped you grow. Sengoku studied the two of them, a look of approval gradually forming in his eyes. From the aura he sensed through his observation haki, both Jian and Tokakake had become significantly stronger since leaving Maniford. Seems that Brat Darren really put in some effort training you. At the mention of that name, both Jian and Tokakake's expressions darkened with visible irritation and frustration. But tell me, why are only the two of you here? Where are Darren and Momonga? Sengoku glanced around as he asked. Just as he finished speaking, a calm voice with a trace of laughter came from the other side of the street. Admiral Sengoku gracing the North Blue, what an honor for us. Everyone turned toward the voice. Darren and Momonga, both in uniform, were walking briskly toward them. But the moment Darren appeared, Sengoku keenly sensed through his observation haki. The people of Basha Island were looking at him with a mix of anger, resentment, and fear. It was the look of those who wanted to speak but dared not. This is... Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 42, Consensus Basha Island. City Hall, Conference Room. Everyone else had tactfully left, leaving only 5 people seated, Darren, Momonga, Jian, Sengoku, and Borsellino. This was an internal meeting of the North Blue Marines. Darren lit a cigar, gave a quick glance at Borsellino behind his toad-shaped sunglasses, then turned to Sengoku with a smile. So, how did the operation against Burned Eye World go, Admiral Sengoku? Looking at the Admiral's frustrated expression, Darren couldn't help but find it a little amusing. With 2 of the Marine headquarters' 3 admirals absent, Zephyr fully devoted to teaching and Garp refusing promotion, nearly all the menial and troublesome tasks had fallen squarely on Sengoku's shoulders. A truly pitiful burden to bear. Sengoku shook his head. Something happened along the way. The mission had to be called off. He took a small sip of tea, his sharp gaze sweeping across each face in the room. His expression grew solemn. The reason I've come here this time is precisely because of that. Noticing the seriousness in Sengoku's tone, Jian and the others sat up straighter, their faces turning grave. After a brief pause, Sengoku spoke slowly. One day ago, something happened in the North Blue that sent shockwaves through the world government. Not long after leaving Basha Island to return to the Holy Land Mary-Jo-Eyes, Saint Zild's, a celestial dragon, was attacked during the voyage. And killed on the spot. As soon as the words landed, Darren's expression changed dramatically, and he stood up abruptly. What? That's impossible. Momonga's face also showed the perfect amount of shock, stunned disbelief. Jian and Tokakake stiffened. Their eyes flicked instinctively toward Darren, as if something had just occurred to them, but when they saw the look of shock on his face, they hesitated, briefly stunned. Sengoku, overwhelmed by the chaos of the situation, didn't notice the subtle shift in their expressions. He simply rubbed his temples in frustration. Only Borsalino seemed to pick up on something, the smile at the corner of his lips turning a shade more knowing. The celestial dragon attack remains classified, Sengoku continued, but I've already received government orders to launch a full investigation. He sighed. But so far, the surveillance Tendenmachi on the official ship hasn't revealed any clues. What we do know is that the attacker's strength was terrifying. The world government's guards didn't even have time to react before the ship was completely destroyed. Here's the intel. Sengoku handed a document to Darren. Darren took it, skimmed through quickly, then muttered, wiping out a government ship in an instant. Even on the Grand Line, there are only a handful who could pull that off, let alone in a small sea like the North Blue. He passed the file along to Momonga and the others. Momonga quickly read it too. Even though he'd expected it, he was still shocked. The intel matched Darren's earlier analysis exactly. Sengoku's investigation had followed the same conclusions. Admiral Sengoku. Have you identified any suspects yet? Darren asked seriously. Since it happened in the North Blue, I have to take responsibility. I, along with the North Blue Marines, will fully cooperate with your investigation. Sengoku was clearly pleased with his attitude and nodded. Handing the North Blue over to you really was the right decision. That said, I've already reviewed all known individuals capable of something like this, but so far, no leads. I came to Basha Island to dig deeper. After all, considering the timeline, St. Zild's departed from Mary-Jo-Eyes from right here. I see. Darren nodded slowly, looking thoughtful. You were in charge of guarding St. Zild's during his time on Basha Island. Sengoku tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Before St. Zild's-sama set sail, did you notice anything strange on the island? Anyone unfamiliar? Anything unusual? After he spoke, Sengoku noticed Jian and Tokakake's expressions shift subtly. They looked like they wanted to speak but held back. To be honest, Admiral Sengoku. Darren spoke up slowly, his expression layered with complexity. Something did happen before St. Zild's-sama departed. Oh? Sengoku raised an eyebrow. What was it? Jian and Tokakake turned to look at Darren in surprise. The captain let out a sigh. It was an unfortunate event. After pausing to find the right tone, he began recounting the story of the flower-selling father and daughter on Basha Island. Bang! A massive fist slammed down, and the conference table in front of Sengoku splintered into pieces. Damn it! He shot to his feet, fists clenched so tightly they shook. It wasn't clear who exactly he was cursing. But in his mind flashed the image of a frail little girl being violently dragged into a ship's cabin, curled up and shivering in a dark corner. Jian and the others didn't dare speak as they watched the fury etched across Admiral Sengoku's face. It took a long moment before Sengoku finally forced himself to suppress the rage burning in his chest. This meeting is over. I'm tired. His voice was hoarse as he spoke, and without another word, he turned and left the room. Jian and the others hurried after him. Only Darren and Borsalino remained in the now silent conference room. Both wore faint, ambiguous smiles. It's been a while, Rear Admiral Borsalino. Darren suddenly broke the silence with a chuckle, pulling out a gold-embossed cigar and tossing it to Borsalino. Borsalino caught it, brought it under his nose for a sniff, and grinned. It's been years, but you haven't changed one bit, Darren. Still living the good life. Darren lit a cigar for himself, shrugged. Being a Marine is hard enough. No reason to make it harder on yourself, right? Borsalino gave him a long, deliberate look, then suddenly smiled. Looks like you're doing just fine here in the North Blue. He paused, his tone layered with meaning. Darren. This is just the beginning, isn't it? Darren smiled calmly. Who knows? I'm not a fan of trouble. Learned that from you, actually. Borsalino scratched his head, looking slightly troubled. Yeah. Trouble's never a good thing. But trouble always finds its way to you, Darren replied. Just as long as it doesn't involve me. Borsellino stretched lazily, stood up, and walked toward the door. Thanks for the cigar. He waved casually behind him as he stepped out. But just as he reached the threshold, his steps halted. He turned back with a faint smile. By the way, I have a feeling the truth behind the Celestial Dragon incident isn't all that complicated. Oh? Rear Admiral Borsellino, what's your take? Darren flicked some ash off his cigar. Borsellino's sunglasses glinted with a strange light. I'd say it was probably just a seeking attack. A ship that big, sailing out in the open like that, pretty easy target, wouldn't you say? Just an accident. Don't you agree, Darren? Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. Borsellino stared at the captain sitting there smoking, as if trying to read something from his face. But Darren only answered coolly, sharp as ever, Rear Admiral Borsellino. I think so too. They locked eyes for a few moments. Then both laughed, like a pair of cunning foxes. Chapter 43, Eliminate All Impossibilities the next day. Basha Island, City Hall Meeting Room. After a full day of intelligence gathering and investigation, the final meeting on the Celestial Dragon attack officially began. Everyone took their seats. The room was so quiet, a pin could drop. The only sound came from Sengoku flipping through the intel files. No one spoke. Everyone waited in silence. After a few minutes, Sengoku closed the file, looked up, and swept his gaze across the room. Let's hear your thoughts. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Everyone exchanged glances. In the end, it was Borsellino who spoke up first. With a smile, he said, my stance hasn't changed. Judging from the surveillance footage, this incident was most likely just an accident. The odds of a seeking attack aren't high, but not impossible either. Sengoku rolled his eyes and didn't even bother responding to the lazy remark. He turned instead to the top officer of the North Blue Marines. Darren, what's your take? Darren considered his words, then spoke in a steady tone. Admiral Sengoku, I agree with Rear Admiral Borsellino's assessment. There's a saying from my hometown. Once you've ruled out all the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. In truth, there's no one in the North Blue capable of instantly destroying a world government vessel. We've already ruled out every other possibility. So the only logical conclusion is that this was indeed an attack by a Sea King. Sengoku frowned slightly. Just then, Darren turned to look at Giant and Tokakake. Perhaps Lieutenant Commanders Giant and Tokakake have a different view? Both Giant and Tokakake flinched at the sudden question. Under Darren's calm gaze, a sense of unease crept in. You two have something else in mind? Sengoku turned to them as well. Tokakake opened his mouth, but in his mind, he saw the image of the little girl's father on his knees, sobbing in despair. I agree with Captain Darren, Giant suddenly said, voice cold. Her fists were clenched so tightly her knuckles had turned pale. Tokakake turned to her in shock, caught completely off guard. Sengoku noticed the odd reaction between the two and was briefly puzzled, then quietly sighed in realization. To see civilians, the people they were sworn to protect, seized by a celestial dragon and turned into slaves. Yet be powerless to stop it, for people who believed in justice, that must have been a crushing blow. Sengoku shook his head. So in the end, is the truth really what Borsellino claimed? That thought lingered in his mind as he turned to glance at Borsellino, who sat looking completely zoned out. A strange expression crept onto Sengoku's face. Something about this didn't sit right. But he couldn't put his finger on it. Was it really a Sea King? Temporary office? So, this is your conclusion, Sengoku? A Sea King attack? Across from Sengoku sat a Cypher Pulse Zero agent clad in white silk robes. His voice was cold, and the lifeless eyes behind his eerie mask stared directly at him. You're not joking, are you? The higher-ups won't accept that. Under the weight of Cypher Pulse Zero agent's stare, Sengoku felt a bit uncomfortable. He cleared his throat. Yes. As if trying to add weight to his words, he paused and then added, there's a saying from my hometown. Once you've ruled out the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Cypher Pulse Zero agent replied icily, Sengoku, do you really think the higher-ups will buy that? Sengoku fell silent. The Cypher Pulse Zero agent paused for a moment, then suddenly said, what about the little girl's father? I believe he should be interrogated. After all, he had a motive. Hearing that, a surge of anger rose in Sengoku's chest. He gritted his teeth. I don't believe there's anything suspicious about that man. He's just a civilian. He had already visited the little girl's father in secret. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, like a man who had lost his soul, just a shell, wandering through life. Exactly how a man who'd lost his beloved daughter would look. What was there to suspect? As for motive? Of course he had one. Saint Zild's had dragged the girl away by force. If he hadn't been a celestial dragon, guarded on all sides, the man wouldn't have hesitated to tear him apart the first chance he got. But the Cypher Pole Zero agent remained unmoved, replying coldly, "This case involves the world nobles. No level of caution is too much. Sengoku. Don't forget, this is a direct order from the government. As a Marine Admiral, you are expected to comply, without question." "I am complying with the government's orders." Sengoku cut him off sharply. He planted both hands on the desk and slowly rose to his feet. Leaning forward, he radiated an overwhelming pressure as he stared down at the Cypher Pole Zero agent. His voice was hoarse and forceful. "By our logic, everyone on Basha Island had a motive. What now? Are we going to arrest the entire island and torture them all for answers?" "If necessary," Cypher Pole Zero agent said flatly. Sengoku stared at him. And suddenly let out a bitter, almost ridiculous laugh. "Sorry. I can't do that. The seeking attack. That's the conclusion I reached from the investigation. As for that man who lost his daughter, he's just a broken, grieving father. Nothing more. Report it to the 5 elders." Cypher Pole Zero agent stared at Sengoku, who stood firm and unwavering, then fell silent for a few seconds. "Understood." Holy Land Mary Joais. World Government Headquarters, small Western-style villa. Steam rose from boiling green tea. The 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, stood or sat, expressions grim. The air was heavy with tension. "Honorable elders, this is the report from Sengoku." The Cypher Pole Zero agent's raspy voice came through the military denmushi. "We've received it." "Remain on standby," said the blonde 5 elders expressionlessly. "Yes, my lord." The line went dead. "What nonsense," Topman Warcurry sneered suddenly. "Actually, it's not entirely impossible," the blonde elder remarked out of nowhere. "I'm well aware of that," Topman Warcurry said, shaking his head. "But the Zild's family won't accept this explanation." At that, the other elders fell silent. They represented the interests of the celestial dragons, but in truth, the death of a useless, gluttonous noble didn't concern them. What did concern them? Was calming the fury of the powerful families back in the Holy Land. Saint Zild's may have been worthless, but his family wielded considerable influence in Mary Joais. Finding the truth, in essence, was just a way to appease them. Perhaps. "We need to broaden the scope of the investigation." The moment Topman Warcurry said that, the others all frowned. A cold gleam flickered in his aged eyes. "In my life, I've seen countless wars. And I've come to one conclusion. There are no such things as accidents in this world." The other 4 elders raised their brows. "What are you implying?" Topman Warcurry let out a cold laugh. "Sengoku's conclusion is absurd, yes. But he did say one thing that rang true: once you've ruled out the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. We've ruled out pirates. We've ruled out civilians. That leaves us with only one possibility." The others froze. "You don't mean?" "That's right. I suspect, though of course, it's only a possibility." Topman Warcurry narrowed his eyes. "The one responsible. Could it have been?" He slowly uttered a word that made the rest of the 5 elders shift slightly in their seats. "The Marines?" Chapter 44, First, eliminate him as a suspect. The Marines? As Topman Warcurry finished speaking, the remaining 5 elders all froze for a moment. Then, one after another, they turned to him with expressions of disbelief, confused, skeptical, even stunned. "What exactly are you implying?" "That's impossible. We're talking about the celestial dragons, the world nobles. They couldn't believe the Marines would ever dare to make a move against a celestial dragon. Not because they lacked the power, but because they wouldn't dare. As the largest enforcement arm under the world government, the Marines were fully dependent on government funding. While the Marines had, since their inception, maintained a relatively independent command structure, the world government still held considerable authority over them. Beyond the political constraints and the doctrine of celestial dragon supremacy, the sheer control over military funding alone was enough to keep the Marines on a tight leash. If there was anyone in this world least likely to strike at the celestial dragons, it was the Marines. "Are you sure your suspicion is grounded? If this turns out to be true, it will change the nature of everything. This is an extremely sensitive issue." The bald elder, who had remained silent while polishing his long sword, suddenly spoke in a raspy voice. Clad in samurai garb and sitting cross-legged, he held a sheathed blade across his lap. The katana shimmered under the lamplight, its purple-black flame patterns gleaming with a sinister, chilling edge. A peerless cursed sword. As he spoke, he lifted his head. His withered, Veiny arms continued to clean the sword as his clouded eyes, hidden beneath rimless glasses, fixed directly on Topman Warkuri, his old friend from childhood and fellow recipient of elite education. My fellow elders, I understand your concerns, Topman Warkuri said calmly. Despite his short stature, he radiated a power that felt like a mountain rising from flat ground. On the surface, it seems impossible for the Marines to have done this. But it's not absolute. He gave a cold smile. After all, there are plenty of fools in the Marines still clinging to their laughable sense of justice. And more importantly, our own kind has, at times, done things so despicable they defy reason. That is the basis of my suspicion. At those words, the others turned toward him again, expressions shifting. Topman Warkuri. What are you saying? Don't forget, your current power and position were granted to you by the very bloodlines you're criticizing. Mind your tone. Topman Warkuri met their anger with composure. I'm not insulting anyone. I'm simply stating facts. I come from the weakest and poorest of the 19 celestial dragon clans. I climbed to where I am today, and I understand our kind better than anyone. Tell me, am I wrong? Silence fell across the room. They knew. They knew all too well the corruption at the heart of the celestial dragons. Born into boundless wealth, absolute power, and the highest status, these people stood at the top without lifting a finger. Words like effort, morality, or struggle never figured into their lives. Their only goal was to seek pleasure. Each boundary crossed, each indulgence taken further, until it turned sick, twisted, and grotesque. Even the 5 elders themselves often found the celestial dragon's behavior disgusting. But bound by blood ties and the political weight of the Holy Land, they could only look away and keep silent. Topman. Investigating the Marines isn't off the table. But it must be done with care. Ethenbrun, the 5 elders member dressed in samurai robes, slowly rested his hand on the hilt of his cursed sword and spoke with a rasp. And it must have limits. Seeing his old friend speak first, Topman Warkuri smiled. He understood the meaning behind Ethenbrun's words perfectly. 2 things. First, the investigation can proceed, but discreetly, in secret. Second, it must not go too far. Push too hard, and there will be consequences. He spoke slowly. This is only natural. Sengoku's retreat has already left Khan quite displeased. If the Marines were to find out we're investigating them now, it would definitely spark a serious backlash. Of course, the investigation may amount to nothing. We're only entertaining a potential possibility. I won't insist on pursuing it if it leads nowhere. The other 5 elders exchanged glances. So, who should we choose? We can't use the Cypher Pol department, it's far too conspicuous. Once the Cypher Pol gets involved, the Marines will become wary. It's better to find someone within the Marines. But who would be suitable? As they discussed, their eyes eventually fell on Saint Topman Warkuri. Within the elite ranks of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land, the name Topman Warkuri was synonymous with strategic brilliance. It was precisely due to that reputation that they agreed to his proposal to investigate the Marines. Sensing the room's focus shifting toward him, the newly appointed supreme authority of the world government, Saint Topman Warkuri, lifted his head proudly, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As for the candidate, there are several conditions that must be met. He began analyzing clearly and methodically. First, the person must be intelligent, cautious, and capable. Only someone like that can carry out a covert investigation flawlessly. The others nodded in agreement. Second, they must possess a strong desire for power. Ideally someone from a lower background. That kind of person is easier to control. The 5 elders nodded thoughtfully, some even chuckling in approval. Third, they must not reek of that nauseating sense of justice. Saint Topman Warkuri spoke with ease, his aged eyes gleaming with shrewdness. And most importantly, the ideal scenario is that this person has an extremely bad public reputation, a foul name, and grovels before the world nobles. That would immediately eliminate them as a suspect. In summary, with confidence radiating from his expression, he swiftly picked up a Marine officer's personnel file and flipped through it. Then, smack. He slammed his hand down on a page. He's the best candidate. The other 5 elders leaned in. At first, they looked surprised, but smiles of satisfaction soon appeared on their faces. Humphrey, as expected of Topman Warkuri. I approve. Seconded. Agreed. On that page, a striking Marine officer with short black hair and a cocky expression. Name, Rogers Darren. Position, Admiral of the North Blue, Captain of Marine Headquarters. Evaluation, extremely power-hungry, greedy, lecherous, exploits civilians, infamous reputation. Nickname, the Scum of the Marines. As he listened to his peers' unanimous approval, Saint Topman Warkuri grinned with pride. He stared at the photo of the black-haired Marine. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if fate had linked them somehow. As he had once said, his own family was the weakest of the 19 celestial dragon lineages. Even as a child, he had vowed to be different. So he endured the finest education, survived the harshest trials, and even fought in brutal, unforgiving wars under false names, his body bearing more than 100 wounds both large and small. He had devoured strategy texts, sharpened his intellect, and used his unrivaled cunning and strength to claw his way up through one ruthless power struggle after another. And now, he had reached the rank of one of the 5 elders. He had to prove himself. Prove that he was wiser, stronger, more capable, and more commanding than the others. Only then, without the backing of the Council of Elders, could he secure his seat among the 5 elders, and eventually become the one who stands above them all. For most, the Celestial Dragon incident was a disaster. For him, it was an opportunity. Gazing at the smiling photo of the black-haired Marine, Saint Topman Warcurry felt as if destiny itself was smiling back at him. Chapter 45, Gotta Pay More. North Blue, Basha Island. A private estate. This way, please. Captain Darren is waiting for you in the parlor. Momonga looked at the Cypher Pol Zero agent who had come to the door and gestured politely. The estate was massive, spanning over 2,000 square meters, with rock gardens, landscaped courtyards, fountains, and even a training ground, fully equipped with all manner of facilities. As he led the Cypher Pol Zero agent through the lush garden, cold sweat began to seep into the palms beneath his leather gloves. Cypher Pol Zero agent had come personally, asking to meet Darren by name. Had the government sensed something? Momonga forced himself to stay calm, instinctively quickening his pace until they reached the parlor doors. Captain Darren. He raised his hand in salute. Inside, Darren sat with his legs crossed, leisurely smoking a cigar. Smiling, he stood and walked over warmly. A guest of your stature, I apologize for not greeting you at the door. The eerie mask hid the Cypher Pol Zero agent's expression, but a cold, emotionless voice came from beneath it. Captain Darren, I come on behalf of one of the highest authorities in the world government. Lord Topman Warcurry. Oh? Darren raised an eyebrow, motioned for the agent to sit, then walked over to the bar and poured 2 glasses of whiskey, dropping a few ice cubes in each. He'd heard of the man. A newly appointed member of the 5 elders from a minor celestial dragon family, who had managed, through sheer strength and cunning, to secure the majority vote in the Holy Lands Council. In one stroke, he rose to the top ranks of the world government. It was, no doubt, a story worth telling. Still, that name. It carried a certain unease. It was said to symbolize immense power, yet it was unstable, easily seized by others. In other words, a lingering fear of catastrophe. I wonder what orders Lord Topman Warcurry has for me? Darren handed a glass of whiskey to Cypher Pol Zero agent, then sat down and casually took a sip. Cypher Pol Zero agent didn't touch the drink. He simply set the glass down and glanced expressionlessly at Momonga. Momonga gave another salute, turned, and left the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Only then did Cypher Pol Zero agent retrieve a top-secret military dendenmushi from his coat and place it on the polished table, dialing a signal. Blub blub. The dendenmushi let out a steady ring. Darren narrowed his eyes at the sight. To require a direct call with the 5 elders. Just how classified was this? If he weren't absolutely sure he hadn't left behind any evidence or traces, he'd be thinking the government was preparing to take him out. The call connected. SHFF, a projection beamed out from the dendenmushi. Inside a refined yet imposing Western-style room, 5 elderly figures stood or sat, their eyes filled with a strange gleam as they studied the Marine captain. Upon seeing this, Darren immediately set down his glass with respectful caution, stood up, and gave a slight bow. Rogers Darren, Captain of Marine Headquarters and Admiral of the North Blue, greets the 5 elders. The 5 elders sneered in unison at his display. Enough with the theatrics. We all know exactly what kind of man you are. The infamous scum of the Marines. Darren smiled faintly. You flatter me, my lords. The 5 elders. Darren chuckled. So, may I ask what business requires the 5 elders to contact a subordinate directly? Fleet Admiral Sengoku is also on Basha Island. You could have reached out to him anytime. No need, Topman Warcurry interrupted with a wave of his hand. This matter is not for Sengoku to know. His gaze sharpened as he looked directly at Darren. Regarding the recent attack on the celestial dragons in the North Blue, we hold a different view. Darren frowned, cautiously probing. What exactly do you mean, my lord? Topman Warcurry let out a cold snort. We're ordering you to begin a covert investigation, look into the movement of marine warships at the time of the incident, and all personnel with flight or flight-like abilities. You're the highest-ranking officer in the North Blue. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Darren's eyes widened in shock. You suspect? What exactly? Topman Warcurry replied indifferently. You know very well what we suspect. If you want to remain Admiral of the North Blue, then follow orders. Darren's face darkened. You want me to investigate my fellow officers? I'm a Marine. You're asking me to investigate my own comrades? You want me to betray the trust of those who serve alongside me? The 5 elders all furrowed their brows. So, are you saying you intend to defy the orders of the government? Darren took a deep breath and replied in a low, steady voice. No. What I'm saying is. He clenched his fists and spoke with force. The rank of captain is too low. The 5 elders stared in stunned disbelief, as though they'd just heard something utterly absurd. This brat. Was he seriously asking for a promotion? In front of them. A mere Marine captain, demanding authority from the 5 elders, the highest echelon of the world government? Ha 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 ha. Topman Warcurry suddenly burst out laughing, his eyes gleaming with approval as he looked at Darren. Very good. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. To the world government, the Marines are their face, the dogs of the celestial dragons. And the more ambitious and greedy the dog, the easier it is to control. What truly troubled the 5 elders were the stubborn ones loyal to their own ideals, immune to pressure and bribery. Do your job well, Darren. With your talent, staying a mere captain really would be a waste. Topman Warcurry gave Darren a meaningful look before cutting off the Dendenmushi call. The image faded out. The Cypher Pulse Zero agent silently packed away the Dendenmushi and stood up. Not staying for a drink? Darren grinned. After all, we'll be working together under the same lords from now on. The Cypher Pulse Zero agent hesitated, took a sip from the glass, then vanished on the spot, his figure flickering away like a ghost. Once Cypher Pulse Zero agent was gone, Darren's smile slowly faded. A faint arc of purplish-blue electricity sparked between his fingers. An invisible magnetic pulse rippled outward. No sign of Cypher Pulse Zero agent's life signature. Satisfied, he tapped the table lightly. Momonga stepped in briskly from outside. What happened? Lighting a cigar, Darren spoke calmly. The world government's starting to suspect that the Marines might have been involved in the Celestial Dragon incident. One of the 5 elders contacted me directly. It's that new one, Topman Warcurry. Momonga's pupil shrank. Topman Warcurry, the newest of the 5 elders, known for his intellect. At his recent inauguration, the Master of Ceremonies had read out the meaning behind the name given to him by his father, a symbol of the supreme blade of judgment, suspended above the world, commanding all to submit, representing the ultimate divine authority over power and privilege. Could they really have uncovered something? Darren cut him off with a smile and a shake of his head. No need to panic. They're only suspicious for now. They've ordered me to begin a secret investigation targeting all Marines. This is bad. Damn it. Momonga swore instinctively, then paused, realizing something was off. Wait. He stared at the smiling Darren in disbelief. You mean? They told you to investigate? Darren exhaled a stream of smoke like a dragon and grinned broadly. That's right. They asked me to investigate. He heavily emphasized me. A truly wise decision. Darren winked. After all, a notorious, shameless, bootlicking, power-worshipping Marine scum like me would never dare attack the Celestial Dragons, right? Momonga's face flushed crimson, his expression twisted into something hard to describe. What was this supposed to be? Did he just eliminate the real culprit by default? Chapter 46, Some wisdom, not much so. What do you plan to do? Are you really going to investigate the Marines? Momonga furrowed his brows, lighting a cigar without thinking, concern showing in his eyes as he looked at the Marine captain before him. Even though this was a direct order from the highest authority of the world government, the targets of the investigation were fellow Marines, his own people. No matter how you looked at it, Momonga couldn't help but feel uneasy about the so-called mission. Investigate? Why not? Darren casually lifted his glass, took a sip, and gave a mocking smile. This is an order directly from the great and noble 5 elders. Of course we have to handle it beautifully. But now that the Celestial Dragon attack incident is under my jurisdiction, we hold the initiative. Momonga glanced at him, unable to suppress a slight chuckle. One had to admit, Topman Warcurry, hailed as the most brilliant mind in 100 years, did indeed possess uncanny insight to have caught on to the irregularities in this case. But still. Not quite enough. Letting the culprit chase down the culprit. Momonga's lips twitched. But this can't be dragged out any longer. We need to close this case quickly. Darren took a long drag from his cigar, his deep-set eyes gleaming. As long as this remains unresolved, Cypher Pulse Zero agent and the investigation team won't leave the North Blue. And I don't like being watched. Momonga nodded in agreement. Since the arrival of the investigation team, many of their operations had been put on hold. With Sengoku, the fleet admiral himself, present, it was hard to push anything too far. The next day. Basha Island City Hall. Conference room. What? The investigation into the Celestial Dragon attack is being handed over entirely to Darren? Sengoku stared at the government order cipher Paul Zero agent had just presented, his face full of disbelief as he blurted out in shock. Giant and Tokacake turned their heads in sync, looking at Darren like they'd just heard something absurd. Wearing a mask and draped in a long white silk robe, the cipher Paul Zero agent read the government decree in a flat, indifferent tone, in light of Admiral Sengoku's pressing duties at Marine Headquarters, and the urgency of pursuing the pirate Bandai world. The investigation into the Celestial Dragon attack incident is hereby fully transferred to the North Blue's Supreme Commander, Captain Rogers Darren, effective immediately. After finishing, Cipher Paul Zero agent cast a cold glance at Darren. The matter is urgent. Captain Darren, begin the investigation at once. Darren gave a courteous nod and smiled. Rest assured. Cipher Paul Zero agent gave a short nod and turned to leave. But Sengoku couldn't hold back. Didn't I already submit my findings? This was clearly an accident. The one who attacked Saint Zild's was a Sea King. His voice trailed off, faltering. Because Cipher Paul Zero agent was now staring at him with a cold, disdainful look, like they were watching a fool. Seeing Sengoku awkwardly sink back into his seat, the Cipher Paul Zero agent member remained silent and slowly faded into nothingness, vanishing from the room. Now, only the Marines remained, seated in silence. The room was dead quiet. Giant and Tokacake exchanged a subtle glance. Why was the investigation handed to Darren? Tokacake's eyes were wide. How should I know? It came straight from the top. Giant's brows furrowed deeply. Tokacake arched an eyebrow. Could it be that Saint Zild's death really wasn't his doing? I just don't think it's that simple. Giant narrowed her eyes. Apostrophe. Tokacake. Hey, hey, hey. What's with the weird faces and whispering over there? Sengoku snapped, clearly annoyed. Giant and Tokacake immediately sat up straight. Perhaps Lieutenant Commanders Giant and Tokacake have new thoughts about the investigation? At those words, both officers shuddered. Looking up, they saw the North Blue Admiral calmly smoking a cigar, gazing at them with a half smile, half sneer. An inexplicable sense of unease welled up in them. No, nothing at all, Tokacake said with a sheepish grin. After giving the two troublemakers a light warning, Darren smiled and turned his gaze away. Darren, what's your take on all this? Why would the government hand the investigation over to you? Sengoku now fixed a serious gaze on him, his tone low and heavy. Darren paused for a moment, then said slowly, Admiral Sengoku, I think the government's decision makes perfect sense. Oh? Sengoku frowned slightly. Darren continued, this investigation into the Celestial Dragon incident has dragged on for too long. You're the fleet admiral, your responsibilities are already overwhelming. It wouldn't be efficient for you to keep leading the investigation and wasting time on it. Sengoku rubbed his temples and let out a sigh. In that case, they should have just accepted my findings and wrapped this up early. He suddenly shot a suspicious look at Darren. Or don't tell me. You've uncovered new intel or clues? Darren raised both hands in mock surrender. Of course not. Personally, I agree with Rear Admiral Borsellino's take on the matter. He gave Borsellino a friendly nod and smiled. The Celestial Dragon incident was, at its core, just an accident. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, a flicker of doubt passing through them as he murmured, if there's no new evidence, then the government had no reason to strip the investigation from me. That's great. Saves us a lot of hassle. Borsellino suddenly chimed in, lazily trimming his nails with a clipper, a grin on his face. He spoke like it was nothing, but Sengoku clearly picked up on the subtext. His eyes lit up. That's right. This was actually a blessing in disguise. He hadn't wanted to get involved in this mess anyway, thankless work, through and through. Now that Darren was taking full responsibility for the case, Sengoku could focus on his real priorities. Whether it was returning to Marine Headquarters at Maniford or continuing the hunt for Bandai World, either option beat hanging around here chasing ghosts over a dead celestial dragon. With that thought, Sengoku smiled in satisfaction. He looked up, cleared his throat, and spoke in a serious tone. Well then, since the government has placed such trust in you, Darren, you'd better do your best. Don't let them down. Darren smiled humbly. I'll still be counting on your guidance, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku's smile widened as he stood up and gave Darren a hearty pat on the shoulder. Then I'll leave it to you. That evening, after finishing his daily training at the grounds, Darren made his way back to his private residence on Basha Island, soaked in sweat. The sun was setting. His uniform was torn to shreds, hanging from his body like rags. His sharply defined muscles glistened with sweat, and his skin was marked with faint craters and scorched grime, evidence of taking bullets and artillery head-on. You really haven't changed at all. A lazy voice came from behind. Darren stopped, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he turned around. A tall figure stood in the twilight, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. His broad cloak was lit crimson by the setting sun. He stared at Darren's blood-stained, scarred body, a sly smile glinting beneath his sunglasses. Still living like a beast every day. Doesn't it wear you out? Darren tossed him a cigar and lit one for himself, chuckling. Not all of us are born monsters like you, Rear Admiral Borsellino. Chapter 47, got promoted too? Borsellino raised his hands in a mock gesture of surrender. How could that be? You're a man approved by Sakazuki. Why does that sound so wrong? Darren patted the dust off his hands. Borsellino gave him a long, steady look, then suddenly broke into a wide grin. So the government's starting to get suspicious? As expected from a guy as sharp as Kizaru, he caught on that quickly. That thought flashed through Darren's mind in an instant. As a transmigrator, Darren had a certain understanding of the original plot. But Borsellino was still someone he couldn't read. Even back when they worked together during Borsellino's time stationed in the North Blue, when Darren served as his subordinate, he could never quite figure out where the man stood. Unclear justice, huh? Could that really be called justice? What he could say for certain, though, was that this guy hid things deep, and never got himself into any trouble. A dozen thoughts raced through Darren's mind, but outwardly, he kept his usual smile. I'm just following orders. Borsellino exaggeratedly opened his mouth a bit and scratched his head. That's really strange. He shot Darren a meaningful glance. But I guess it makes sense. After all, you're the least suspicious one. This bastard. Always watching from the sidelines, enjoying the show no matter how big it gets. Darren's mouth twitched slightly. He was certain Borsellino had probably guessed something. This was another attempt to probe him. And yeah. That smile of his really made you want to punch it. That's for sure. Darren replied with a calm smile. If you're going to test me, I won't make it easy for you either. It's just. After thinking about the celestial dragon attack some more, I think I might have remembered something else. Oh? Borsellino asked, feigning surprise. What would that be? He looked at Darren with a mocking grin. I thought you were with me on this one, that the celestial dragon was attacked by a sea king? Who knows? People change their minds. Darren shrugged. Borsellino tilted his head. So what's your current take on it? Darren smiled and raised one finger. First, whoever attacked the celestial dragon had overwhelming firepower. They destroyed the government ship in a flash. Borsellino nodded with a smile as he watched him. Yes. Darren ignored the layered look in his eyes and raised a second finger. Second, based on the timeline, the attacker had to have been in the North Blue at the time of the incident. Borsellino stayed silent, still wearing that damned smile. And just stared at him. Darren raised a third finger. Third, I've already had our people check the registered warships and vessels across the North Blue. Nothing stood out. So the attacker most likely has high-speed flight capabilities. In summary, Rear Admiral Borsellino, there's one person I can think of who fits all three conditions. Oh? And who might that be? Borsellino asked with a casual smile, until he noticed Darren was staring straight at him. His smile froze. Ha 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 ha. I'm kidding. Darren suddenly burst into laughter. For some reason, seeing this smug Kizaru flinch gave him a strange, deeply satisfying sense of relief. Of course I'm on your side, Rear Admiral Borsellino. With that, Darren turned and walked into his private residence, waving casually behind him. Get some rest, Rear Admiral Borsellino. Tomorrow, you and Admiral Sengoku will be setting sail again. I'll be sure to see you off. In the setting sun, Borsellino stood silently. The mirrored surface of his oversized sunglasses clearly reflected Darren's retreating figure. The cooling breeze lifted the folds of the large cloak behind him. It's getting more and more interesting, Darren. He muttered to himself. The corners of his mouth curled up once again into an amused, intrigued smile. The next day. Basha Island, the harbor. The North Blue Navy, led by Darren, had already sealed off the port, organizing a grand and festive send-off for the departing Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Flowers lined both sides of the streets. Marines stood in formation. Salute cannons were fired. As fireworks burst into the sky in vibrant colors, the Marines aboard Sengoku's flagship watched with delight and pride on their faces. You little brat, always pulling these pointless stunts. Sengoku scolded Darren with mock irritation, though his face was already lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum. Darren bowed slightly with graceful composure. This has nothing to do with us subordinates. The North Blue Marines organized all of this on their own to show their admiration for Admiral Sengoku. You brat. Sengoku chuckled, waving a hand, feeling more and more fond of Darren the longer he looked at him. Capable, diligent, respectful, quick-witted, thoughtful, And best of all, good-looking and pleasant to have around. Now, compare that to his own adjutant. He hadn't even boarded the ship yet, and that guy was already sprawled out in a deck chair on the deck, basking in the sun and sipping watermelon juice. Who exactly was the admiral here? Just thinking about spending every day at sea staring at Borsellino's smug face put Sengoku in a foul mood. With a long, melancholic sigh, he slumped a little. Always hanging around making weird comments, throwing in "that's scary" at every opportunity. Just the thought was irritating. He must have been blind to ever pick that guy as his second-in-command. Blub blub. Blub blub. Suddenly, the den-den-mushi in Sengoku's coat began to ring. He paused, pulled it out, and connected the call. Sengoku. A hoarse voice came through. Hearing it, Sengoku's heart instantly sank. He straightened his posture and replied respectfully. Topman Warkuri-sama, regarding the Celestial Dragon incident, he automatically assumed the 5 elders were calling to push for progress and began to defend the delay. No, that matter has already been resolved. Topman Warkuri's voice sounded surprisingly cheerful over the den-den-mushi, even carrying a rare hint of a smile. Admiral Darren of the North Blue has submitted the case file. We're very pleased with his investigation results. Sengoku, you did well. That kid Darren made it clear in his report, without your guidance, he wouldn't have uncovered the truth behind this incident. Sengoku? He froze, completely baffled. The investigation results are in? When? It hasn't even been a day. Darren has been here on Basha Island the whole time. Unable to help himself, Sengoku turned to glance at Darren. The latter simply gave a modest bow and smiled, saying nothing. Sengoku, did you hear that? Before Sengoku could respond, Topman Warkuri's voice came from the den-den-mushi with a hint of irritation. Yes, I heard. Sengoku snapped back to attention and quickly answered. Well then, the government is very satisfied with your performance this time. Topman Warkuri's tone carried clear praise. You truly live up to your reputation as a wise general. Sengoku was still confused, but faced with praise from a 5 elder, he couldn't help but smile with a hint of pride. You flatter me, Warkuri-sama. You flatter me, Lord Warkuri. Alright, that's all for now. Oh, and that kid Darren, he is quite something. Topman Warkuri paused, then added, with his abilities, the rank of captain really doesn't do him justice. Sengoku immediately understood the implication and responded seriously. Captain Darren has already passed the officer training camp's assessment. Once his current duties are complete, he'll head to Marine headquarters at Maniford for further training. His consistent excellence hasn't gone unnoticed by Marine leadership. We would never waste someone with his potential. Good. With that, the line went dead. Sengoku stared blankly at the now sleeping den-den-mushi in his hand. A few seconds later, he suddenly turned his head and glared at Darren, gritting his teeth. You brat. When did you solve the case? Darren smiled. It was all thanks to Admiral Sengoku's guidance. Sengoku rolled his eyes in annoyance. Without even realizing it, he'd ended up owing this kid a favor. Who was the culprit? Darren replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. World Destroyer Bandai World. Sengoku? What? His jaw dropped in disbelief. He nearly bit his tongue. Bandai World? That's impossible, he didn't even have the time to do it. At the time of the incident, I was in the middle of chasing him down. Sengoku suddenly stopped. Something clicked. He stared at Darren in a daze. Darren lit a cigarette casually, smiling with a deeper meaning. Who cares about the truth? That single line thundered through Sengoku's mind. Right. Who cared about the truth? There were no witnesses to the attack, and the Navy had sealed off all information. Meaning that aside from Marine HQ and a very small circle, almost no one in the world even knew a celestial dragon had died. The government's real concern was finding a reasonable conclusion to present to the celestial dragon families back at Mary Joyce. What they needed wasn't the truth. At least, not a truth as ridiculous as killed by a Sea King. And Darren's investigation result had solved the problem perfectly. Officially, St. Zild's had been killed by the infamous pirate world destroyer Bandai World. This deflected pressure from Zild's family and the Holy Land. From their perspective, being killed by a notorious pirate was far more acceptable than dying to a random Sea King attack. And in reality, the truth of the incident had been uncovered. It was, simply, an accident. This conclusion satisfied both sides. The Marines had something to report to the world government. The world government had something to report to the Holy Land. It was a solution everyone could accept. Well, everyone except Bandai World. Actually, if he found out he'd killed a celestial dragon, he'd probably be pleased too. A truly perfect ending for everyone. And now, all that was left was to arrest Bandai World, the reckless criminal who dared to strike down a celestial dragon. Which was exactly what Sengoku had planned to do anyway. The more he thought about it, The brighter his eyes gleamed. Darren. This kid was a genius. Ha 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 ha. You did great, kid. Sengoku suddenly burst out laughing, beaming as he gave Darren a hearty slap on the shoulder. I knew I was right to leave this case in your hands. Off to the side, Jian and Tokakake were both silently cringing. When did you decide that? Wasn't this investigation handed to Darren by direct order from the world government? Still, neither of them dared to speak. Well then, it does seem that the rank of captain is a bit low for you. Sengoku looked over Darren approvingly and smiled. When I get back to HQ, I'll file a recommendation with Marshal Kong. He winked at Darren. Congratulations, Commodore Rogers Darren. The moment he said it, Jian and Tokakake froze in place. They stared, stunned, completely speechless, their heads buzzing. Especially Tokakake, his eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his skull. Commodore? That was a flag officer rank. Darren. That guy actually got promoted after killing a celestial dragon? Chapter 48, The North Blue Admiral's mourning and condolences. At that moment, Jian and Tokakake suddenly felt like the world around them had turned completely absurd, like they were trapped in a surreal dream. Their mouths opened slightly, but no words came out. This can't be right no matter how you look at it. He killed a celestial dragon. Even if he was careful enough not to get caught, how could he possibly get promoted for it? Granted, they had no concrete evidence to prove that Darren was the one who killed Saint Zildes. It was only suspicion. But Darren, this guy was a master of politics and power plays. He had clearly and precisely identified the world government's political need and effortlessly solved a problem that had left even Admiral Sengoku at his wit's end. Thinking back on it, with someone as calculating and deep as Darren, wouldn't it be ridiculously easy for him to make the two of them vanish from the North Blue without a trace? That thought alone was enough to make both of them instinctively lower their gaze, their eyes filled with a new layer of fear. Then allow me to thank Admiral Sengoku in advance for his support. Darren had seen every flicker of emotion on Jian and Tokakake's faces. A faint smile rose to his lips as he raised a sharp, formal salute to Sengoku. Well, good. Very spirited. Sengoku smiled in satisfaction. Then I'll take my leave. He glanced at the two speechless officers beside him, then added, look after these two young ones for me. Darren smiled and readily replied, no problem, Admiral Sengoku. And with that, Sengoku turned and boarded the warship. Amid the thunderous cannon salute and cheers of the North Blue Marines, the flagship Sengoku, carrying the Admiral of Marine Headquarters, slowly hoisted its sails. The sea breeze billowed the sails wide, and the bold, flowing characters for justice rippled with a sense of authority and power. Set sail. A young Marine called out loudly from the lookout post. The rudder lifted, the anchor turned, and the massive ship, like a fortress on the sea, moved out of the harbor into the crisp ocean wind. Sengoku gave a final, high-spirited salute toward the shore, to Darren and the North Blue Marines. Then he turned around, only to catch sight of someone lounging on the deck, basking in the sun. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Huh? Sengoku quickly noticed a large pile of wooden crates at the rear of the cabin. Borsalino, what is all this? He shouted. Borsalino, hearing the call, slowly rose from his deck chair, stretching as he walked over. Oh, that? He rubbed the stubble on his chin with a relaxed smile. That's a farewell gift from Captain Darren. Sengoku froze, a bad feeling rising in his chest. His expression grew stern. That brat didn't try to bribe me with money, did he? That would be a problem. He hurried over and opened each and every one of the crates. The moment he saw what was inside, Sengoku blinked in surprise. Cigars, rice crackers, tea, donuts, liquor, fruits. All sorts of items were stacked neatly inside, filling one side of the cabin. Sengoku looked over the mountain of goods, and the severity in his expression gradually softened. The gifts weren't extravagant, all modest, mid-range brands that any ordinary household could afford. The cigars were Marshal Kong's preferred brand. The rice crackers were his own favorite. The jasmine tea? Tsuru's go-to. Garp couldn't go a day without donuts. The sherry was Zephyr's favorite. And the fruit? Essential on long voyages, second only to fresh water and rations in preventing scurvy. Sengoku stood before the thoughtful pile of gifts in silence for a long time, then smiled and shook his head. That brat Darren really put some thought into this. He sighed with a rare softness in his voice. But the next second, his face suddenly changed. He jumped up and roared, Borsalino, you bastard. What do you think you're doing? Borsalino froze mid-reach, his hand hovering inches from a banana. I just wanted some fruit, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku stared at his innocent expression, veins popping with frustration. That's a gift from Darren, to me. Borsalino blinked, then slowly raised his hands in surrender. All right. He turned away, muttering under his breath, getting stingier by the day. Sengoku's mouth twitched violently. Red line. Holy Land Mary Jo Eyes. World Government. My lords, this is the secret investigation report submitted by Admiral Rogers Darren of the North Blue. A Cipher Pol Zero agent, clad in a deathly white silk robe, knelt on one knee and respectfully presented a document. The 5 elders exchanged glances. That was fast. That kid Darren really doesn't waste time. He's certainly talented. Topman. Your judgment is, as always, spot on. Topman Warcurry's lips curled into a smug smile at the recognition from his peers. That marine brat Darren hadn't let him down. In just a single day, he'd come up with a solution that satisfied everyone. But Warcurry. Why has St. Zild's family gone quiet all of a sudden? Ethanburn, who had been polishing his eerie, purple and black demon katana, suddenly asked. The other elders turned their eyes toward Topman Warcurry at the question. While Darren's proposed resolution had been clever, providing them with a perfect excuse to fend off pressure from the Elder Council in the Holy Land, none of them were naive enough to forget what kind of people the St. Zild's family were. Among the celestial dragon clans of the Holy Land, they were infamous for being brutal, rude, paranoid, twisted, and insatiably greedy. Topman Warcurry chuckled lightly. 3 hours ago, a merchant ship from the North Blue entered the inland sea of the Red Line. After passing multiple levels of inspection, it made its way into the land of the gods. More than 1 billion belly worth of gold, silver, and priceless northern specialties were unloaded from that ship and delivered straight to the estate of the St. Zild's family. The caravan's manager handed a letter to St. Zild's father. Its contents were more or less, Rogers Darren, Admiral of the North Blue, expresses his deepest condolences and heartfelt grief over the loss suffered by the St. Zild's family, and humbly presents a modest token of sympathy in honor of the great celestial dragons. As he spoke, Topman Warcurry's smile twisted with sarcasm. Supposedly, just 10 minutes after receiving this condolence payment, CP received an escort request for a noble patrol route. St. Zild's father, St. Zild's, is currently en route to Pleasure District in the New World. The other 4 elders. Chapter 49, Even the Celestial Dragons Have a Price I See. The remaining 5 elders exchanged glances, then could only offer wry, silent smiles. For the celestial dragons, bloodline was important, but not that important. The powerful never dealt in mercy or compassion. Only interests were eternal. After all, sons were easily replaceable. What a sensible brat. This saves us quite a bit of effort. 1 billion belly isn't exactly pocket change. Indeed. One by one, the 5 elders gave their remarks. Topman Warcurry smiled. Darren's a sharp one. Perhaps, after this incident, we should consider keeping long-term ties with him. At those words, the other elders' eyes brightened slightly. That wasn't a bad idea at all. Anyone with eyes could tell, Rogers Darren, Admiral of the North Blue, was destined to join the Navy's highest leadership. With his talent and potential, becoming a Marine Admiral was just a matter of time. And when that time came, having an admiral who answered directly to the world government would drastically tighten their control over the Navy, while also serving as a valuable check on the other admirals. Topman Warcurry watched the shifting expressions of his peers and sneered silently to himself. He was already one of the highest authorities in the world government. With a mere word or glance, he could condemn nations to ruin. But that wasn't enough. His name was Topman. His true ambition was the top seat among the 5 elders. But unlike the others, the family behind Topman Warcurry lacked the deep roots and influence within the Holy Land. In terms of political backing, he was far outmatched by his fellow elders. If he wanted to reach that singular one above all position, he'd need power beyond his own. And the Marines, the most powerful law enforcement force under the world government, were his perfect opening. Starting with Rogers Darren, he would push him swiftly into a position of real authority, then slowly draw more of the Navy's power into his grasp. And from there, his influence within the world government would naturally expand. But before that, Topman Warcurry said with a faint smile, smoothly shifting the subject, let's take a look at the results of this investigation. He slowly opened the document in his hands. North Blue, 321st Branch. Base Commander's Office. After sending Sengoku off, Darren returned directly from Basha Island with Momonga and the others. So, is it confirmed there won't be any problems from the Holy Land? Momonga looked at Darren, who sat calmly puffing on a cigar, and finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. Darren exhaled a stream of smoke like a dragon and squinted with a grin. I sent the St. Zild's family a rather sincere condolence. One they couldn't refuse. He deliberately emphasized the word sincere. What kind of condolence? Momonga asked, confused. 1 billion belly. What? Momonga gasped, unable to believe his ears. 1 billion belly. That wasn't a small number by any standard. It was more than the annual tax revenue of many small to medium-sized kingdoms. Even across the entire North Blue, the tax collected from supporting countless mafia families and underworld forces barely exceeded 2 billion belly per year. And now, just for a condolence, the North Blue Marines had essentially worked half a year for free. Let alone the fact that in their original plans, the development of the North Blue Fleet was already a bottomless pit for resources and funding. Are you insane? Momonga looked helplessly at Darren's relaxed posture. As Darren's adjutant, he served as both housekeeper and strategist. Watching Darren throw money around like it was nothing made his heart bleed. It was worth it, Darren said as he gently flicked his ash. You can always earn more money, but not everyone gets the chance to send gifts to the Celestial Dragons. If I hadn't connected with Topman Warkery, that merchant ship I sent wouldn't have even qualified to enter the Red Line's inland sea. 1 billion belly was a terrifying sum. And considering it was only the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Great Pirate Era hadn't even begun, the belly's purchasing power was still incredibly strong. Even Burndie World, the so-called World Destroyer, only had a bounty of 200 million belly. 10 times that. 5 Burndie Worlds. But Darren believed every coin was worth it. In this world, strength always comes first. After that comes power, not wealth. Momonga considered Darren's reasoning carefully and found it not entirely illogical, though he still winced. It's still too expensive. Expensive? Darren looked at him and suddenly chuckled. I think it's pretty entertaining. Momonga blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Darren took another drag from his cigar, then said, the Celestial Dragons have the highest authority in the world. They can treat anyone like pigs, dogs, or livestock, buy, sell, and exploit at will. To them, money is the measure of everything. But this time, it proved one thing. He paused, his smile tinged with mockery. The life of a Celestial Dragon has a price too. Momonga let out a silent, bitter laugh. Only Darren, this rebellious, half-mad lunatic, could come up with logic like that. After a moment, Momonga recalled something and cautiously asked, what about the internal marine investigation? Darren laughed. The report's been submitted. Whatever the government wants, I've given them, no conditions. Ship movements during the incident, the location of every marine officer. Including our North Blue Division, of course. Momonga frowned. And what about you? Me? Darren smiled faintly. As the Admiral of the North Blue, I was naturally stationed on Basha Island when the incident happened. Fulfilling my duties. And on that point, every member of the North Blue Fleet, and the inspectors from Marine HQ, Lieutenant Commanders Tokakake and Jian, can testify. Perfect alibi. With that, Darren stubbed out his cigar and slung on his marine cloak. Let's move. The big shots are gone, time to get to work. Momonga blinked in confusion. Where to? Without missing a step, Darren pushed open the door. The icy sea wind whipped his cloak into a wild frenzy behind him. We lost money on one Celestial Dragon. Time to earn it back. From another. Momonga froze, then instantly understood. One name flashed across his mind. Don Quixote da Flamengo. Chapter 50, You've crossed the line North Blue, Rubeck Island. The sky was overcast and somber. Gunfire and explosions echoed through the town as hundreds clashed in the streets. Terrified civilians screamed, fleeing in all directions, their cries filling the air. Buildings, set ablaze by the relentless assault, collapsed amidst roaring flames. The intense heat transformed the fire into massive, fiery wings that seemed to engulf the sky. Damn you, Don Quixote family. Rubeck Island is Ville's family territory. You've overstepped your bounds. A man wearing a newsboy cap, black overcoat, and suit shouted in fury as he slashed the throat of an approaching pirate. Blood splattered across his face, staining his white shirt red. His bloodshot eyes locked onto a blonde youth nearby. The boy, around 11 or 12 years old and approximately 1.4 meters tall, had short blonde hair and wore sunglasses, a white shirt, and cropped pants. Despite his youth, a cruel and maniacal smile played on his lips, a smile that even the seasoned gangster leader feared. Don Quixote da Flamengo. Emerging from nowhere, this ruthless and cold-blooded boy had led the Don Quixote family in causing havoc since their arrival in the North Blue. They had already eradicated several prominent mafia families on nearby islands, seizing their territories and rapidly expanding their influence by recruiting more members. Treble, slimy and holding a cane, with snot hanging from his nose. Diamante, dressed like a Native American, his face painted in vibrant colors. Virgo, with a piece of steak stuck to his face, wearing a vacant expression. Overstepped? Da Flamengo sneered, his exaggerated expression exuding confidence. No, I haven't crossed any lines. Vils glanced around at his fallen family members, his anxiety mounting. The Don Quixote family's recent recruitment had bolstered their strength and armament far beyond that of the Vils family. If this continued, they would be annihilated within minutes. Clenching his bloodied sword, Vils gritted his teeth. The territories of the gangs are clearly divided to maintain stability. Crossing boundaries is against the North Blue's rules. Doflamingo's grin widened. No, you still don't understand. Rules are shackles imposed by the strong to bind the weak, a cage for the incompetent, the mediocre, the useless, and the trash. I haven't crossed any lines. He licked his chapped lips, spread his arms wide, and laughed cruelly. Because the entire North Blue is mine for the taking. The rules of this world mean nothing to me, Doflamingo. As his laughter echoed, hundreds of Don Quixote family members sneered, wielding rifles, cannons, battle axes, and swords. Like ravenous beasts, they charged into the Vils family ranks. The street, once bustling and lively, was now awash with clashing steel and spilling blood, a deep crimson blooming amidst the chaos. You're asking for it. Vils roared, eyes blazing with fury. He slammed his foot into the ground, shattering the pavement, then, in a flash, he was on top of the cocky blonde youth. Gripping his blood-stained sword with both hands, he swung it down with all his might toward Doflamingo's head. The sheer force of the strike created a wide airwave as the blade sliced through the air. Murderous intent gleamed in Vils' eyes. He could already envision the impudent brat's head cleaved in two by his blade. But just as the sword was about to connect, Vils' pupils contracted sharply. He noticed the cold smirks on Doflamingo and his subordinates' faces, a cat toying with a mouse expression. Clang! Sparks erupted as Vils' blade halted abruptly, mere centimeters from Doflamingo's forehead. No matter how much strength he exerted, the sword wouldn't budge further. It was as if an invisible force in the air was blocking his strike, producing a sharp, grating sound reminiscent of clashing swords. How? How is this possible? Vils' throat moved as he forced out the words. Dry and rasping. Looking at the smirk on the blonde brat's face, his heart suddenly pounded wildly, as if gripped tight by an invisible hand. Foo-foo-foo-foo. How boring. Doflamingo let out a sinister laugh, his fingers twitching suddenly like clawed talons. Vils' pupil shrank to needle points. The sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air exploded without warning. In that instant, it felt as if an invisible sword had split his chest open, blood erupted in a violent spray. Shhhk. Scorching blood shot from the deep, bone-exposing wound in his chest, splattering across Doflamingo's face, twisting his youthful, arrogant features into something monstrous and devilish. Vils' face turned pale as he slowly collapsed. Blood gushed out beneath him, spreading into a chilling pool. You crossed the line. Darren. The Marines won't let you off. The dim sunlight was swallowed by a face twisted with brutality. All Vils could see now was shadow. Cold. Dark. Bloody. Twisted shadow. The Marines? Doflamingo looked down at the mafia boss of Rubeck Island and sneered. I'm really looking forward to it. With those words, Doflamingo slowly lifted his foot. The pointed shoe came crashing down on Vils' head. Bang. A dull thud echoed. Vils' skull exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter mixing into a grotesque mash. Chapter 51, Doffy's resolve. Blood and brain matter mixed together, painting a brutal and grotesque scene. Pointed shoes stepped into blood-soaked mud. The blonde teenager, face smeared with blood, wore a twisted smile of sick pleasure and satisfaction, laughing madly. Foo-foo-foo-foo. At that moment, the members of the Vils mafia family stared at the feral youth, gripped by a fear they had never known before. Their faces went pale, and they instinctively froze. This brat. A devil. He's a devil. Burning ruins, collapsing buildings, black smoke curling through the air, and flames twisting in the wind. The blonde teenager stood beside a headless corpse, like a demon born from blood and fire. Treble and the other family officers stared at Doflamingo's back, eyes blazing with pride and worship. This was the king they were willing to kneel before. So dazzling. Like a rising star, blinding and brilliant. His overwhelming presence, the light he radiated, and his innately noble, sacred bloodline had completely conquered them. Doflamingo's lips curled into a chilling grin as he stepped over Vils' corpse and kept walking. His fingers twitched continuously, as if pulling unseen threads. With each movement, it was as if invisible blades were slicing through the air, carving smooth, clean cuts across the street, the walls, and the ground. At the same time, over a dozen Vils mafia members suddenly froze. A thin, glaring red line appeared across their throats, growing wider by the second. They didn't have time to react. The world suddenly tilted and flipped upside down. Then, they saw their own bodies. They saw their shoes. Confusion surfaced in their dull, fading eyes. And then, life slipped away. Their heads dropped from their shoulders. Shhhh. From the necks of the motionless, headless corpses, blood burst forth like a fountain, drenching the ground. Foo-foo-foo-foo. Doflamingo burst into even more frenzied laughter. Amid the terrified stares of the Ville's family, he pressed on, leaving behind a trail of blood, agony, and screams. Well then. Wipe them all out. Doflamingo gave the order with a grin. The moment he spoke, the eyes of the Don Quixote family pirates gleamed red with madness. Like beasts starved to the brink, they launched into a ruthless assault. In just moments, dozens of Ville's gang members had fallen dead. And so began the one-sided slaughter. On the once bustling street, blood flowed like a stream. The air reeked of iron and death. Doflamingo stood at the center of it all, watching the hellish scene before him. And took a deep, satisfied breath. Foo-foo-foo-foo. This is the life I've always wanted. A world engulfed in chaos, where all sins are born, and only the victors earn the right to step onto the final stage. What a fascinating world. What a beautiful world. Foo-foo-foo-foo. He spread his arms wide, and though his body was barely 5 feet tall, he radiated a fierce, tyrannical aura, unrestrained and cruel. The air reeked of thick smoke, sweat, gunpowder, blood, corpses, and fear. It was his favorite scent. The scent of chaos. In the burning town, he caught the looks on the faces of the Ville's family members as they stared at him, fearful, submissive, trembling, unable to meet his eyes. Yes, that was the look he wanted. The filthy ants crawling through this world should always look at him that way. Father, do you see? This is how the lowborn should look at us. This is the life we celestial dragons, born noble, are meant to enjoy. For a moment, Doflamingo felt himself pulled back to that time. He could still recall the stench of blood, sweat, and gunpowder, the deafening screams, the hateful curses, and the twisted faces dancing in the flames. Those low-born scum, who should have been groveling on the ground, were instead holding torches and arrows. And they, the noble Don Quixote family, celestial dragons of the highest order, had been tied to the city walls like livestock, nearly burned alive. Father, you were wrong. You were wrong. I was right. Doflamingo clenched his fists. A cold, ruthless glint flashed across his sunglasses. Rip. A blinding streak of lightning tore through the dark sky, illuminating the hellish landscape. The storm that had been brewing finally broke loose. Rain poured from the gloomy sky. Thunder crashed. Splat splat splat. The downpour washed everything clean. It washed away the blood, beat down on the corpses, and snuffed out the flames. The roar of thunder grew louder, eventually drowning out the cries and screams echoing through the streets. The slaughter began to subside. The massacre entered its final phase. With their leader dead and faced with Doflamingo's overwhelming might, the Ville's family had already lost the will to fight. They pleaded desperately, some even dropping to their knees and begging for mercy. But all that awaited them was the merciless blade of the Don Quixote family. Half an hour passed. As suddenly as it had started, the storm vanished. Steam rose from the ruined buildings, streets soaked with rain. Blood seeped into the cracks between stones, and bodies lay scattered everywhere. At some point, only one person remained standing on the street. Raindrops fell steadily from his hair, his clothes, and the hems of his pants, pooling on the ground. All around him, Treble and the rest of the Don Quixote family knelt on one knee, their faces solemn. Blood still dripped from their weapons as they quietly waited for their king's command. Go. Take control of this island. Doflamingo's grin had vanished, his expression now cold and commanding. Avoid using violence against civilians whenever possible. Let this island understand that the arrival of the Don Quixote family will only bring them greater peace and stability. His hands trembled slightly, as if struggling to restrain the urge to destroy everything around him. But he knew, he had to stay in control. Rubec Island, no, the entire North Blue, was just the beginning. Before setting foot into the wider world, he needed to build up his foundation. Wandering aimlessly across the seas? Raiding towns one by one? That's what lowly pirates do. Territory. Power. Resources. He would take it all, step by step, until he controlled enough to make the entire world kneel before him, Don Quixote Doflamingo. And until that day came, he had to restrain himself. Hearing this, the Don Quixote family's members lowered their heads in sincere reverence, their admiration for him burning even brighter. Only someone who could control his desires and impulses was worthy of their absolute loyalty. This was their young master. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, an ill-timed round of applause broke the silence. The Don Quixote members froze for a moment, then turned sharply toward the sound, alert. They saw a tall figure standing atop the ruins of a nearby building, clapping slowly as he looked down at their young master with amused interest. Impressive spirit and vision. The look of a wanderer and a man determined to achieve greatness are completely different. You. Are quite something, Doflamingo. The black-haired young man smiled. Chapter 52, I want to talk. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes behind his sunglasses, carefully sizing up the unexpected visitor. The black-haired young man stood atop the smoldering ruins of a building, clapping his hands as he looked down. Tall and imposing, with short black hair and a white cloak fluttering behind him in the smoke-laced wind, he was strikingly out of the ordinary. Though clearly just a low-born commoner, he gave off the impression of a fierce, elegant beast, exuding a noble presence that only elite celestial dragons typically possessed. He had the sharp, chiseled features of a warrior, someone who would laugh in the face of his own pain. Strong, yet refined. Wild, yet dignified. Brutal, yet cunning. He was a man whose gaze was always fixed on the distant horizon. A curious smile played on his lips. Doflamingo knew that smile all too well. He had worn it himself countless times when toying with his prey, a hunter's grin, like a cat toying with a mouse. And the moment that thought surfaced, a wave of uncontrollable bloodlust surged up from deep within him. A furious, destructive urge to not just defeat this man, but to completely annihilate him. How dare he look at him like that? That look, so much like the one those 5 damned old men from the world government gave him when he carried his father's severed head up the celestial stairway. Doflamingo. Marine? Treble reacted instantly. The moment he saw the uniform on Darren, he confirmed the man's identity. In that instant, Darren felt a tidal wave of killing intent surge in from all directions. SHFF, SHFF, SHFF. Scattered all around, the members of the Don Quixote family raised their rifles in unison, eyes fierce and locked onto the black-haired marine. Hundreds of gun barrels instantly trained on Darren. They were the Don Quixote pirates. The Marines? They'd never taken them seriously. Hey, hey, hey. Pulling out guns without even talking first? At that moment, the Marine captain raised both hands in a mock surrender, grinning casually. Was he actually surrendering? Treble and the others exchanged confused, incredulous looks at the sight of Darren raising his hands. But what happened next sent a chill down their spines, an icy dread rushing up from their feet and into their skulls. I don't like having guns pointed at me. The Marine captain smiled as he spoke. The Don Quixote members froze. Suddenly, an invisible force surged out from Darren's body. They could feel it, something unstoppable gripping their rifles, wrenching them from their hands. The weapons floated into the air. And then, slowly, ominously, the barrels turned, pointing straight at their own foreheads. What kind of power was this? Panic swept through the Don Quixote pirates. Their pistols were moving on their own? They'd never seen anything like it. The moment those barrels aligned with the centers of their brows, they reflexively raised their hands in surrender. Click. The floating rifles snapped their safeties off, automatically. And then the triggers began to pull back, bit by bit. So close. So real. They could even smell the gunpowder from their own weapons. Time seemed to freeze. The entire street fell into a deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The only sound was the soft, terrifying click of dozens, hundreds of triggers moving ever so slightly inward. A suffocating fear of death overwhelmed their minds. Every one of them turned ghostly pale. Someone gulped audibly. Well, at least now everyone's got their hands up. I bet Borsellino would love this scene, Darren quipped with a grin, watching the once fierce pirates trembling as their own rifles hovered in the air, pointed straight at them. He turned to look at the blonde brat. Hey, Doflamingo. I want to have a word with you. At first, Darren had only come here planning to beat up this twisted little freak and maybe take advantage of the situation a bit. If he was in a bad mood, he'd beat him senseless, then kill him. If he was in a good mood, well, he'd at least give him a quick and painless death. With his strength, wiping out the entire Don Quixote family would be effortless, and no one in the world would ever know. Not even the world government could trace it back to him. As for Doflamingo's celestial dragon bloodline, Darren couldn't care less. The St. Zild's incident had already made it clear, celestial dragons could bleed and die like anyone else. But just now, Doflamingo had said something that made him reconsider. Yes, he was a deranged, destruction-obsessed maniac. But he wasn't like the average lunatic. He was sharper, more calculating, and had a bigger vision. He wasn't like those pirates who only knew how to plunder and destroy. He knew how to rein in his desires when it served his ambition. Even as an enemy, someone like that earned Darren's respect. And more importantly, as a former celestial dragon, with those abilities and that ruthlessness, Doflamingo could be useful, if properly controlled. If Darren could keep him in check, a lot of things down the line would go a hell of a lot smoother. Even the world government wouldn't dare come at him recklessly, let alone Marine HQ. A word? Doflamingo let out a low, sinister laugh, like he'd just heard a joke. Foo-foo-foo-foo. Pirates and Marines have nothing to talk about. That's not necessarily true. I'm not your average Marine. Darren shrugged, speaking with amused interest, but I don't feel like talking to you at all. Doflamingo's grin twisted into something savage and crazed. A cold flash glinted off his sunglasses as he suddenly raised a hand and slashed through the air toward Darren. He laughed wildly. I just want to kill you. Shhhhk. The air tore open with a piercing screech. It was like invisible blades had sliced through the air, cleaving everything in their path. The walls of two buildings ahead suddenly split open with long, clean cuts. The upper halves groaned and then collapsed with a thunderous crash. Clang. A sharp metallic sound rang out. Doflamingo's pupil shrank. He saw that Darren's uniform had been sliced open at the chest. Thin, nearly invisible threads had dug into his skin, but instead of cutting, sparks flew from the point of contact like metal striking metal. They couldn't even penetrate. Impossible. Treble and the other officers gasped in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Even though their young master was still just a boy, he'd already pushed the power of the string fruit model, thread human devil fruit to an extraordinary level. Those threads were razor sharp, capable of killing without a trace. Not just flesh and blood, even stone and steel could be sliced apart effortlessly. At full power, their young master had once sliced a pirate ship clean in two out on the open sea. But now, his threads couldn't even scratch this Marine? What the hell kind of monster was this? String fruit model, thread human devil fruit, huh? Shame you haven't mastered hockey yet. Darren glanced down at the threads caught between his muscles and gave a small smirk. With a body like his, unless an attack was infused with armament hockey, it wouldn't even leave a mark, swordsmanship included. For Doflamingo to reach this level at just 12 or 13, still in the middle of growing, his talent already surpassed most so-called geniuses in this sea. As the Don Quixote family stood frozen in shock, Darren reached out, hooked a finger around the thread lodged in his chest, and gave it a casual tug. Doflamingo's expression shifted. A terrifying, irresistible force surged through the string tied to his finger. Doflamingo's body was yanked violently forward, dragged through the air straight toward Darren at high speed. If you dare to draw a weapon, Darren watched him fly closer and smiled, then be ready to die. Snap. He flicked his fingers. And then, bang 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 bang. Gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. All the rifles hovering in midair fired at once. Crimson blooms of blood burst from the foreheads of the Don Quixote family members. Their heads snapped back and their bodies collapsed like dominoes. At that moment, Doflamingo was already 3 meters away from Darren, suspended in the air, dragged by his own thread. In the reflection of his sunglasses, Darren's cold, ruthless smile grew clearer and closer. Chapter 53, Taking Down a Celestial Dragon Young Master. Doffy. Damn it. Watching their young master get dragged off by that monster of a Marine, Treble and the others were struck dumb with horror, their scalps tingling as panic surged through them. Weapons in hand, they charged toward Darren, eyes bloodshot, desperate to save Doflamingo. None of them spared a second glance at the hundreds of Don Quixote family members who had already been gunned down. Time seemed to slow. As Darren stared at the boy being pulled toward him, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A powerful, imposing pressure radiated from his body, deep and overwhelming. His wide cloak bearing the word justice fluttered despite the still air. As he clenched his fist, the very atmosphere vibrated with a deep hum, like it was being crushed under pressure. In an instant, the gap between them vanished, they were suddenly face to face. Darren's fist came crashing down like a meteor. Roar. The sheer force and velocity of the punch tore through the air, sending a violent gust whipping forward. The impact distorted the space around them, puffing out the cheeks of Doflamingo's youthful face. Crack. Hairline fractures formed across his sunglasses from the force alone. What terrifying strength! This Marine was a complete monster in human form. How could someone this powerful even be stationed in the North Blue? Shouldn't he be deployed to the Grand Line, or even the New World? Doflamingo's vision blurred. That punch, it was so fast, so overwhelming, it twisted his senses, leaving him with a warped illusion. The black leather glove loomed closer, growing in size, like a landslide about to bury him. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet, racing along his spine. For the first time, Doflamingo felt the icy grip of death seize his brain. You bastard! He shuddered violently, clenched his teeth, and roared in fury. If he took that punch head-on, he'd die. No doubt about it. Feeling the crushing pressure bearing down on him, one thought pierced through his mind: block it. I have to block it. Without hesitation, he snapped the threads connected to his fingers. Veins bulged across his arms as his claw-like hand slashed through the air. Shhhk. Hundreds, thousands of white threads exploded outward, instantly weaving into a dense, massive spiderweb. Like a wall of snow, It stretched between him and Darren. The web's ends anchored deep into the ground and the surrounding buildings, forming a near-impenetrable barrier. Hidden Cloud's village no Shogaki. Spiderweb, and then, the punch landed. Faced with Doflamingo's devil fruit-crafted web of defense, Darren didn't pause. He didn't flinch. He just kept smiling coldly. His black hair whipped wildly in the wind, and behind it, eyes filled with cold confidence, ready to crush everything in their path. The earth-shattering punch ripped through the air, its fierce momentum forming a spiraling white shockwave that crashed into the spiderweb wall. The moment fist met thread, the silk wall, tough as reinforced steel, warped and stretched under the pressure. But the force didn't slow, it only redirected. Still brimming with energy, the distorted wall hurled itself straight back at Doflamingo like a slingshot rebounding with lethal intent. His mind reeled. Beneath his cracked sunglasses, Doflamingo's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Damn bastard. How can I lose here? Boom. A tremendous, overwhelming force erupted from his body like a raging storm, surging outward in all directions. The sky and earth instantly changed color. The world before their eyes seemed to shift into black and white, and a soul-shaking pressure swept across most of the town like crashing waves. Treble and the other three, who had been charging toward Darren, suddenly froze as if struck by an invisible force, their steps halting uncontrollably. They stared at Doflamingo in shock, hearts pounding wildly. It's the young master's aura. The king's spirit. As expected of Dofal. Wave after wave of pressure surged toward them, shaking their spirits to the core. They could barely stay standing. Conqueror's Haki. The kingly will possessed by only one in millions. It was precisely because they had witnessed Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki back then that they had wholeheartedly acknowledged this 12 or 13-year-old kid as their king and knelt before him. Now, in a life-or-death moment, Doflamingo had instinctively unleashed his Conqueror's Haki once more. But before they could react, another aura burst forth, even deeper, more overwhelming, majestic, and tyrannical. Boom. Treble and the others widened their eyes in horror, unable to believe what they were sensing. Conqueror's Haki. Identical to the young master's. No, this one was even more terrifying. It felt like facing a blood-soaked emperor or a wrathful demon from hell. It made their hearts tremble with fear and submission. The one releasing this aura. No way. Diamante shrieked in disbelief, his paint-covered face going deathly pale. The Marines. That Marine. A Marine captain from the North Blue. Actually possesses the king's spirit. Boom. As their panicked cries rang out, the two waves of Conqueror's Haki clashed violently in midair. Like two massive storms, the energies surged from Darren and Doflamingo, colliding head-on above. They compressed, expanded, then compressed again. Crackle, crack. Black and red lightning exploded in a dense web through the air, flickering and vanishing in bursts. The storm howled, sweeping bricks, dirt, and debris high into the sky, stirring the heavens. A clash of Conqueror's Haki. Treble muttered, pale-faced. Before they realized it, their strength had drained completely. Dizzy and overwhelmed, they dropped to one knee, barely managing to lift their arms to shield themselves from the roaring wind. You actually have the same kingly aptitude as me? Doflamingo's face twisted as he roared in disbelief, unable to accept what he was seeing. Darren sneered. Conqueror's Haki may be rare, but in the chaos of the new world, Haki users like that are as common as fish in the river. As he spoke, the muscles in the Marine captain's arms swelled violently, tearing straight through his uniform. With a second surge of power, his sleeves exploded into countless fragments as his fist came crashing down again, relentlessly pressing toward Doflamingo. And his Conqueror's Haki was actually overpowering Doflamingo's. Damn it. How can your Conqueror's Haki suppress mine? Doflamingo's pupils trembled as he let out a frenzied roar. The skin on his hands, which controlled his threads, split open, spraying blood into the air. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. The threads created by the string fruit model, thread human devil fruit, were incredibly tough, too strong for even a swordsman to cut. No matter how powerful this Marine was, there was no way he could break through. It could hold. It had to hold. I am a noble celestial drive. I beat celestial dragons for a living. Darren's cold shout cut him off without hesitation. He stomped hard on the ground, shattering the terrain within 30 meters. Cracks spread out like a spiderweb before the earth erupted, sending waves of mud flying. As the ground trembled, he launched forward with explosive force. A monstrous power, rivaling even the giants, surged from his feet, coursing up his spine. The Marine captain's body was like a tightly drawn bow, and all that force was unleashed through his fists. Crack. Rip. In the stunned, horrified eyes of Treble and the others. In Doflamingo's frozen expression. The wall of white threads looked like it had been struck by a meteor. Its center caved in, and the dense threads connecting everything, Massive chunks of land, the walls of buildings, even entire houses, were ripped out of the ground like weeds. The sheer force of Darren's punch had uprooted entire buildings and chunks of land, over a dozen structures torn from the earth. The sight was so absurd it sent a chill down Doflamingo's spine. A nameless terror surged through him, clenching his throat. He hadn't broken through the threads. He'd torn up everything the threads were attached to. Bang! Before Doflamingo could even react, Darren's punch drove straight into his gut. Even weighed down by the rubble and buildings entangled in the threads, the punch's overwhelming power still burst out from Doflamingo's back in a white shockwave. His eyes rolled back, bloodshot and bulging, his mind going blank. His body arched midair. Ugh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. The next instant, Doflamingo's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He smashed into Treble, who was still kneeling. He crashed through towering lampposts lining the street. He tore through house after house, obliterating everything in his path. Until, after flying several dozen meters, his body slammed into a building. The earth shook with the impact. The multi-story structure groaned under the strain. And collapsed with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, on the far side of Rubeck Island, along the coastline, a warship was docked. Nearly 100 Marines from the North Blue stood at full alert, waiting grimly for orders. In the distance, groups of civilians were being hurriedly evacuated from the town by squads of Marines. Reporting to Lieutenant Commander Momonga, civilian evacuation is nearly complete. The security perimeter is in place. A Marine saluted and reported to Momonga, who stood atop a building roof. Still peering through his binoculars, Momonga didn't turn around. He simply waved a hand to acknowledge. His eyes remained fixed on the distant town. At that moment, a low rumble echoed from afar. Through the lens, Momonga saw thick smoke rise like a roaring dragon. He slowly lowered the binoculars, pressing a hand to his forehead in frustration and pain. This is getting out of hand. His mouth twitched involuntarily. It's like a father beating his own kid. Chapter 54, One Blow Each Rumbling. Through his spyglass, Momonga watched as buildings in the distant town ruins collapsed one after another, while dust rose from the ground like a dragon twisting and soaring. The muscles at the corner of his eye twitched. Even as Darren's adjutant, Momonga still had no clear idea just how strong that guy really was. But judging from the relentless, inhuman training he put himself through day after day, Momonga could only deduce one thing: within the waters of the North Blue, aside from a handful of notorious great pirates who arrived here under special circumstances, no one could stand up to Darren. Thanks to the power of the magnet fruit model, magnetism human devil fruit, he had large-scale offensive and control capabilities on par with Logia users. As for close-quarters combat? Aside from Sakazuki, back when he was still stationed in the North Blue, who else could go toe-to-toe in hand-to-hand combat with that lunatic? At least Momonga had never met anyone as ruthless as Darren. When facing an enemy, once he locked onto a target, he would go all in, never backing down until the job was done, never second-guessing, never hesitating. And he was even more ruthless to himself than to others. As for that arrogant, twisted, and sickly brat Doflamingo, let him pray for his own survival. His life was already in Darren's hands. The civilians had been evacuated. The town was sealed off. No news would ever make it out. An ex-celestial dragon? So what if he dies? It wouldn't be the first celestial dragon to die in the North Blue. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Momonga suddenly snapped to attention, a jolt of realization hitting him. Had he really entertained such a disrespectful thought toward the exalted celestial dragons? Before he knew it, cold sweat had seeped down his back. He took a deep breath, gave a bitter smile, and murmured under his breath, "Darren, you were right. 0 and 1. They really do mean completely different things." Rubeck Island. Town center. Rumble. One building after another collapsed after being blasted through, throwing up clouds of dust that soared into the sky. The ground let out a tortured groan, sending tremors that made the heart race. Click. A lighter sparked to life. Darren stood on cracked, ruined ground, desolate and barren. He pulled out a cigar and lit it. His uniform was already tattered from battle. Clenching the cigar between his teeth, he casually unbuttoned his marine cloak, ripped off his black tie, and grabbed the shredded uniform with one hand, yanking hard. Rip. The fabric tore apart, revealing the captain's wild, powerful upper body. His muscles were sharply defined, pulsing and shifting with every breath. His skin was covered in crisscrossing scars, and paired with that fierce, deep gaze of his, he looked like a wild beast ready to strike. Ah, much better. Darren grinned. At that moment, a sluggish yet furious voice rang out. I said, how dare you?" Treble, blood dripping from his mouth, waved his cane furiously. Disgusting slime burst from it, latching onto the remains of a 4-meter-high residential building. With a violent yank, He hurled the wreckage at Darren. Beta Veton Meteora. The wreckage was flung high into the air, groaning and creaking as it plummeted at speed. A gust of wind whooshed past, fanning the cigar's tip into a bright glow. Darren narrowed his eyes and casually flicked his hand to the left. From the rubble flying toward him, steel bars suddenly burst from inside the building's frame. Rip. The structure was ripped in half by the twisted metal, the debris whistling past both sides of Darren and gouging long trenches into the earth. Darren then raised his hand. Without any command, thick steel bars and pieces of metal shot up from the ground. They slashed, split, stretched, and extended like living creatures. Dozens of sharp, gleaming metal spikes hovered in midair around Darren. Treble stared in stunned disbelief as Darren smiled and gestured toward him. Whoosh! The metal spikes shot out all at once, breaking the sound barrier and streaking toward Treble with astonishing speed. Boom! Dust exploded across the ground as thick mucus splattered under the onslaught of piercing metal. Darren began to walk forward, only for his body to suddenly sway. The ground before him started fluttering like a flag, rippling like wild grass dancing in the breeze across a vast plain. His eyes narrowed, instantly locking onto a figure. Diamante, dressed in his flamboyant matador outfit, crouched in the distance, hands bloodied and one palm pressed firmly against the earth. Army Bendra. The ability of the Ripple Fruit model, Flutter Human Devil Fruit. It allowed the user to turn the ground within a certain radius into a soft, cloth-like texture, making it ripple and sway as if caught in the wind. The terrain would behave like a massive floating sheet, throwing off an opponent's balance and causing them to stumble, disabling their ability to counterattack. And in the very moment Darren lost his footing, a figure suddenly leapt high into the air behind him. The young man wore sunglasses and an emotionless expression. A piece of leftover steak was still stuck to the stubble on his chin, and both hands gripped a bright green bamboo staff. Virgo. On a take. Virgo's eyes turned cold as he brought the staff crashing down with all his might toward the back of Darren's head. Crack. The bamboo, as tough as steel, shattered on impact, exploding into countless fragments. Virgo's pupils shrank instantly, his heart pounding in shock. This guy's body. Was he even human? Before he could react, his vision blurred, and the black-haired Marine vanished like a phantom. Buzz. 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 The air exploded beside his ear. Virgo struggled to turn his head. A gleaming black military boot was growing larger by the second in the reflection of his sunglasses. Boom. Virgo was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing straight into a building. The structure collapsed with a thunderous rumble. Amid the swirling smoke, the Marine captain emerged, cigar clenched between his teeth, his face cutting through the haze. A long spear forged from twisted metal suddenly shot forward, piercing through the air. Before Diamante could even react, it drove straight into his abdomen, lifting him off the ground and slamming him hard into a nearby wall. Blood gushed from Diamante's mouth. The searing pain gripped his body, and for the first time, his eyes filled with sheer terror as he looked at the Marine captain. Rumble. Just then, a nearby building suddenly erupted, and the animated rocks swelled into a towering 20-meter-tall stone giant. It raised a massive fist, at least 3 meters in diameter, and swung it down on Darren from above. This was it. A golden opportunity. You're dead. A sharp, grating voice rang out. It was Pika. Chapter 55, Can We Talk Now? It was hard to believe that someone as bulky and dumb-looking as Pika could have such a ridiculous, high-pitched voice. A massive shadow loomed behind the Marine captain, completely engulfing him. Yet Darren showed no sign of surprise or panic at the sneak attack. It was as if he'd anticipated it all along. He stomped his foot into the ground. Rocks scattered beneath his boot as a cold, mocking smirk curled at the corner of his mouth around the cigar. The Marine captain suddenly twisted around and slammed his fist backward with full force. Against someone like Pika, who relied on brute strength, the only way to beat him was with even greater strength, to crush him. Only a savage, head-on fight like this could give Darren the kind of raw, bone-crunching thrill he craved. In the next instant, 2 fists, one massive, one normal-sized, collided in midair like a meteor smashing into the earth. Boom. It was like an ancient bronze bell had been struck, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. But the clash lasted only half a second, as the rocky giant's face twisted in horror and disbelief. The enormous fist, arm, shoulder, and even its massive body, began to crack apart. Countless fractures spread outward from where Darren's punch had landed, webbing across the entire surface of the 20-meter-tall stone titan. An overwhelming force, like a dragon's roar, surged from the Marine captain's fist. Boom. The rock giant instantly crumbled, exploding into a downpour of rubble that rained from the sky. Amid the falling debris, Pika, clad in golden armor, floated in midair, completely stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Darren vanished from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared above Pika. His black military boot rose high, trailing a white air current, and came crashing down toward Pika's head. Like a war axe. Bang! Pika's body slammed into the ground like a meteorite, triggering a thunderous boom that echoed through the town center. The ground within a 100-meter radius sank by half a meter, while a massive plume of dust and debris shot skyward. Overheat. A raspy, furious roar rang out from the distance. A silk thread, hundreds of meters long, suddenly lashed down from above, looking like a divine slash descending from the sky, striking Darren midair and sending him crashing into the ground. The sharp thread buried itself into the earth as violent tremors rippled outward. A deep gash split the street in the center, caving in toward the middle. Buildings on either side of the street tilted, then collapsed with a deafening roar, throwing up clouds of dust. 100 meters away. Doflamingo, drenched in blood, crawled out from the rubble with difficulty. Gasping for breath, he locked his eyes on the smoke-filled center, gritting his teeth so hard that blood kept spilling from the corners of his mouth. The arrogance and swagger he had when he first stepped onto Rubeck Island were long gone. His sunglasses were cracked all over, ready to shatter at any moment. His short blonde hair was matted with dirt and blood, a sticky mess. One side of his ribcage was caved in, and his face had gone deathly pale. Did I get him? Doflamingo stared through his broken lenses at the smoke-covered impact zone, completely ignoring the injured and unconscious cadres scattered around him. Overheat was the strongest technique in his arsenal, so powerful it could easily split a pirate ship clean in two. Even that monster. He couldn't possibly. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Doflamingo's eyes shrank to pinpoints, bloodshot and trembling in terror. As the thick smoke was slowly swept away by the wind, a tall, imposing silhouette began to emerge from the haze. Ho! Doflamingo heard a long exhale. The cigar smoke slowly curling out condensed into a banner in front of the terrifying figure. Footsteps echoed softly. The first thing to step out of the smoke was a black military boot, followed by long, straight legs, a sharply defined, muscular torso, and a cold, handsome face with an unruly edge. The cigar between his lips still burned, flickering red with each breath. On his chest was a glaring wound, blood still streaming from it. A sharp thread was deeply embedded in his flesh, unable to cut through the bone. Interesting. You actually managed to injure me. Darren glanced down at the noticeably thicker thread, wiped some blood with his fingers, and licked it off the corner of his mouth. Doflamingo's entire body broke out in chills. His pores stood on end, and he started trembling uncontrollably. This guy. He's smiling. He's actually enjoying the fight, enjoying getting hurt. Well then, I think that's enough fun. Darren casually yanked out the thread stuck in his flesh, twisted his neck, and looked up at the blonde brat. Flashing a savage grin. His knees bent slightly. Push. Boom. The ground and ruins behind him collapsed in waves, sending out massive fan-shaped craters. Darren's figure blasted forward like a cannonball, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. So fast. Too fast. Doflamingo's pupil shrank in shock. Before he could react, a fist slammed hard into his gut. Bang. He doubled over, vomiting blood, his eyes bulging from the impact. Bang. Another punch rocketed upward, smashing into his chin. Crack. He heard his jawbone break. The blow sent his body flying into the air. In the next instant, Darren shot up from the ground as well, appearing in front of him in a flash, and launched a kick. Bang. Doflamingo was sent flying sideways. Before he even hit the ground, a brutal knee strike crashed into his back from behind. On the edge of a distant island, Momonga watched through his spyglass, and the scene made his scalp go numb. That blonde brat with the so-called noble blood of the celestial dragons was being tossed around in midair like a ragdoll. Darren was pummeling him relentlessly, kicks, punches, knees, elbows. Blood sprayed in every direction. He looked absolutely pitiful. Around the ruined streets, several of Doflamingo's heavily injured family officers were already pale with fear, staring in shock at the overwhelming sight before them. Exactly 1 minute later, with a sharp kick from Darren, Doflamingo, his body torn open, at least 20 bones fractured, smashed violently into the ground. Darren landed steadily. He flicked the ash from his cigar, clamped it between his teeth again, and began walking step by step toward Doflamingo, who was convulsing on the ground, drenched in blood like a walking corpse. By the time he reached him, Doflamingo was barely managing to pry open his swollen eyelids. Darren reached out his large hand, grabbed Doflamingo by the head, and hoisted him into the air so their eyes were level. The setting sun pierced through the rain-cleared clouds, casting a thin veil of blood-red light over the world. Amid the smoke-filled, shattered ruins stood a towering Navy captain, nearly 3 meters tall, holding a blood-soaked blonde kid who barely reached his waist. Blood dripped steadily from the smaller figure, pattering onto the ground below. Darren stared silently at the nearly unconscious Doflamingo. Suddenly, he grinned. So, can we talk now? He paused, as if something had just occurred to him, then added, ah, right. How rude of me to forget the introduction. A stream of smoke slipped from the captain's lips. My name is Rogers Darren, Supreme Commander of the North Blue Marines. Most people call me the Admiral of the North Blue, but I prefer another nickname. Scum of the Marines. Chapter 56, The Big Slap Burning brings out a different scent in everything. A blank sheet of paper smells nothing like a damp tree, but the smell of expensive boar meat and human flesh burning? That's surprisingly similar. Not that it mattered to the teen Doflamingo. It had been a long time since he'd tasted any kind of meat. Flames roared before his eyes, casting a blood-red glow across the dark night sky. Shouts. Curses. Screams. Rage. Hatred. Condemnation. The wall cracking from the fire's explosions jolted him awake from the pain. A chaotic roar surged around him. His eyes were blindfolded. His body was bound to the city wall like a criminal about to be executed. It's the celestial dragons. Don't kill them, make them suffer. A massive crowd had gathered beneath the city walls, furiously shouting at the Don Quixote family, strung up like trophies above them. Stones, rotten vegetable leaves, moldy eggs, and trash rained down like a storm. Doflamingo felt something sticky splatter onto his face and slowly run down. He heard his father's heart-wrenching sobs. How ironic. Father. You abandoned your noble celestial dragon status, convinced that such a choice was noble, an act of compassion. You thought that by giving it all up, you could live in peace among the common people. But did you see this coming? Oh, right. Your eyes are covered too. You can't see. But you can hear them, can't you? Their greedy gasps. Their twisted laughter. Their boiling, ravenous desire. Father. These are the same commoners you so desperately wanted to embrace. Did they thank you? No. All they saw was a god who had fallen from his pedestal. This is humanity's stupidity. This is humanity's rotten core. Who could resist the temptation to trample a fallen god? They just want to stomp on you while you're down and spit on your corpse. Are you crying? Foo-foo-foo-fa-foo. What's the point of crying now? Doflamingo suddenly felt like laughing. The flames crept closer, waves of heat licking at the stone wall. He could smell roasted meat. His feet were already starting to cook. The jeers kept coming. Rotten garbage flew in from all directions. Blood and tears streamed from Doflamingo's blindfolded eyes. Listening to the endless screams and insults, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. He burst into wild, twisted laughter. Foo-foo-foo-fa-foo. He clenched his fists tightly. Remember this. All of you. I'm not going to die. A wide grin split his bloodied lips, revealing bruised, broken teeth. That smile was the last of his pride. The crowd faltered at the sight. Torturing a celestial dragon might have let them vent their hatred, but deep down, that fear still lingered. No matter how much you torture me, I'll live through it. Foo-foo-foo-fa-foo. Doflamingo tilted his head back, sneering down at the crowd frozen below. They might get to watch me burn alive on this wall, but they'll never see me beg. I am a celestial dragon. The greatest being in this world. Doflamingo howled in his heart, and his cracked lips curled into a wild, defiant grin. And I'll kill every last one of you. Not a single one will be spared. The scene suddenly shifted. In a dilapidated room filled with grime, trash, and scraps piled in the corners, the stench was overwhelming. Flies buzzed lazily through the air. The warm sunlight outside couldn't pierce the damp, cold gloom inside. A small hand that had been gripping tightly slipped weakly away. Doflamingo stared blankly at his motionless mother lying in bed, his pupils unfocused and empty. Beside him came the sound of resonant sobbing. I'm sorry, Doffy. His father, sitting at the bedside, spoke in a hoarse whisper. His eyes were red, his face haggard and gaunt. Sorry? What good is that now? Doflamingo suddenly laughed. A crazed, broken laugh. A laugh so wild it brought tears to his eyes. It's all your fault. Foo-foo-foo-fa-foo. All your fault. Still laughing, he pulled out a pistol. The barrel pointed straight at his father. If it weren't for you, Mother wouldn't have died. If it weren't for you, we'd still be living happily as a family in this world. If it weren't for you, I'd still be a proud celestial dragon. Saint Don Quixote homing stared at the gun in his son's hand. His face was stricken with fear, but then, unexpectedly, he smiled. A soft, gentle smile. Bang. The shot rang out. The celestial dragon fell to the floor, blood spreading quickly beneath him. I'm sorry. Doffy. He murmured. Through the blood-soaked blur of vision, his own son was laughing and crying at the same time. The vision flickered again and again. Under an oppressive, suffocating silence, a blonde child, step by step, ascended the pure white, sacred celestial stairway, carrying a freshly severed, blood-drenched head. Blood still dripped from it. The head's expression was frozen in place, surprisingly soft and peaceful. Soon, he stood before 5 aged figures. They stood high above the clouds, gazing down upon the world like gods. This should have been my life. Doflamingo murmured to himself. Then he raised his father's severed head, looking coldly at the 5 supreme rulers of the world government. I want to become a celestial dragon again. But all that greeted him were 5 pairs of eyes, full of scorn, mockery, ridicule, and indifference. The Don Quixote family are traitors. You have no right to remain in the Holy Land. Get out. You're no longer a celestial dragon. And clean the celestial stairway while you're at it. In the end, Doflamingo cleaned the celestial stairway. Then he boarded a merchant ship, drifting into the North Blue like a stray dog. A few thugs and scoundrels found him. They knelt before him. Listen closely, Doffy. You are a king. There will be no one who defies you. One day, you'll rule over this entire sea. Yes. I am a king. One day, I'll become the king of this sea. I am Doflamingo. I will become the king of this sea. World government. 5 elders. Celestial dragons. I'll destroy this world. I'll tear down everything you control. I will. Smack. A sharp blow snapped Doflamingo out of his dream, jolting him awake. His face burned with pain. No, his entire body ached. He looked around, confused. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your dream. But you were getting loud. A deep voice spoke. Doflamingo turned to see a black-haired marine, sitting cross-legged with a lit cigar in his mouth, shrugging at him with a helpless expression. Chapter 57, Doffy's disciplinary regimen. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, and his heart pounded wildly. This is that marine. The Admiral of the North Blue. Rogers Darren. The image of that man, brutal as a wild beast, ripping through the Don Quixote pirates like they were nothing, crushing them without mercy, flashed through his mind again. A chill ran down his spine. Relax. I mean you no harm. Darren sat comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, exhaling a puff of smoke as he spoke. From the look in Doflamingo's eyes, he caught a trace of deeply buried fear. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Just as I thought. Some brats won't learn unless you beat it into them. No harm, my ass. The moment Doflamingo heard that, it felt like a sword had pierced straight through his chest. Bloodshot eyes locked onto Darren as he growled through gritted teeth. What the hell do you want? He scanned the surroundings. They were in a dim hall. Oil lamps hung on the gray-white walls, casting flickering light and shadow throughout the room, creating an eerie atmosphere. The hall's door was still open, revealing a run-down courtyard outside. Chunks of rotten plaster had peeled off the archway leading out, exposing damp, weather-worn brick. Dark doors lined both sides of the hall, with blackness behind them that even the lamps couldn't penetrate. Treble, Diamante, Virgo, and Pica lay unconscious in one corner of the hall. Their wounds had been crudely bandaged, and their eyes remained shut. Seeing that his officers were still alive, Doflamingo felt a faint sense of relief. He lifted his defiant face and said coldly, "Why didn't you just kill me? I'm a pirate, you're a marine. Isn't hunting pirates supposed to be your highest honor, you so-called champions of justice? Kill you?" No, Darren replied, feigning helplessness. "I already said, I just want to talk. I don't mean any harm. But you jumped me without warning, I had no choice but to defend myself." Doflamingo nearly coughed up blood in rage. "Are you toying with me?" Veins bulged on his forehead as he shouted, face twisted in fury. If he weren't in so much pain, his body drenched in cold sweat, he'd have gone for another round with this bastard, even knowing he'd lose. Believe it or not. Darren shrugged. "As for your marines are justice, pirates are evil bit. That way of thinking is outdated." He looked at the pale, arrogant kid in front of him with a half-smile. "I'm the scum of the marines. Justice, evil, neutrality, none of that means a damn thing to me. Since ancient times, this world has always followed one basic rule. Justice will always prevail? Of course it will." Darren leaned forward, a cold, defiant smile on his face as he moved closer to Doflamingo. "Because the winner is justice." The voice was deafening. Doflamingo's face turned pale. Faced with the madness and ambition burning in the marine's eyes, he instinctively shrank back. But he quickly caught himself, gritted his teeth, puffed out his chest, and met Darren's gaze head-on. "So what? Even if you're the scum of the marines, what difference does it make? You're still a marine. That won't change anything. Kill me if you want. Do it. The weak don't even get to choose how they die." He stared Darren down without flinching, even letting a cruel smile creep onto his lips. Darren smiled in satisfaction. Now this was someone worth molding. He looked at the blonde brat in front of him with admiration. The kid looked only 12 or 13, yet his eyes held a burning ambition, a desire to destroy everything. He couldn't help but compare him to the protagonist of this world, Straw Hat Luffy. Doflamingo at 12. What was our chosen one, Luffy, doing at that age? Probably still playing house with his two little buddies. And Doflamingo? He'd already gathered a band of strong, loyal, and dependable subordinates and had started carving out his own territory in the chaos of the North Blue. Extraordinary talent, the power of the string fruit model, thread human devil fruit, the aura of a natural-born ruler, and even the bloodline of a celestial dragon. If nurtured and guided properly, with a little push in the right direction, Doflamingo could become a valuable asset, a card worth holding. Right now, Doflamingo was like a shooting star rising through the night sky, brilliant and dazzling. All he needed was a little push from behind, and he'd set the world ablaze. Darren had a crystal-clear vision for his own future. His identity as a Marine couldn't be discarded so easily. A powerful fleet in the North Blue, loyal only to him, was already forming. And once he joined the officer training camp, the vast training resources at his disposal would only multiply. Power, status, strength, followers. These were things that the life of a pirate could never offer. The incident with the celestial dragon, Saint Zilds, had been resolved smoothly, thanks to his political finesse. But it had also served as a sobering reminder. He got lucky this time. But what about next time? Or the time after that? Darren didn't believe for a second that he'd never cross paths with the celestial dragons again. A break with the world government was only a matter of time. He couldn't afford to put all his chips on the Marines. Zephyr from the original story was the perfect cautionary tale. He'd dedicated his entire life to the word justice, gave it everything he had, and in the end, it was his three finest, most loyal students who carried out the orders, pulled the trigger, and buried him. That's why Darren had to build something outside the Marines, an ace up his sleeve strong enough to make the world government and even Marine headquarters wary. And right now, that ace was right in front of him. The most crucial part? Doflamingo was still just 12 years old. His body hadn't matured. His worldview wasn't fully formed. If he were already the future king of Dressrosa and a 7 warlords of the seas, Darren wouldn't have hesitated to kill him on the spot. But this Doflamingo was different. He was still young. Which meant, with the right kind of pressure and discipline, he could be molded to obey. As the thought crossed his mind, a smile slowly spread across Darren's face, one that made Doflamingo's skin crawl. A curious, unsettling smile. Doflamingo knew that kind of smile well. It was the look of a boy who had just found a new toy. He couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 58, The Strong Never Complain. The wall lamps in the dilapidated hall flickered, casting swaying shadows across the room. In young Doflamingo's eyes, the Marine sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed appeared half-lit and half-shrouded in darkness, his smile twisted and ominous. I have good news for you. Darren smiled. You won't die today. Neither will your subordinates. In fact, you'll have a chance to live better than anyone else. I just want to have a simple chat. Doflamingo froze. This guy. Was he serious? What do you want to talk about? A glint flashed beneath his sunglasses as he rasped out the words. Staying alive was still better than dying. Seeing Doflamingo cooperating, Darren smiled with satisfaction. Tell me, what is your ambition? You have the bearing of a conqueror, and you're one of those noble celestial dragons, yet you ended up in this god-forsaken place, the North Blue. What exactly are you after? Tell me the truth. That's all I want to hear. The Marine captain stared intently at the blonde brat wrapped in bandages. If you want to raise a vicious wolf, you have to ignite its hunger for blood and flesh. Come on, Doflamingo. Doflamingo fell silent at Darren's question. Images flashed rapidly through his mind. Fire. Screams. Curses. Hospital beds. Corpses. Gunshots. Severed heads. The celestial stairway. Listen well. Doffy. You are a king. Countless memories flickered like a carousel before finally condensing into one sentence, overflowing with hatred and rage. He suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Darren. Teeth clenched, his gaze fierce and unwavering as he growled, I want to destroy this world. Smack. Darren slapped him hard, sending him flying several meters. Doflamingo's body slammed into the pockmarked wall, carving out a deep dent as old plaster rained down. His face swelled up instantly. Eyes wide in disbelief, he stared at the Marine who'd suddenly struck him. What the hell are you doing? Doflamingo shouted in anger. Darren looked down at him with a scornful, mocking gaze. I'm disappointed. I thought you'd say something earth-shattering. But that was just pathetic. Destroy the world? The world hasn't done anything to you. You don't know anything. Doflamingo cut him off, eyes bloodshot with rage. He struggled to get up. As he moved, the wounds on his body tore open again, blood seeping through the bandages. I saw both heaven and hell in this world when I was just 10 years old. He stood on trembling legs, gasping for breath. In his mind, the fire that had spread to the city walls flared back to life. Distorted faces flickered in the flames. They were cursing. It's hot. Too hot. I should have lived in paradise, standing above the clouds, looking down on the world from on high. But because of my foolish father's decision, my life plummeted from heaven straight into hell. As if the pain had dragged up nightmares buried deep in his memory, Doflamingo suddenly lost control and roared. Filthy commoners. Worthless scum. They dared to treat the great celestial dragons like pigs and dogs, hurling us off the city walls. They burned us. Shot us with arrows. Threw rocks at us. They did everything they could to torture us. Foo-foo-foo-foo. They wanted me dead. But I survived. He burst into manic laughter. I lived. He lifted his head, trying to find any trace of shock or surprise on the Marine's face. But he froze. He failed. There was nothing. That same scornful, dismissive look still lingered on the Marine's face. That's it? He said it so casually. That's it. Doflamingo stood there, stunned. That kind of twisted, miserable, torment-filled life. And to this man, it meant nothing? No. A sudden wave of rage slammed into his throat. Shaking with fury, Doflamingo shouted, "Isn't that enough? Because of my father's stupidity, my whole family was thrown into poverty. I lost everything. I was so hungry, I had to dig through trash just to eat. You don't know what I've been through. No one else has had a life as cruel as mine." "Are you done?" Darren cut him off coldly. Step by step, he approached Doflamingo. His towering frame cast a long, dark shadow, completely engulfing the boy who barely stood at 1.5 meters tall. "You think your life is tragic? Full of suffering? That no one else could possibly compare?" The Marine captain sneered. "Isn't it?" Doflamingo gritted his teeth and shot back. The Marine's oppressive presence made him instinctively take a step back. "I've seen plenty of tragic lives. Twisted ones too. Believe me, Doflamingo," the captain's smirk deepened. "There are far more people out there whose lives are more miserable and more twisted than yours. In the North Blue, gunfire rings out every day. The harbors and shores are always littered with rotting, stinking corpses. I've seen people sell out their blood brothers for money. I've seen men trade their wives for power. I've seen people saw off their own legs just to survive. I've heard so many stories. I'm sick of them. But you know what? Even those poor bastards, living worse than dogs, don't whine and sob like you do, crying and complaining like a damn girl. How old are you? 5? 3? Why not go home and suckle from your mommy and daddy?" Darren stared down at the pale-faced Doflamingo, his contempt laid bare. When a wolf's bloodlust is awakened, its first target will be its master. That's when you have to stomp it into the ground, shatter its pride, break its will. Doflamingo clenched his fists. Eyes bloodshot, teeth grinding hard. "My mother died of illness." "Then she was lucky," Darren sneered. "At least she didn't have to listen to your endless whining anymore. You're nothing but a spoiled little brat. And if I'm right, she probably heard more of your crying than anything else before she died." He scoffed. "Or maybe she died from listening to your whining." Doflamingo stood dumbfounded. His face burned, as if he'd been slapped again. "You bastard." He let out a beast-like roar and moved to snap his fingers. Bang. A fist smashed into his gut. Doflamingo doubled over. His back slammed into the wall, eyes shot with blood, and he vomited a mouthful of it. "A true strong man never complains. Even the common folk have more backbone than you." Darren grabbed Doflamingo by the collar with one hand, lifting him up until they were face to face. "I've never seen a real powerhouse spend all day whining about how unlucky they are. And you think someone like you could destroy the world?" Doflamingo bit down on his blood-stained teeth and thrashed violently. Darren's eyes narrowed. Almost there. The timing was just right. Chapter 59, The Devil's Murmur. Complaining about everything, blaming your father. What did you actually do? Darren's voice dripped with scorn and mockery, merciless as ever. He looked at the blonde brat in front of him, blood dripping from his mouth, his face twisting into something more feral by the second. A faint smile flickered in the depths of Darren's half-lidded eyes, growing ever stronger. "Go on. Say it. Spit out the rage and hatred buried deepest in your heart." Doflamingo clenched his fists tight, teeth grinding audibly. "What did I do? What did I do?" Suddenly, he snapped, eyes bloodshot, voice hoarse as he roared, "I killed my foolish father." The moment the words left his mouth, it was like a dam burst. A twisted grin spread across his face, impossible to hold back. Foo. He broke into manic laughter. You didn't see it, did you? That feeling, it was incredible. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have suffered so much. I wouldn't have been so unlucky. I didn't sit around complaining. I acted. I was born to be a king. Foo. His eyes burned with a fierce hunger for dominance as he locked onto the Marine in front of him. You should have seen the look in his eyes. The despair. You should have seen his face when I pulled the gun on him. It was priceless. Foo. Doflamingo laughed like a madman, but tears, red as blood, welled in his eyes as he screamed, I swore I'd take back everything that was mine. I've had enough of life in hell. I was born a god, born to walk above the clouds. Why the hell should I live in this damn human world? Even as he was dying, he kept apologizing. But what use is an apology? It doesn't change anything. But if he dies, then it does. So I pulled the trigger. I cut off his head. That bloody head. I carried it back to the holy land of Mary Joyce. I wanted him to see with his own eyes, me, regaining my place as a celestial dragon, living the life that should have been mine. Clap. 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 Suddenly, slow applause rang out, sharp and jarring in the gloom of the hall. Doflamingo stared, stunned, at the black-haired Marine clapping in front of him. So that's how it is. Truly a tragic, dramatic little tale. Darren clapped as he spoke, a mocking smile curling on his lips. Really tugs at the heartstrings, a foolish father, a gentle mother, a rebellious, unhinged son. Let me guess, the grand finale is the son killing his father, proving himself, and finally getting the life he always dreamed of? The words hit Doflamingo like a lightning bolt. Darren laughed. Almost there. You're on the edge. Feel that despair. He crouched slightly, reaching out to ruffle the blonde brat's hair, amusement dancing on his face. So? Did you get what you wanted, Doflamingo? You murdered your beloved father, even cut off his head like some monster. The world government must have been thrilled with you, huh? Doflamingo stood frozen, lips trembling, but no words came out. Darren's smile deepened with meaning as he leaned closer to the boy. You carried your father's head like a war trophy, coming home from victory. You must have felt ecstatic, triumphant. Maybe, in that twisted little fantasy of yours, the world government welcomed you with flowers, music playing all around, building a grand stage in your honor. With the entire world watching, the almighty, destined King Don Quixote Doflamingo returned to claim the celestial dragon's throne. He raised his arms in an exaggerated flourish, his voice sinking into a low, magnetic tone. You long, from the bottom of your heart, to climb the celestial stairway, step by step, under the gaze of millions. You long to be praised and exalted, to have the five elders themselves drape royal robes over your shoulders. You long to reclaim your status as a celestial dragon and return to a life of privilege and splendor. The Marine captain's voice was like a series of cold iron nails, or sharp blades, driven deep into the heart of the blonde youth before him. That way, you could prove your father was wrong. That way, you could justify killing him. That way, you could ease the guilt and shame gnawing at your heart after committing patricide. With every word, Doflamingo's face grew a shade paler. But none of that came true. You staked everything, killed your father, and bore the weight of guilt and self-blame, only to be met with cold stares, disdain, and mockery. No glorious homecoming. No applause. No flowers. No life of the privileged elite. You, so full of ambition, returned to the holy land of Mary Joyce with your so-called spoils of victory, only to be cast out like a stray dog. I even heard that day, you knelt humbly on the celestial stairway, scrubbing away the blood stains. Enough. Doflamingo suddenly lost control, letting out a furious roar. His bloodshot eyes bulged as if they were about to pop from their sockets. Stop talking. The veins on his forehead stood out in tangled knots. His gaze burned with unspeakable hatred and fury, like flames that wanted to incinerate the entire world. That's why I have to destroy this world. Perfect? The timing was just right. Easier than expected. He broke this quickly. But then again, he was only 12. Now that the wolf was starving mad, it was time to give it a target to hunt. Darren's eyes gleamed faintly. He smiled. No. You're pointing your anger in the wrong direction. Think carefully. Are you in this mess because of the world? He leaned in, whispering close to Doflamingo's ear, his voice calm and persuasive. You were born a king. And a true king, should he waste his fury lashing out at lowly commoners? Trampling the weak. There's no satisfaction in that. Doflamingo, think. Really think. Who was it that brought you to this place? Was it your father? Maybe. But he's already dead. Was it the mob that tortured you? They're dead too. Then who is it, who made you crawl like a dog, scrubbing blood from the steps of the celestial stairway? Who is it that forced you into this hellish exile in the god-forsaken North Blue? Think about it. If you could take revenge, who would be the most satisfying target? Think about it. If, right now, you had the chance, imagine it, who would you make kneel at your feet, begging for mercy? Darren's voice, rich and magnetic, coiled like a devil's whisper from the depths of the underworld, exuding a seductive, soul-piercing allure. Doflamingo froze. His crimson eyes trembled violently. His expression twisted again and again. And then, Darren delivered the final blow. Think carefully, who is it you truly want to become? Think carefully, who do you most want to become? Doflamingo's entire body shuddered. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3. Then, under Darren's pleased gaze and smiling eyes, like a crazed, starved wolf, eyes bloodshot, filled with resentment and madness, he ground out one name through clenched teeth: World Government. The Five Elders. Chapter 60, My Godson. Hatred is a strange emotion. It blends the fury of injustice with the urge to destroy. Time, place, even the passing of years can't erode it. The most terrifying part is this: once the seed of hatred is planted, nothing can uproot it. It takes root deep inside, grows quietly, slowly, until one day it becomes a towering tree that dominates a person's entire life. It drives them forward, obsessively, recklessly, willing to pay any price to reach their goal. And now, that seed had been planted. What kind of twisted bloom would it grow into inside this young celestial dragon's heart? Darren was eager to find out. Good. You've finally seen the truth for what it is. Darren took a step back, eyes locked on Doflamingo, his voice full of approval. Now, let's talk about how you're going to achieve that goal. Doflamingo blinked, briefly stunned, then quickly came to his senses. You're going to help me? Of course. Who in the entire North Blue doesn't know Rogers Darren is a helpful Marine? Darren grinned as he lit a cigar. Doflamingo watched him settle comfortably back into the worn sofa, then rasped out, "Give me one." Darren raised a brow but didn't refuse. He tossed him a cigar. Doflamingo caught it, clipped the end clean with a thread from the string fruit model, thread human devil fruit, bit it between his teeth, lit it, and took a long drag. The way he moved, so practiced, so natural, made the corner of Darren's mouth twitch. This kid, already a veteran smoker. Still, seeing a 12-year-old puffing a cigar like a jaded adult was a jarring sight. Why are you helping me? After a few slow draws, Doflamingo's breathing evened out. His voice was calmer now, his gaze cold behind the lenses of his sunglasses. You're a Marine. And the Marine's job is to uphold the rule of the world government. Impressive. To pull himself together so quickly after a complete breakdown, this kid really had potential. Darren chuckled and shrugged. I told you. I'm not your typical Marine. If I had to give you a reason, it's because I can't stand the way the world government and those celestial dragons act. Sure, maybe the Marines are the government's face, or their loyal guard dogs. But I don't want to be a dog. Those celestial dragons think they're gods. Born superior. But here's the thing, I'm not playing puppet for anyone. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, staring long and hard at Darren. Then suddenly, he let out a sneer. Foo-foo-foo-foo. I get it now. You want to use me. Make me your weapon to go after the world government. And you think I'd trust you that easily? Darren flashed a wide grin. Trust isn't the foundation of cooperation. Interest is. We have a common enemy, don't we? Doflamingo let out a burst of laughter. Foo-foo-foo-foo. Common enemy? Darren, that's hilarious. If the world government, no, if the celestial dragons, are really your enemies, then why not go after them yourself? What I see in front of me is a coward. A little man hiding in the dark, trying to stir up hatred in others while keeping his own hands clean. You want me to cooperate? No, what you really want is to make me your obedient tool. But you haven't shown me a damn thing worth convincing me. He exhaled a puff of smoke, lips curled in arrogance. My demands aren't much. If you really have the guts, then kill a celestial dragon. Not someone like me, who's been stripped of everything, I mean a real celestial dragon. He smirked, full of certainty. Do that, and I'll admit your worth. Hell, I'll even name you my godfather, North Blue style. Oh? Darren raised an eyebrow, his expression turning oddly amused. You sure you want to make that bet? Seeing that curious glint in Darren's eyes, Doflamingo felt a sudden jolt of unease, but still, he grit his teeth and declared, yeah. I'm sure. There was no way this guy would actually go through with it. Doflamingo wasn't stupid. He'd done his homework on the so-called North Blue Admiral. Greedy, lustful, full of flattery, always scheming for more power. Someone like that would never dare to strike at the celestial dragons, the very nobles of the world. Thinking that, Doflamingo straightened with confidence, a sly grin creeping onto his face. And besides, even if Darren did make a move against them, the world government would retaliate instantly and viciously. In that case, their little agreement wouldn't mean a thing anymore. You're the one who said it. Darren shook his head with a sigh. Honestly, being your godfather seems like a dangerously high-risk job. But as luck would have it. He shifted tone mid-sentence, smiling playfully. I happen to like danger. As he spoke, he reached into his coat and casually tossed a fingernail-sized object in front of Doflamingo. The moment he saw it, Doflamingo's pupil shrank to pinpricks. Every hair on his body stood on end. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet, shot up his spine, and exploded in his skull, sending a wave of prickling numbness across his scalp. That thing. That was a chip. The identification chip of the Celestial Dragons, the world nobles. Doflamingo swore there was no way he could be mistaken. Every Celestial Dragon family possessed one of these chips as proof of their status. When a Celestial Dragon chose to renounce their rights and leave the Holy Land of Mary Joais, they were required to surrender it. His father had done just that. When they abandoned their titles and left the Holy Land, the officials demanded they return the family's chip. And Doflamingo had returned, carrying his father's severed head, for the sole purpose of reclaiming it. These chips couldn't be forged or duplicated. Their existence alone was proof of a Celestial Dragon's noble identity. Every one of them carried it on their person, it was their most important possession. And now, Darren had one in his hand. How was that possible? Could it be? As Doflamingo's thoughts raced, drowning in shock, a low, steady voice echoed through the shadowy hall. A few days ago, Celestial Dragon Saint Zild's met an unfortunate end here in the North Blue. According to the investigation team, his official vessel was obliterated in an instant, no survivors, no clues. Not even the surveillance Tendenmushi caught anything. The official conclusion, Saint Zild's died in an accidental seeking attack. Darren blinked, then smiled. Well, that's what the report submitted to the government says, anyway. Naturally, the chip had been retrieved from Saint Zild's corpse. Doflamingo stood frozen. A rush of information flooded his brain. Cold sweat broke across his forehead, and the look in his eyes shifted, from shock to fear. This lunatic. This absolute lunatic. Actually dared to kill a Celestial Dragon. And he got away clean. He could really kill him too. Doflamingo's mind went blank. His ears buzzed with static. Darren sat upright, his body leaning forward with casual menace. That ever-smirking face crept closer, and instinctively, Doflamingo took a step back. His throat bobbed with a hard swallow. Now do you understand, Doflamingo? I can give you everything you want. Power, status, territory, military backing, business, influence. But there's one thing you need to understand. The North Blue is my territory. And here, my rules apply. No one gets to act out without my say-so. Not even the Celestial Dragons. Darren exhaled a long, curling stream of smoke right into Doflamingo's face. Then, under the boy's stunned gaze, the black-haired Marine reached out and tousled his short blonde hair. The flickering wall lamp cast shifting, eerie shadows across his face. Darren smiled. Welcome to the North Blue, my godson. Chapter 61, The underworld of the North Blue is ours. Stepping out of the dim hall, Darren lit a fresh cigar and stretched lazily. The crumbling courtyard was overgrown with dead ivy, tangled around the ruins of a collapsed fountain. The night was bleak, the moonlight cold and pale as it spilled down from above. Momonga stood silently in the shadows of the wall, completely motionless. He blended into the surrounding architecture so seamlessly it was as if he were part of it. For a full hour, he hadn't moved a muscle or even shifted his weight. His expression was cold and resolute. To Darren, it seemed like he wasn't even breathing, like a statue, silently standing guard. You've done well. A wave of warmth passed through Darren's chest as he spoke with a smile. The North Blue was a perilous sea. He still vividly remembered how chaotic it had been when he first arrived. The Mafia fought openly in the streets, gunfire echoing through towns, while sobbing civilians trembled in alleyways. Meanwhile, the kingdom's elites clinked glasses at opulent banquets, untouched by the chaos. There was no trust between people, only scheming, deceit, and betrayal. Someone might act like your sworn brother, showering you with flattery and gifts, only to stab you in the back the moment you turned away. Clawing his way up the ladder of power, Darren had long lost count of how many people's blood stained his hands. He had always had more enemies than friends. Even now, with nearly unrivaled power in the North Blue, he lived each day with caution. In an environment like this, having a dependable second-in-command was a rare and fortunate thing. Momonga stepped out from the shadows, a faint smirk playing on his lips. You really are cold-blooded. He's just a 12-year-old kid. He had clearly overheard Darren's CPU speech to Doflamingo inside the hall. Darren shrugged. Even a young wolf can tear out a man's throat. Don't forget, he killed his own father at 10. And awakened Conqueror's hockey. Momonga fell silent at that. He glanced at the chip Darren was toying with, then cast a wary look toward the ominous hall. You're not worried he'll stab you in the back? He wouldn't dare. No proof, and no one would believe him, Darren replied with a smile. Besides, I'm his godfather now. Momonga rolled his eyes. A son laughs over his father's death, that had already happened with Doflamingo. But he also understood Darren's nature. This ambitious supreme officer of the North Blue had madness flowing in his blood. He craved the thrill of danger, the rush of walking a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. It was as if only in those suffocating moments, when his heart nearly stopped, could he truly feel alive. By the way, has the situation been contained? Darren suddenly asked, as if remembering something. Momonga nodded seriously. The perimeter was secured, and civilians fully evacuated. Even the North Blue Marines who came with us don't know the details. All they know is that it was a mission to eliminate pirates. Darren chuckled. Good. Let's keep it quiet for as long as we can. It's about time we head back. If I'm not mistaken, we've got a meeting with Vent Smoke Judge tomorrow? Momonga replied in a low voice. That's right. The first batch of high-tech weapon prototypes from Germa is ready. You need to inspect them personally and conduct the first field tests. The exact location of the meeting is still awaiting confirmation from Vent Smoke Judge. Darren nodded and began walking. The white cloak of justice behind him whipped in the wind. Excellent. That means our North Blue Fleet initiative can officially begin. Under the night sky, his eyes gleamed brighter than the stars. The dim hall was shrouded in shadows. Cold moonlight pierced through the dusty glass dome above, spilling down like silver onto Doflamingo. The wall lamps flickered faintly, casting dancing patterns of light and dark. The blonde youth sat on a plush sofa, an extinguished cigar pinched between his fingers. His head leaned back, eyes unfocused, staring blankly at the distant dome ceiling. Doffy, young master. It was unclear how much time had passed before the four finally stirred from their unconscious state. They glanced around in alarm, only relaxing once they confirmed the Marine was nowhere to be seen. Doffy. I mean. How did we end up back here? Leaning on his cane, Treble struggled to his feet. His breath was ragged, and his face was deathly pale from the severity of his wounds. I don't know. I woke up here, Doflamingo replied. If I had to guess. Still staring at the moon through the dome, he suddenly grinned. It was probably Rogers Darren who sent us back. The moment he said it, the four of them gasped in unison, cold sweat seeping down their backs. This place was on Minion Island. The old, abandoned manor had long served as a secret base for the Don Quixote family, known only to them. But now, the highest-ranking officer in the North Blue Navy had somehow returned them here while they were unconscious. What did that mean? It meant that every move they'd made in the North Blue had already been under the watch of that monster-like Marine. In a daze, they began to feel like even this secret stronghold was no longer safe. As if unseen terrors lurked within the dark corridors and eerie rooms, silently watching their every move. So, young master. What do we do now? Diamandi asked anxiously. Since setting out to sea, they had enjoyed smooth sailing, never facing a defeat like this. They were used to people kneeling before them, begging for mercy. Used to giving orders, not taking hits. But now, that Marine, Rogers Darren, was like an unshakable fortress blocking their path to conquering the North Blue. He had annihilated thousands of their subordinates on his own. None of them could even last a single exchange against him. That man was like a demon, terrifying and suffocating. What do we do? Doflamingo murmured. At last, his eyes regained focus. He turned to meet the uneasy and fearful stares of Treble and the others. He didn't speak for a long time. I've already lost my entire family. You're all I have left. The thought surfaced, bringing with it a wave of bitter emotion. And in that moment, he finally understood why Darren had spared Treble and the rest. So that's it. That's why. You're ruthless, Darren. In your eyes, everything I've done must seem like nothing more than a child's game, huh? No need to worry. Doflamingo sighed inwardly but gave a slight smile. The North Blue underworld now belongs to us. As the four looked at him in growing disbelief, the blonde youth stood from the sofa and burst into laughter. Foo-foo-foo-foo. From this day forward, Rogers Darren is the godfather of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Foo-foo-foo-foo-foo. His crazed, maniacal laughter echoed throughout the grim, desolate courtyard. Chapter 62, The Meeting the Next Day. North Blue, waters near an isolated island. The sky was clear, the sea a deep blue. White seagulls soared freely across the cloudless sky, gliding toward the distant horizon. A warship cruised slowly along the surface, leaving a long white trail in its wake. How much longer until we arrive? Rogers Darren stood at the bow, arms crossed and a lit cigar between his teeth. His spotless white cape fluttered behind him in the breeze. Just a few more minutes until we reach the rendezvous point, Momonga replied, standing beside him and checking their course with the eternal pose compass. Germa 66 has always been elusive. As a mobile war nation, the so-called army of evil doesn't have fixed territory. Darren nodded, then glanced toward the far end of the deck. A smile tugged at his lips as he spotted two young figures drenched in sweat, tirelessly training. Catching his gaze, Momonga gave a helpless smile. Lieutenant Commanders Giant and Tokacake seem to have taken the recent events hard. They've been training non-stop, like madmen. At least it's been quieter, Darren said flatly. The Celestial Dragon incident had clearly shaken these two chosen ones from Marine headquarters. The Marines' helplessness, the despair in the face of overwhelming power, the guilt of standing on the wrong side, it was enough to break a Marine's resolve. Kuzen's arc during the Ohara incident came to mind. From burning justice to lazy justice, he too had faced the crushing weight of the Navy's so-called justice. Maybe you should talk to them, Momonga said hesitantly, clearly struggling with the suggestion before finally voicing it. He'd witnessed firsthand Darren's uncanny ability to manipulate and persuade. With his insight into human nature, Darren could always pierce straight through to the heart of a matter. Leave the lectures to the old man Sengoku. I'm not interested in babysitting. Darren looked away from Giant and Tokacake, his tone calm. If they can't get past this, maybe they're not cut out to be Marines. Momonga fell silent for a moment, then let out a weary sigh. This guy saw through people too well. And perhaps because of that, he often came off as cold and detached. We've arrived. Darren's deep, steady voice snapped Momonga out of his thoughts. He looked up and saw massive shadows beginning to emerge through the sea fog in the distance. A fleet of warships, each towed by enormous snails, carved long white streaks through the ocean. Their presence was imposing and overwhelming. The flag of Germa 66 flew at the top of each ship. At the head of the fleet, the main battleship flew the crossed eagle crest of the Vince-Smoke family, proudly displayed at its highest point. The tightly packed fleet quickly converged under the lead ship's command. Gears and metal tracks locked together with heavy clunks and roars. In under 3 minutes, dozens of warships had transformed into a single, mobile nation. Germa 66. No wonder they're called the war nation that makes the world tremble, Momonga said in awe, his eyes shining. Darren nodded in agreement. Germa 66 had been no match for him, but only because his devil fruit powers directly countered their tech. That didn't mean they were weak. In truth, Germa 66's military capabilities were among the best in the world: advanced weapons, raid suits, fearless clones, modular territory that could assemble and disassemble at will, and the power to conduct operations across the Red Line. If he could acquire that technology and integrate it into his North Blue fleet, he'd have a force capable of crossing the Red Line, breaking into the Grand Line from the North Blue, and even reaching the New World with ease. And what he wanted from Vince-Smoke Judge went far beyond just that. Prepare to board. With a quiet command and a sharp glint in his eyes, Darren issued the order. Momonga raised his hand in a precise military signal, and the Marines aboard the warship swiftly moved into position. The helm turned. The warship smoothly entered Germa's mobile port. Giant and Tokacake paused their training, straightened their uniforms, and stepped to the front of the formation. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions as they looked at Darren's tall, broad back. Ever since Admiral Sengoku had left Basha Island, they hadn't known what to feel. The guilt had weighed so heavily on them, they couldn't even face Darren, barely daring to speak to him, avoiding him at every turn. Just then. Boom. 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 A series of low cannon blasts rang out, snapping Giant and Tokacake from their thoughts. Artillery attack? Tokacake stepped forward with a guarded expression, taking a defensive stance as he shielded Giant behind him. Giant, don't worry, I'll protect you, he declared with righteous flair, and just as he was about to dramatically toss his hair back, he noticed the other Marines staring at him like he was an idiot. Tokacake froze for a moment. A cascade of dazzling fireworks burst into the sky, scattering countless brilliant flashes like silver blossoms in the clear blue expanse. The colorful light danced across his face, making him look completely ridiculous, like a clown. This is a salute. Tokacake stood dumbfounded, staring at the sparkling spectacle above. His lips parted, but he couldn't utter a word. Don't be nervous, Lieutenant Commander Tokacake. Darren chuckled, patting him on the shoulder before leading the way down from the warship. On the soil of the Germa Kingdom, rows of ceremonial salutes launched into the sky, filling the air with the vibrance of celebration and peace. Ha 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 ha. Welcome, Captain Darren, to the Germa Kingdom. It's truly an honor for Germa 66. From within the grand and solemn military formation, Vinsmoke Judge stepped out in his ornate robe, long blonde hair flowing as he approached with a wide smile, extending his hand toward the Marine captain. "It's I who am intruding. The grandeur of Germa 66 never fails to stir my heart, no matter how many times I see it." Darren returned the smile as he stepped forward. Their hands met and clasped firmly in midair. Jian and Tokacake watched the scene, their expressions twitching. As they looked at the overly warm smiles on Darren and Vinsmoke Judge's faces, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "Two cunning bastards." Had they not experienced firsthand the war that nearly annihilated Germa, they would have thought these two were long-lost brothers. Chapter 63, You Won't Unleash Its Power That Way. Germa Kingdom. Training Ground. All unrelated personnel had been cleared out. Clone soldiers from Germa 66 stood in formation, forming a human wall around the training ground, silent and still like cold statues. Led by Darren, the senior officers of the North Blue Marines stood at the center, watching as Germa soldiers carried in heavy, sealed crates one after another. "As per our agreement, this is the first batch of military tech weapons you requested," Vinsmoke Judge said flatly, giving Darren a glance. "They're just samples, but their performance is already stable. Once you approve them, mass production can begin at any time. That said, I should warn you, high-tech weapons don't come cheap." Darren lit a cigar, smiled, and waved casually. "Money's not an issue. Open them up." Judge gestured to the clone soldiers. They stepped forward briskly, tearing the seals and opening the crates. Darren and the others leaned in to take a look. Inside, all kinds of advanced weapons were laid horizontally, cushioned by dry straw. Judge casually picked up one, a sleek, cannon-like weapon. Unlike standard artillery, this one had a long, narrow barrel with a metal cylinder attached to the end. This is a flamethrower. It shoots flames at around 300 degrees Celsius, with an effective range of 30 meters. It can spray continuously for 15 minutes. Once the fuel's spent, it needs to be refilled. He glanced at Darren. "Want a demonstration?" Darren made a gesture of invitation. Judge gave a cold command. "Step forward." A clone soldier wearing sunglasses strode out from the formation, hands clasped behind his back, and stood like a statue at the center of the training ground. Jian and Tokacake's pupils narrowed slightly at the sight. This guy. Is he really going to test it on his own men? As if to confirm their fears, Judge raised the flamethrower and, from 15 meters away, aimed it directly at the clone soldier. A moment later, without a flicker of emotion, he pulled the trigger. Roar. A blazing stream of fire shot out, instantly engulfing the clone soldier. Under Tokacake and Jian's stunned gaze, the soldier became a living torch. No screams. No struggle. Not even a twitch. In less than 5 seconds, the burning figure collapsed. The flames lingered, smoke rising from the charred corpse as the embers slowly faded. The air was thick with the stench of scorched flesh and feathers. Tokacake's face turned pale. Jian felt a wave of nausea rise. They'd seen war before. But Vinsmoke Judge's brutality, using his own men to test weapons, was something entirely new. Smoke curled in the air. Vinsmoke Judge set down the flamethrower and turned toward the Marine captain with a proud look on his face. "What do you think?" Darren frowned. 300 degrees? The temperature of a flame depends on the type of fuel and the density of the oxidizer, air, ranging from a few hundred to several thousand degrees. But that's in the real world. In the world of pirates, where the tech tree has gone wildly off track, due to the lack of high-concentration fuel, normal flame temperatures usually range between 200 and 900 degrees. That's also the upper limit of the flame fruit model, fire human devil fruit's flames. Lava, on the other hand, ranges between 900 and 1400 degrees, which is why the magma fruit model, magma human devil fruit, is considered superior to the flame fruit model, fire human devil fruit. The firing rate is average, the range is average, and it needs to be refueled. As for power, Darren shook his head and turned to Vinsmoke Judge. "You're not going to get any meaningful data like this. Designing and building weapons is your specialty, but killing people is something else entirely. For a normal human body, a bullet, a knife, or a blunt strike doesn't make much difference when it comes to taking a life." He smiled. "And unfortunately for you, I happen to know a lot about killing." Vinsmoke Judge froze for a moment, then said with a hint of irritation, "So what are you saying?" Darren took a step forward, raised his hand, and removed the black tie from his uniform collar. He took off his pristine white cloak of justice and stripped off the top half of his uniform, revealing a body covered in scars. Jian and Tokacake both stared in shock. "This guy. Don't tell me he's actually going to." Momonga groaned and covered his face in disbelief. Vinsmoke Judge stood frozen, staring blankly at the wild, violent aura radiating from the Marine captain, completely thrown off. Darren rolled his neck, producing a series of sharp cracks like popping beans, then grinned wickedly. "Come on. Use me for the test." As soon as the words left his mouth, a gust of wind swept across the training ground. His black hair whipped in the air, and his eyes grew increasingly intense. "Are you serious?" Vinsmoke Judge's eye twitched as he asked. Tokacake suddenly snapped out of it and jumped in, shouting in alarm, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, Darren, this isn't a joke. That's a 300-degree flamethrower. If you get burned alive, the North Blue Admiral's seat will go to me." "Ah, wait, I didn't mean to say that." He hurriedly clamped a hand over his mouth. Darren suddenly looked as though he'd seen the light. "Lieutenant Commander Tokacake makes a good point. In that case, I'll pass on the risk. This honorable task should go to the genius from headquarters, Lieutenant Commander Tokacake." As he spoke, he reached out with a large hand toward the back of Tokacake's neck. "No, no, no. You do it." Tokacake recoiled with unprecedented speed, drenched in cold sweat. After that little joke, Darren turned back to Vinsmoke Judge, his expression serious. "I mean it." And he truly did. Darren had trained his body to withstand bullets and even small to medium-scale explosions. He could endure the shock and heat of a shell blast, so a 300-degree flamethrower wasn't exactly life-threatening. More importantly, with his innate ability of perception, he could accurately assess a weapon's destructive capability by experiencing its force firsthand. After all, the fleet he envisioned wasn't meant for minor skirmishes in the North Blue. In his plans, his military force needed to match, or surpass, the level of pirate crews in the New World. Naturally, the weapons outfitting that fleet had to meet that same standard of power. Seeing Darren's determination, Vinsmoke Judge no longer hesitated. He aimed and pulled the trigger. Roar. In Giant and Tokacake's tightly constricted pupils, a long tongue of flame shot from the weapon, engulfing Darren's upper body. A wave of searing heat blasted across the training ground, stirring up a blazing wind. Everyone present stared in stunned disbelief at the man standing firm in the heart of the crimson flames. Chapter 64, My Child, Forgive Me. Crackling. Flames roared fiercely, and from a distance, Darren's upper body looked like a ball of fire. The swirling flames distorted the air around him, making Giant and the others' hearts pound with unease. A full minute passed before Vinsmoke Judge finally lowered the flamethrower. Even he hadn't noticed the fine layer of cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. Smoke billowed, obscuring everything from view. Gulp. Tokacake instinctively swallowed and whispered to Momonga beside him, "Hey, did that guy really not get burned alive?" Momonga rolled his eyes impatiently. Just then, a faint voice came from the center of the smoke. "Yeah, the firepower's decent." A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the black smoke. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, as Darren stood firm in the middle of the scorched ground, looking down at his own condition. His body was coated in a layer of black ash, and faint burn marks were visible. But judging from his expression, the injuries weren't serious. Well, at least not for him. Flamethrower passes the test. Darren patted the ash off his skin and flashed a grin at Vinsmoke Judge. Next. He turned his gaze toward Tokacake and the others. "Don't just stand there, get over here and test everything. Let's not waste time." Thus began one of the most intense and shocking weapons tests in the history of modern arms development. Flamethrowers. High-voltage shotguns pushing thousands of volts. Portable rocket launchers. High-speed rotary saws. Burst-fire heavy machine guns. All kinds of advanced technological weapons developed by Germa 66 were unleashed on the Marine captain like a relentless barrage. The training ground echoed with dull explosions, piercing screeches of cutting metal, and thunderous blasts, occasionally interrupted by Tokacake's mischievous laughter. Everyone, including Vinsmoke Judge, went from initial shock, to growing used to the sight, and eventually fell into a numb, dazed state. After a full 30 minutes, Tokacake and the others finally dropped the last weapon with heaving breaths and collapsed onto the ground without a shred of dignity. They looked at Darren with expressions of disbelief. "Monster." Vinsmoke Judge raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring in a pale voice. Darren sat on a crate of weapons, clearly satisfied, a lit cigar clenched between his teeth. A military doctor beside him worked quietly, bandaging the wounds scattered across his body. "Not bad. Just start production on the weapons we finalized. 50% up front, the rest on delivery," Darren said with a smile to Vinsmoke Judge. Vinsmoke Judge replied hoarsely, "No problem." By now, he fully understood what kind of terrifying beast the Supreme Commander of the North Blue Marines really was. Once the medic finished dressing his wounds, Darren rose slowly. He slipped on the uniform Momonga handed him, draped the pristine white cloak of justice over his shoulders, and walked over to Vinsmoke Judge. Lowering his voice, he said, "By the way, about the warship modifications." Vinsmoke Judge's face tensed with concern. "Your demands are too extreme." If we replace the keel with metal, the ship's weight will more than double. That would seriously affect its draft. Darren waved a hand dismissively. No need to worry about the draft. In his deep black eyes, a wild and ruthless ambition flickered. What I need is for the ship's main structure to be built with lightweight metal. Vinsmoke Judge furrowed his brow and muttered thoughtfully, if that's the case, we can mix a small amount of the same alloy used in raid suits into the steel. That should work. But the cost? He gave Darren a sidelong glance. Would be astronomical. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Darren laughed. Money is worthless when it just sits in your hands. It only has value when spent to strengthen your power. The warship set sail, slowly departing from the port of the Germa Kingdom. Vinsmoke Judge stood on shore, wearing a beaming smile as he waved at the ship fading into the distance. But as the warship disappeared over the horizon, the smile on his face gradually twisted into something cold and sinister. My lord, the deposit from the North Blue Marines has been secured in the vault. A middle-aged man dressed like a butler approached respectfully and whispered. Vinsmoke Judge nodded grimly. He said nothing, merely waving the man away. Then, alone, he passed through the heavily guarded gates of the main fortress and entered the high-security corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a solid metal door. He approached, eyes scanning the electronic panel embedded in the door, and pressed his hand against the scanner. Iris scan complete. Bloodline verified. Welcome back, my lord. A cold, mechanical voice responded. The door slid open, and Vinsmoke Judge stepped inside. Beyond it was a laboratory the size of several football fields, lined with massive rotating test tubes. Each one, nearly 3 meters tall, was filled with green fluid. Suspended inside were humanoid bodies, Germa's clone soldiers. Vinsmoke Judge walked up to a silver control panel, his face expressionless as he stared at the spinning tubes. Suddenly, he slammed his fist down hard. Bang. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and roared. His bloodshot eyes were filled with fury, his face twisted with rage. Shameful. Utterly shameful. His breathing grew heavy, chest heaving violently, eyes practically burning with rage. To think that I, the great king of the Germa Kingdom, supreme commander of the army of evil, have been reduced to nothing more than a lowly arms dealer. That bastard Rogers Darren, does he really think Germa is just his personal weapon supplier? He even dared to eye the raid suit. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Vinsmoke Judge roared, punching the metal console over and over, leaving deep dents with every strike. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the rows of developing clone soldiers, filled with bitterness and resentment. He seethed with hatred. That so-called weapons test just now. Of course he knew what it really was. It was a warning. A brutal show of dominance from that bastard Darren. A display of overwhelming, crushing power. Still panting, Vinsmoke Judge's eyes scanned the lab with venomous intensity. Clone soldiers. Their numbers meant nothing to that man. Germa's pride, the raid suit, the high-tech weaponry. All of it was effortlessly countered by Darren's devil fruit abilities. The way Rogers Darren tested those weapons, savagely, relentlessly, he wasn't a man. He was a monster. But how do you fight a monster? A trace of despair flickered in Vinsmoke Judge's eyes. Was there truly no way to stand against him? Just then, a voice crackled from a speaker. My lord, Lady Sora's water has broken. She's about to give birth. Please come quickly. Vinsmoke Judge froze. Sora. His wife. She was pregnant, and now she was going into labor. He, the king of Germa, was about to have his firstborn. For a fleeting moment, a rare softness appeared on Vinsmoke Judge's hardened face. My bloodline. He murmured. My bloodline. Suddenly, a jolt ran through him like a bolt of lightning. The next second, ha 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 ha. So that's it. I've found it. I've found a way to deal with you, Darren. Vinsmoke Judge burst into maniacal laughter, his voice echoing through the lab. Lineage factor. Modification. I should have realized it sooner. Only a monster can fight another monster. As if he'd found a final lifeline, he staggered madly toward the far end of the lab, grabbing hold of a pink test tube. Reflected in the transparent glass filled with pink fluid was his own face, twisted with growing madness. My child. Forgive me. This is for the glory of Germa, he rasped. Chapter 65, Vinsmoke Rage. Vinsmoke Judge's near maniacal muttering echoed through the cold laboratory. Only a monster can fight a monster. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the test tube filled with pink liquid in his hand, but in his mind, he kept replaying the image of that Marine, Rogers Darren, emerging unharmed through a hail of bullets, relying solely on his physical body to withstand the assault. Skin enhancement? No, just enhancing flesh and skin isn't nearly enough. Bulletproof resilience. Rapid regeneration. Brute, beast-like strength. Yes. That's it. Only an exoskeleton could do that. As he mumbled to himself, A flicker of madness gleamed in his eyes. He picked up a den mushi and dialed a line. "My lord, are you here yet? Lady Sora is calling your name. The delivery is about to begin." The butler's anxious voice came through the receiver. Vinsmoke Judge clenched his jaw, his expression shifting. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind and barked, "Have the doctor wait. I need more time." With that, he slammed the receiver down, cutting off communication. Carefully placing the test tube onto the workbench, he swept all the equipment and clutter from the console to the floor in a single violent motion. With a flurry of clattering sounds, he pulled out a pen and paper and began scribbling rapid calculations. Lineage factor ratios. An exoskeleton alone won't do. I'll need to incorporate toxicity too. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his cheeks and chin, but he ignored them completely. Within just 1 minute, the blank sheet was filled with dense formulas and reagent combinations. "Begin." With a hoarse whisper, he pressed a button on the console. The lab equipment roared to life, pumping carefully measured chemical agents into the pink test tube. The liquid inside began to boil violently, releasing a rush of bubbling foam. Success. Seeing the indicator light flash green on the control panel, Vinsmoke Judge clenched his fist and grabbed the test tube, striding quickly out of the lab and toward the palace. As he passed through long corridors and manicured palace gardens, the moment he stepped into the royal residence, the sound of anguished cries reached his ears. It was his wife. "Sora." He whispered anxiously and quickened his pace, entering a lavish bedroom adorned with painted murals. The once white bedsheets were now stained deep red with blood, and doctors and nurses in white coats bustled frantically around the room. A beautiful woman with a gentle face lay trembling on the bed, drenched in sweat and writhing from the pain of childbirth. "My lord, you've finally arrived." A doctor wearing rimless glasses paused and bowed respectfully. Vinsmoke Judge waved him off and quickly approached the bedside, grasping his wife's hand tightly. "Sora, I'm here." The queen of the Germa kingdom, Sora, slowly opened her eyes. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she softly murmured, "Judge. Judge." Seeing the pain on his wife's face, Vinsmoke Judge felt his heart tighten. He took a deep breath. "Sora, I've found a way for Germa to rise again. To dominate the North Blue." He raised the test tube in his hand, filled with swirling pink liquid. "Lineage factor. With this technology, our child will be born with the talents of a monster. Our child will become the strongest warrior Germa 66 has ever seen. The Vinsmoke name will rise with him and echo across the seas." He spoke with fervor, expecting joy from his wife. Instead, what greeted him were eyes wide with fear and disbelief. "You want to turn our child into a weapon?" Queen Sora's voice trembled, her face pale. As Germa's queen, she understood all too well the terrible consequences of the technology her husband wielded. Just like the clone soldiers of Germa 66, those infused with lineage factor would lose all human emotion, bound to obey Vinsmoke Judge's every command without question. Judge froze. "No, Sora." Her terrified gaze felt foreign, unfamiliar. In that moment, he softened. "I'll preserve our child's emotions," he said, "but our child will still be a weapon in your hands, won't they?" Judge opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word of denial. Silence fell. In his mind, the image of Rogers Darren's wild, unyielding face kept flashing again and again. "This is for Germa's glory." His voice dropped, cold and distant. The head of the Vinsmoke family rose to his feet. Turning his back to his wife, who now wept in silent disappointment, he clenched his fists and rasped, "Only then can Germa rule the North Blue again." "I'm sorry, Sora." He murmured the words so softly they barely carried. Then, as his wife cried behind him, Vinsmoke Judge handed the pink test tube to the doctor. His bloodshot eyes glistened faintly with grief as he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Inject her with the serum. Then begin the delivery." With that, he turned and walked out of the room without looking back. Half an hour later, outside the royal palace, Vinsmoke Judge paced impatiently. Finally, the sharp cry of a newborn rang through the air. "Congratulations, my lord. The madam has given birth to a healthy baby girl." A doctor in a blood-stained white coat and surgical mask stepped out, gently cradling a baby in his arms. Judge froze. He stared blankly at the child, then instinctively reached out and held her in his arms. Soft pink hair covered her right eye. Her left eyebrow curled in a counterclockwise swirl. Her violet eyes gleamed with intelligence. "It's just." The doctor hesitated. "My lord, the young lady's skin is extraordinarily tough. The needle couldn't pierce it. I'm afraid she can't be vaccinated." Judge blinked, stunned. Then an overwhelming surge of joy exploded within him. "Ha ha 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 ha." He threw his head back and burst into wild, manic laughter. The experiment had succeeded. It really worked. A child born with a superhuman body. "No need for vaccinations," he declared. "My daughter is a monster by birth." Ha 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 ha. That day, in the Germa kingdom of the North Blue, the Vinsmoke family welcomed its first royal heir. The king of Germa and commander of the army of evil, Vinsmoke Judge, gave her a name, Vinsmoke Ragel. Chapter 66, Special Training North Blue. Branch 321. The blazing sun scorched the training grounds as yellow sand whipped through the air. 3 imposing figures launched a fierce assault on a black-haired marine standing at the center. Their speed and strength had been pushed to the limit, and their coordination was nearly flawless. 3 snow-white capes, each bearing the insignia of a lieutenant commander, fluttered wildly behind them as they attacked. The man they surrounded exuded a wild, defiant aura. His upper body was bare, revealing chiseled muscles like carved stone. A faint smile played at his lips as he casually faced their storm-like offensive. It was none other than Giant, Tokacake, and Momonga attacking Roger's Darren. But despite outnumbering him, all 3 were drenched in sweat, visibly straining under immense pressure. Though they were the ones attacking, it somehow felt like Darren was the one overwhelming all 3 of them alone. So weak, Tokacake. Did you skip lunch? That punch feels more like a tickle, Darren laughed mockingly, infuriating the already gasping Tokacake. Darren, you bastard. What the hell did you just say? A sharp whoosh cut through the air from behind, danger closing in fast. Darren twisted his body to avoid the slash from Momonga and Giant, who had flanked him. He smirked and taunted, am I wrong? So soft. Are you even capable, twig boy? As he spoke, the Marine captain deliberately glanced down at Tokacake's crotch. The meaning in his eyes was more than enough to make any hot-blooded man explode with rage. Darren, you're dead. I'm gonna kill you. Right on cue, Tokacake's furious roar echoed across the training yard. His skin steamed, white smoke puffed from his nostrils, and he charged at Darren like a raging bull. The force of his stomp shattered the ground, leaving behind a crater over 5 meters wide. Tokacake's speed spiked in an instant, and he shot forward like a cannonball. Bang! A deep thud rang out. Tokacake blinked, stunned, at Darren, whose head had snapped back from a clean punch to the face. Blood splattered through the air. He actually landed a hit? But the next second, Tokacake's pupils shrank. Darren, his head still tilted back, curved his bleeding mouth into a gleeful, twisted grin. No anger. No pain. Just the delighted look of someone who had found a fun new toy. Good strength. That voice, low, crazed, and excited, crawled into Tokacake's mind like a devil's whisper. A twitch formed at the corner of his eye. A terrible feeling crept up in his chest. No way. Darren grinned wider. Bang. He slammed his forehead straight into Tokacake's skull. Blood sprayed. Tokacake's vision spun wildly as dizziness overwhelmed him. Before he could react, a large gloved hand loomed larger and larger in his blurred sight. Not the face. Tokacake cried out. Darren ignored him. With one hand, he grabbed Tokacake by the face, lifted him, and slammed him hard into the ground. Boom. The earth within 30 meters fractured instantly, crisscrossed with jagged cracks as the ground groaned under the impact. Dust exploded upward. Tokacake's upper body was embedded in the ground, only his trembling, hairy legs and clogs twitching in the air. Clang. At that moment, the sharp ring of a sword being drawn cut through the chaos. A gleaming blade pierced the swirling smoke first, followed by the hardened face of Momonga beneath his military cap. His billowing cloak rose behind him. Eyes cold, both hands gripped his sword tightly as he brought it crashing down toward Darren with all his strength. Perfect timing. SHHHK. The blade, glowing with sword light, slashed deep across Darren's chest, blood sprayed from the impact. Not bad. You've improved. Though a deep, bloody gash now marked his chest, Roger's Darren looked completely unfazed, eyes gleaming with approval as he stared at Momonga. Momonga gave a bitter smile, then bravely accepted Darren's brutal knee strike head-on. Bang. His body shot backward like a cannonball, smashing through 3 humanoid stone targets before crashing to the ground in a battered heap, blood spurting from his mouth. But the moment Darren landed the hit, he felt a chilling pressure rapidly descending from above. The sharpness of it made his skin prickle, every hair standing on end. No wonder she's considered a future admiral candidate, her swordsmanship really is terrifying. Darren murmured to himself with a smile, extending one hand upward. Clang. A golden toe came crashing down, slicing through his black glove as it struck his palm, yet it stopped there, caught and locked in place by Darren's grip. Wind howled across the training ground, scattering the smoke and dust. Giant had leapt high into the air, gripping her blade with both hands in a full overhead stance. Her cape snapped in the turbulent air, nearly vertical behind her. She glared down at the Marine captain who met her with that ever-casual, teasing grin, and let out a fierce, low shout. Her blade, Kanpira, burst into a brilliance it had never shown before, straining desperately to break free of Darren's monstrous strength. Drawing on the downward force of her dive, she pushed the sword down with everything she had. The blade was just millimeters from slicing into Darren's chest, but even with her full power, Giant couldn't drive it that final inch. In the end, even moving it a centimeter forward became an impossible dream. Darren decided it was time to stop holding back. His hand, clamped like a vice around the blade, clenched tighter. The impact of metal grinding against his fingers rang out in sharp, metallic chimes. He yanked hard. The moment Giant lost balance, caught off guard, his fist slammed straight into her stomach. Bang! A burst of white shockwave exploded from her back. Giant's face went deathly pale. She dropped to her knees, hands clutching her abdomen, blood trickling from her lips. Drip. Drip. Bright red blood from Darren's wound dripped onto the dusty training ground, soaking quickly into the earth and leaving behind dark, bloody stains. Darren grinned as he looked down at the three Marines collapsed before him, Giant, Topacake, and Momonga, all gasping for breath. Well, that's enough for today. He winked at them as they lay there, each wearing their own version of a pain mask. We'll pick up again tomorrow. With that, he turned and strode off toward the base commander's office. Momonga groaned and rubbed his temples. Giant lay flat on her back, panting, still gripping her sword tightly. Topacake let out a wail of frustration and cursed loudly, damn it. It had been half a month since their trip to the Germa Kingdom to evaluate the weapons. Ever since then, that bastard Darren had dragged them into special training every single day, claiming it was to help them grow stronger. But Topacake couldn't shake the feeling that what that bastard was really doing was finding new ways to beat the crap out of them. Chapter 67, Life is Simple. Evening, Base Commander's Office. Darren stood shirtless in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, a lit cigar clamped between his teeth as he looked down at the 321st Division from above. Warships patrolled the island on their designated routes. On the training grounds, rows of Marines drilled in formation, their shouts and the sound of strikes echoing intermittently. Others, dressed in uniform, carried out routine maintenance on the artillery and docked ships. The setting sun cast a golden glow through the windows, lighting up the tall frame of the Marine captain and stretching his shadow across the floor. Smoke curled around his face, making his eyes appear even more intense. Progress really is slowing down. He exhaled a puff of smoke, muttering with a touch of resignation. Looking down, he eyed the scabbed-over wounds on his palms and chest. A good night's sleep and they'd be mostly healed by morning. His superhuman physique granted him exceptional defense, and an equally terrifying ability to recover. Routine training could no longer yield improvements. His body had already fully adapted to the intensity of such external stress and stimuli. That's why, after returning from the Germa Kingdom, he decided to drag Momonga, Giant, and Topacake into a round of special training. On one hand, it helped them unlock their potential faster and sharpen their skills. On the other, it gave him a way to challenge himself with new stimuli. While the three combined weren't enough to truly pressure him, sparring and brawling with them did shake loose the stagnation in his physical growth, allowing his stats to tick upward. No matter how you looked at it, the talent of those three could rank among the top across the entire sea. With that thought, Darren gradually quieted his mind. Using his innate perception, he honed in on his physical state, calling up his personal data panel, physique, 61.753 strength, 57.192 speed, 59.241 fruit, 72.111. Aside from his devil fruit ability, his physique, strength, and speed had only increased by about 0.5 to 0.8 over the past month, and even that was grinding to a halt. Most of the gains were thanks to the past 10 days of intense training with the trio. As for developing his devil fruit power, progress was even slower. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock broke through Darren's thoughts. Come in, he said calmly. The office door opened, and Momonga stepped in, dressed sharply in his uniform and military cap. Darren poured him a glass of chilled whiskey and handed it over with a smile. How are you holding up? Momonga took the glass and gave a wry grin through clenched teeth. Not great. Not everyone's a lunatic like you who enjoys the thrill of getting beaten up. These past 10 days of special training had been brutal. He hadn't had a single decent night's sleep. Every session left his whole body aching, as if his bones had come apart. Even lying in bed, his muscles screamed in pain. Darren just shrugged and laughed. Pain's a good thing, it reminds you you're alive. And in combat, feeling your opponent's blows with your own body lets you sense their strength, speed, physique, even their will. That's how you find their weakness. Momonga rolled his eyes and drained the glass in one go. That was just like Darren. He could easily dodge with his speed and explosive bursts, but more often than not, he just didn't bother. His savage, brute force fighting style was in stark contrast to his cunning and adaptable political tactics. Faced with a choice between dodging or taking a hit head-on, He always chose the latter. It was a style forged over years, likely influenced by his former superior, Sakazuki. He preferred trading blows, gambling everything at the most dangerous moment. A man like that was the last kind of opponent anyone wanted to face. Like a crazed, starving wolf. Even with crushed organs. Even with broken limbs. He'd still grin through the blood and tear a chunk of flesh off you with his last remaining fangs. Hearing Momonga's complaints, Darren just chuckled and topped off his glass. It's not a good habit to dodge in battle. It makes you timid, hesitant, and indecisive. Once you get used to dodging, you start relying on it subconsciously. Before long, your movements become predictable to the enemy. If you're always planning an escape route during a fight, sure, you might have a way out, but you're also giving up your shot at victory. Dodging, as a habit, isn't good for personal growth. Willpower, spirit, the determination to win, and the edge between life and death. Those are the real keys to improving combat strength. After a pause, Darren added thoughtfully, there's only one Borsalino in this sea. The image of that monster with his weird, sarcastic smirk flashed through his mind. Even someone as serious and stern as Momonga couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. He sighed and said, half helplessly, but if you keep betting your life every time with no way out. How many lives do you think you've got? Darren raised his glass and took a slow sip. Who knows? His deep gaze drifted out to the distant sea, the smoke from his cigar curling around his sharp, flawless profile. His steady voice echoed through the empty office. But you only live once. I just want to live freely. To me, life is simple. Either move forward or fall back. Falling back? Sure, that's easy. And when it happens the first time, you lie to yourself. It's fine, just hold back this once. Just avoid it for now, there'll be another chance later. But the thing is, once there's a first time, there'll be a second. Step by step, retreating, dodging, compromising. Can you really say you're still the same person? There are 1,000 reasons to back down, but only one reason to keep moving forward. And that one reason is enough. A smile slowly tugged at the corners of Darren's lips. I'd rather die than lose. He clenched his fist. I want to win. Momonga fell silent. Hearing those words, he knew Darren wasn't just talking about battle. Every sentence echoed the choices Darren had made again and again in the past. One step back, and the rest follow. It was true in combat. True when facing Germa 66, one of the world's top military powers. And true even when facing the celestial dragons, holders of supreme authority. Swallow your pride. Those words had never existed in Roger's Darren's dictionary. Chapter 68, A Fair Game. After a long silence, Momonga let out a deep breath. He looked again at Darren's silhouette standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. For a moment, it was as if he could see the soul within this so-called scum of the Marines, a soul housed in a body covered with scars. Unyielding, untamed, always pressing forward. Yes, it was because he was that kind of man. That he would be, and could only be, the one Momonga was willing to follow for a lifetime. Those two have made a lot of progress lately. Darren suddenly shifted the topic, his gaze turning toward the distant training grounds. The training field, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, swirled with dancing sand. Among the 321st Branch Marines undergoing their usual drills, two figures stood out. On the left side of the grounds stood a figure wielding a long blade, a cape fluttering behind her. Holding her breath, she focused intently, swinging her sword again and again. The golden toe slashed wildly like the wind, leaving behind dazzling streaks of light. With Darren's keen eyesight, he could clearly see countless sparks erupting along the edge of the blade with each furious swing. Those were bullets. It was Jian, precisely cutting through the bullets fired from dozens of meters away using her swordsmanship alone. On the other side of the field, Tokake's face was flushed red as he gritted his teeth and dragged a small, abandoned warship forward with immense effort. His muscles bulged under strain, veins standing out as if about to burst, and he muttered under his breath, I'm not some damn mutt. I'm not a damn mutt. Following Darren's line of sight, Momonga couldn't help but chuckle. You've given them both PTSD. Now they chant about getting stronger every single day. They really have gotten stronger. They just haven't realized it yet. He glanced at Darren and added silently to himself, after all, their training partner is you. Darren gave a small laugh. Jian is no surprise, she's always been the perfect student in that old man Sengoku's eyes. But what I didn't expect is that someone like Tokake, who seems so unreliable, would have that kind of tenacity. Momonga nodded in agreement. Lieutenant Commander Tokake really has something special. After every day of intense training, he pushes himself even further with extra routines. His workload goes way beyond standard. Even when he's the one who gets roughed up the most, showing up battered and bruised, he's back on the field the next day, full of energy like nothing happened. You've put him through the ringer dozens, maybe hundreds, of times, and not once has he shown signs of giving up. No matter what happens, he keeps coming back. Gotta admit, that's admirable. Yeah. Though his focus is a little off sometimes. Off? Darren raised an eyebrow and looked at Momonga, curious. Momonga gave a helpless smile. Lately, there's been a growing number of complaints at the branch. Seems Lieutenant Commander Tokakake has been spending way too much time in the female soldiers' dormitory. Darren. Figures it's you, Tokakake. There was actually one more thing Momonga didn't dare mention, that Tokakake often showed up at all kinds of noble parties under the pretense of caring for the people, only to return in complete disgrace. Yet he never seemed to get tired of it. Darren shook his head, then asked, "How's that little brat Duffy doing lately?" Momonga's expression turned serious as he replied in a low voice, "Progress has been fast. In just half a month, he's already taken over 30% of the Mafia territory and underground businesses in the North Blue. The Don Quixote family has expanded significantly, its numbers have surged past what they were before, nearly reaching 2,000. Doflamingo is definitely capable. He crushes rebels with ruthless efficiency, uses brutal methods to intimidate, but shows mercy to those who submit. He keeps drawing in subordinates, while also restraining them, trying to avoid harming civilians as much as possible. If I hadn't seen it for myself, I wouldn't believe he's just a 12-year-old kid. And his methods always remind me of someone else." There was a complicated tone in his voice as he said the last part. "Who? You?" Darren suddenly chuckled. "Sounds like I didn't make the wrong choice in naming him my godson." He shook his head again. "But there's probably a but coming after that, isn't there?" Momonga froze for a second, then gave a bitter smile. "Nothing gets past you, huh?" Darren took a sip of whiskey from his glass. "Go on. This is the North Blue we're talking about. The underworld here isn't exactly easy to deal with." Momonga began slowly. "Yeah. The Don Quixote family's expansion has been aggressive, but it's exactly because Doflamingo's rise has been so fast and so attention-grabbing that the Mafia forces across the rest of the North Blue are now on high alert. Under shared pressure, they've already torn up their agreement with the Marines. They're frantically recruiting and launching bloody turf wars, trying to grow their influence to counter the Don Quixote family's rise." Darren narrowed his eyes. "I thought they'd have a bit more backbone." Seeing that expression, Momonga felt his heart clench. He knew someone was about to have a very bad day. "What are you thinking?" The captain sneered. "If they were capable of setting aside their differences and uniting against the Don Quixote family, I'd have no reason to get involved in this underworld power struggle. They've shown me enough respect. The game was fair. But the Don Quixote family broke the North Blue's rules, so I wiped out over 1,000 of their men as punishment. If he wants to become the kingpin of the North Blue underworld, then he's got to start from zero. I'm not giving him a single ounce of help. He has to prove himself. Don Quixote family versus the entire North Blue underworld, that's the game I set. If he loses, if he can't even take the North Blue, then that's all he amounts to. What I didn't expect is that the North Blue underworld turned out to be so damn useless. They dared to tear up the deal, break my rules, target civilians, and snatch territory in the chaos." Darren's eyes narrowed further. "That pisses me off." Momonga took a deep breath. "When do we move?" He didn't bother asking for reasons or details. Because they didn't matter. In the North Blue, no one defied the rules of Rogers Darren. As for so-called fair play, there's no such thing as a truly fair game. Even the House will step in when needed. And when that happens, the game ends instantly. Because in the North Blue, the underworld was nothing more than a word from Darren. "Let's head out now. Give my adorable godson a little gift." Darren yanked his uniform off the hanger and slipped it on without hesitation. "After all, I don't have much time left in the North Blue." Momonga froze. "You've hit a bottleneck?" He had a rough idea of Darren's unusual talent, and he knew the man had been pushing his body to the limit with all kinds of hellish training. Darren nodded. "Yeah. I need stronger opponents. There's not much left for me here. The Grand Line, that's where the real stage is. The officer training camp at Marine headquarters. There, he'd compete with elite Marines from across the world, inherit the legacy of the admirals, master the superhuman skills of the Marine Six Styles, and gain the most powerful force in this sea, hockey." As he spoke, Darren fastened his black necktie. Then he threw on his wide, white Marine cloak. His face cold, he said, "Before I go, I want the entire underworld of the North Blue unified." Chapter 69, Greetings North Blue, Flaru Island. Late at night. Blood and fire lit up the sky. Bang. 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 Boom. Gunfire and explosions thundered through the streets as hundreds of Marines launched a fierce assault on a Mafia stronghold. Thick smoke rolled across the battlefield. The compound's fortified walls were torn apart by the relentless shelling, blasted open with gaping holes as rubble flew in every direction. Damn Marines. Where the hell did they get these weapons? A mafia officer in a black suit crawled out from under a collapsed wall, face smeared with blood and eyes bloodshot as he roared in fury. As one of the top mafia powers on Flareau Island, the Snoke family controlled over half the underground operations within several hundred nautical miles, illicit trades like brewing, smuggling, gambling, and brothels. Within their territory, they ruled like kings, raking in mountains of wealth. With hundreds of members under their command and stockpiles of firearms and explosives, even mid-sized pirate crews didn't dare provoke the Snoke family lightly. But it all fell apart in an instant. Their once lavish, carefree lives were shattered by the sound of explosions, blown to pieces, dreams turned to ash. A sudden blast snapped York Snoke out of chaotic sleep. Countless attacks screamed past his ears, he couldn't even tell what was hitting them anymore. The family estate, the armory, the courtyard, the meeting hall, the commerce chamber, the ground itself, the buildings, the very air. Everything trembled. Under the non-stop barrage, the Snoke family officers couldn't react in time and were buried under the rubble, crushed by overwhelming firepower. York Snoke's ears rang. Then everything went numb. He stared blankly as wave after wave of well-trained North Blue Marines closed in on the compound, wielding all manner of advanced weapons, crushing everything in their path with chilling precision. Flamethrowers spitting scorching fire. Stun guns crackling with arcs of blue lightning. Compact machine guns blazing. And York Snoke could hardly believe his eyes, an entire row of Marines, each with a rocket launcher hoisted on their shoulders. Weapons he had never seen before. The cutting edge of warfare. Boom. A portable missile suddenly detonated overhead. The domed church building exploded into rubble in an instant. Debris rained down as stones shattered and collapsed around him. A massive shadow loomed above, swallowing York Snoke whole. Despair filled his eyes. Just before the rockfall buried him, he saw a scruffy-looking Marine step out from the crowd, hands casually in his pockets, wearing wooden clogs. Then, he lifted an entire house. Boom. The civilian building soared into the air, then crashed down with a deafening impact, obliterating the Snoke family estate and reducing it to rubble. Surrounded by black smoke, Tokakake stared at his hands in stunned disbelief. When did I get this strong? He had only meant to test his strength, he never thought he could actually throw an entire house into the air with his bare hands. Lieutenant Commander Tokakake is incredible. Even Germa's tech can't compare to Tokakake's raw power. He is way too strong. Truly the pride of Marine headquarters. The nearby North Blue Marines stared at Tokakake in awe, breaking into thunderous cheers. As the shouts of praise rang out, Tokakake was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. He threw his hands on his hips and let out a hearty laugh. Damn right. I'm a genius. He glanced dismissively at a Marine holding a rapid-fire machine gun and scoffed, guns. What a crude and outdated way to fight. At the same time, on another island in the North Blue, a similar scene was unfolding. At a secret base of a mafia family, Marine forces had already launched a swift assault. Marines. Damn Marines. You're not leaving us any way out. A mafia boss with a thick mustache shouted furiously. Gripping a massive steel shield in both hands, he charged like a raging bull into the oncoming Marines, knocking them flying with brute force. Ha 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 ha. You see that? That's my strength. He laughed wildly, only for his laughter to stop cold a second later. Clang. A sharp sword ring echoed through the air. Following the sound, he saw a tall, black-haired figure emerging slowly from the raging inferno. The click of high heels on the ground was crisp, almost pleasant to the ear, but carried with it a bone-chilling coldness. It was a woman. A beauty mark adorned the corner of her lips. Her long black hair was pinned in an elegant bun, and a pink short skirt hugged her graceful curves. With every step she took, the pristine white Marine cloak on her back seemed to sway and dance in the firelight. In her hand, she carried a long blade, slender and gleaming gold, reflecting the flickering flames. She was striking, intensely so. Under normal circumstances, the mafia boss might have done everything in his power to seduce and conquer her. But now, he didn't dare think such thoughts. A narrow cut had begun to spread down his massive metal shield. From the toughest part of the shield, to his arm, to his throat, a thin red line slowly surfaced. Such a fast blade. He rasped. Then both the shield and the man split cleanly in two and crashed to the ground. Giant stood before him, expression icy, calmly sheathing her sword. In the name of justice. Capital punishment. The moment her words fell, Marines surged in behind her. Shouts of battle and agonized screams rang from all directions. Giant remained where she was, silent, lost in thought. I've gotten much stronger, she murmured to herself. In that moment, she understood many things. Just over 10 days of intense training had boosted her strength by at least 30%. But because her opponent had always been that monstrous man, someone who constantly dominated her, the gap between them always so vast, she had never realized how far she'd come. But the reflection lasted only a few seconds. Giant quickly clenched her fists again, silver teeth gritting. Not enough. Still nowhere near enough. Elsewhere, a lavish private mansion built at enormous expense. The estate of the Rockefeller family boss, one of the most notorious mafia clans in the Great Britannia Islands. Inside an ornate bedroom, Germansa, head of the Rockefeller family, suddenly jolted awake from sleep. Without even glancing, he yanked a pistol from under his pillow and fired repeatedly at a shadow in the room. Bang. 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 Clang. 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 Bullets collided with steel, sparks flew, revealing the face of a stern man beneath a marine cap. Germansa's pupil shrank. "You!" His mistress shrieked and backed away in terror, clutching the sheets around her. Momonga stepped out of the darkness, a blood-stained military saber hanging loosely in his hand. "You broke the rules," he said coldly. "So? Rogers Darren, Supreme Commander of the North Blue, sends his regards." As the words fell, a flash of steel lit up the shadows. Slice. Blood sprayed across the satin curtains, staining the luxurious bed canopy red. The next second, a woman's terrified scream pierced through the entire mansion. Chapter 70, The Greatest Darkness in the North Blue. The largest and most economically prosperous commercial port in the North Blue, Port Taz. When Doflamingo led the Don Quixote family into its harbor, the scene that greeted them was a chaotic blend of noise and opulence. Ships of all shapes and sizes jostled for docking space. Sails bearing different crests billowed like waves, while sailors shouted over each other from their decks. Nobles and wealthy merchants stood ashore with pipes in their mouths, barking orders at the laborers scrambling to unload cargo. Their voices even drowned out the crashing of the waves. Farther off, the streets were lined with endless rows of shops, bustling with crowds. Goods from all across the North Blue, and even other seas, filled every corner. Looking further down the main road, a sprawling city stretched outward, seeming to grow the farther one looked. A network of white inland canals cut through blocks of buildings like ribbons, weaving through tightly packed homes and towering structures. It was prosperity, filth, and wealth all tangled together, crowded, rich, messy, and reeking of money and rot. I say. No wonder they call this the largest trading port in the North Blue," said Treble, eyes wide, a string of snot dangling beneath his nose. "There's gotta be a whole lot of fat to skim off here," muttered Diamante, licking the corner of his mouth, his face smeared in bright paint. Virgo stayed silent, a piece of bread stuck to his cheek. Bika let out a sharp, high-pitched laugh. "Pretty soon, this place'll belong to the Don Quixote family." Their faces brimmed with raw ambition and arrogant pride. And they had every reason to be arrogant. In just half a month, the Don Quixote family had risen from practically nothing, seizing over 30% of the mafia territory and underground businesses across the North Blue. Their rise had been unstoppable, like a blade cutting through paper, elevating them to one of the region's top criminal powers. No one in the history of the North Blue had ever pulled off something like this. But the Don Quixote family had. And now, the thriving trade port before them was their next target. Rodriguez family. Doflamingo stood at the bow, overlooking the bustling, noisy town. A cold smile slowly curled his lips. He still looked the same, sunglasses, a casual shirt, cropped pants, and pointed shoes. But this time, he wore a pink feathered coat, fluttering proudly in the salty sea breeze like a young, defiant flamingo. "Doffy. I say, once we take out the Rodriguez family and swallow up all their operations, we'll have control over half of the North Blue's underworld, won't we?" Treble hobbled over on his cane, chuckling in his usual greasy tone. Doflamingo nodded, grinning wickedly. "Exactly. The Rodriguez family controls Port Taz. Their influence runs deep on this island. With the port's commercial advantages, they've got their hands on at least 30% of the North Blue's illegal trades. Take them out, and the rest, Snoke, Vincent, Rockefeller, they're nothing we can't handle." Hearing their young master speak with such confidence, the four Don Quixote officers grinned with admiration. "Young master. Actually, we don't need to bow to that marine at all," Diamante suddenly said, voice low and sinister. His face was twisted with dissatisfaction and resentment. "Once we take full control of the North Blue's underworld, with the power we'll have, the Navy won't dare lay a finger on us. Besides, he loves to talk like the underworld is yours, but let's be real. We're the ones who fought for every inch of that territory. Has Rogers Darren ever lifted a finger to help us?" The moment those words left his mouth, silence fell over the group. The smile on Doflamingo's lips slowly disappeared. He turned to look at Treble and the other three. Is that what you all think? The four of them lowered their heads, unable to meet his icy gaze. We just believe you're a born king. A king should never bow to anyone. Their voices were barely above a whisper. Doflamingo stared at them for a few seconds in silence. Then he turned away, and after a pause, said calmly, I'll pretend I never heard any of that. And I don't want to hear it again. Understood? The four bowed deeply, answering with respect, yes. But as they spoke, their eyes met briefly. Doflamingo's tone had been calm, too calm. And they knew their young master all too well. The calmer he sounded, the more it meant fury was boiling beneath the surface. Would a proud, untamed king really kneel to anyone? The name Don Quixote didn't allow for that. Let's move. Doflamingo took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth rising into that familiar cold, mocking grin. Foo-foo-foo-foo. Let's take what's ours. He raised both hands high. Countless invisible threads erupted from his fingertips, shooting into the sky and vanishing into the distance, toward the town ahead. The fierce wind whipped up his pink-feathered coat, sending it flaring behind him. Doflamingo let out a wild, savage laugh. The rules of this world are nothing but survival of the fittest. Foo-foo-foo-foo. The moment his words fell, bang. A Don Quixote family member fired a shot into the sky. The Don Quixote family is conducting business, civilians and unrelated parties, clear out immediately. The sudden gunshot startled the nearby townsfolk. Their faces went pale as they looked up at the rising Jolly Roger. Dropping everything they were doing, merchants, civilians, and sailors fled in terror. Don Quixote members sneered as they leapt from the ship, charging toward the Rodriguez family's stronghold. The battle had begun. At the same time, inside a lavish estate, in a sealed conference room, fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering light over two figures seated on opposite ends of a long meeting table. One was a middle-aged man in a black peak lapel suit, his expression heavy as he stared at the Marine captain across from him, who was casually puffing on a cigar. His voice was hoarse. I know you're angry, Admiral Darren. But don't you think, for the house to step into the game, it's a little unfair? Darren narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. Yeah, it's unfair. But that's how the world works. The man's forehead bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth. For all these years, I've followed your rules. And now, but you still broke them, Darren cut in without a hint of mercy. The man's face went ghostly white. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the Marine, fists clenching and unclenching over and over. Why me? He asked, breath ragged. It's not just you, Darren replied coldly. Anyone who breaks the rules will be punished. The man froze. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. Loud, manic laughter, tears streaming down his face. Ha 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 ha. So that's how it is. Fine by me. We've been butting heads all these years, never giving in. At least now we end up in the same place. Ha 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 ha. Rogers Darren. They call you the scum of the Marines. But I know better. You're a viper. Cunning to the extreme. Cold-blooded beyond reason. Sometimes I wonder if there's even a shred of sympathy or hesitation in you. Go ahead. Do it. From the day I chose this path, I knew this day would come. They call me a titan of the North Blue underworld. He let out a self-mocking laugh, his body trembling, eyes locked onto Darren. What a joke. In the North Blue, the greatest darkness wears the flag of justice.